Chapter 1330 All 10 Halls? Chapter 1330 All 10 Halls? The Demon Empress, Emo Xiaoling, and 5 Voider Realm Demon Beasts. How could he fight such a force? He couldn't fight them even if the entire Sword Alliance fought with him. So, Yang Yi had no other choice but to come to Blind Maiden. If even Blind Maiden couldn't stop them, then he would have no choice but to fight desperately. Blind Maiden had clearly been quite stunned by Yang Ye's actions, and it took some time for her to recover from her shock. After that, a wave of invisible force enveloped her arm and pushed Yang Ye's hands away. However, Yang Yi hurriedly grabbed her arm again and said, "Big sister." "I'm not your big sister." Blind Maiden pushed Yang Yi away again. But just a moment passed before Yang Yi grabbed her arm again. "Third sister, you're Nether Maiden and the other's third sister, so you're my third sister too. You can't just watch as I die." It couldn't be helped. When he had to choose between his life and dignity, he could only choose his life. Blind Maiden gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she said, "Your skin is quite thick." Yang Ye's face stiffened slightly, but it only took a moment for him to return to normal. Presently, he had resigned himself to acting shamelessly. He immediately replied, "Third sister, I really had no other choice but to come look for you. Those fellows refused to fight me in single combat and want to besiege me. Look, 6 of them are attacking me. They're really too shameless." Hopeless situations can bring transformation. As soon as Blind Maiden finished speaking, she pushed Yang Yi away again and turned to look at the ocean. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. He knew that hopeless situations could bring about transformations, but hopeless situations could also bring death. "I'm quite disappointed." Suddenly, the Demon Empress spoke. "Yang Yi, I thought you were different, but I never expected that you would act like everyone else when you faced death." Yang Yi spoke coldly. "Demon Empress, you're fighting me 6 against 1, yet you still have the gall to say that? Have a little shame. You want me to fight you in single combat?" The Demon Empress laughed coldly. "Yang Yi, that's a very good place. Even though I don't fear fighting you in single combat, I don't want to give you any chances or waste time." As she spoke, the Demon Empress was about to attack. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched and hurriedly spoke, "Demon Empress, you better think this through." As he spoke, he walked over to Blind Maiden. She. The Demon Empress interrupted Yang Yi and laughed coldly. "Unless Jin Wuji is reborn, no one can save you today." She charged at Yang Yi once she finished speaking. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while the Sword God's seal lit up on his forehead. Actually, he'd merely come to look for Blind Maiden to try his luck. Since she wasn't willing to help, then he had no choice but to rely on himself. But right when he was about to activate the Sword God's seal, Yang Yi was suddenly stunned. Because while he didn't know if the Demon Empress had done so intentionally or unintentionally, her aura had even enveloped Blind Maiden. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he stood in front of Blind Maiden and spoke angrily, "Demon Empress, this is between us. It has nothing to do with her. So just come at me. Since she's a human, she should die as well." As soon as the Demon Empress finished speaking, she slapped her palm forward from afar, and then a wave of terrifying force immediately swept towards Yang Yi and Blind Maiden. "I'll fight you to the death." Yang Ye's eyes were filled with resolve. He stomped his right foot against the ground, shot up into the sky, and then slammed his fist forward. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, Yang Ye's figure was blasted away in a very exaggerated manner. The Demon Empress was slightly stunned by this as well because Yang Yi wasn't that weak. What's going on? Right when the Demon Empress felt puzzled, the terrifying force she emanated had descended towards Blind Maiden. Blind Maiden finally acted. She turned around to look at the Demon Empress, and then she stretched out her right hand and waved it lightly. Just that caused the terrifying force to be instantly wiped out. After that, she pushed her right palm forward. Everyone here watched with astonishment as the space before Blind Maiden shook violently, and then the Demon Empress was blasted 3 kilometers away. The Voider Realm Demon Beasts and Emo Xiaoling were stunned. Obviously, they hadn't expected that to happen. Meanwhile, Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Blind Maiden had acted, or he would really have to fight desperately and risk his life. The demon empress had an extremely solemn expression on her face as she looked up at Blind Maiden. "Who are you? Humans should die?" Blind Maiden continued. "Don't forget that you're human too." The demon empress stared fixedly at Blind Maiden. A moment of silence ensued before she suddenly clawed at Blind Maiden from afar, and then a huge energy claw tore through space and clawed at Blind Maiden. When the huge claw appeared, the ocean behind Blind Maiden started to surge before waves of water shot up into the air and into the clouds. It was absolutely shocking. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Her strength really is quite strong. After that, he gazed at Blind Maiden. Even though he was quite confident in her, he didn't know anything about her true strength, so he wasn't very sure if Blind Maiden could fight the Demon Empress group. If Blind Maiden couldn't, then he would have done something bad because it was equivalent to bringing harm to Blind Maiden. Once he thought up to this point, Yang Yi had decided in his heart, if Blind Maiden couldn't fight the Demon Empress group, then he would improve his sword intent to the quasi-returnal rank and ignite his soul. Nether Maiden had a calm expression on her face. She twisted her right hand slightly and tapped her finger upwards when the huge claw arrived above her. Bang! The huge energy claw shattered into pieces, and then those pieces were obliterated in an instant. It was like they'd never existed. The corners of the Demon Empress' eyes twitched slightly, and she was just about to attack again. However, Blind Maiden suddenly tapped her finger in the Demon Empress direction. OM! The space before Blind Maiden instantly rippled. At the same time, the Demon Empress expression changed drastically, and she pressed her palms over each other before pushing them forward. Bang! A mouthful of blood sprayed from the Demon Empress as her figure was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Demon Empress! The 5 voiders of the demon race shot towards Blind Maiden. How terrifying was the joint attack of 5 voider realm demon beasts. However, Blind Maiden didn't even spare them a glance. She just waved her right hand, and then Yang Yi watched with astonishment as those 5 voiders were blasted around 10 kilometers away. Yang Ye's jaw almost hit the ground. My God, those are voiders, not emperors. Voiders, 5 of them, but they were blasted away with just a light wave of the hand. How strong is she? Blind Maiden was about to attack again. However, Emo Xiaoling suddenly appeared not too far away from Blind Maiden. There was a golden flame and dark blue flame on Emo Xiaoling's palms, and she didn't waste her breath at all and immediately tossed them. The flames left a trail of fire behind them as they shot towards Blind Maiden. Blind Maiden's beautiful brows were pressed slightly together. A moment of silence ensued before she pushed both her palms forward and then clenched them gently. In an instant, the flames were frozen on the spot. Suddenly, Emo Xiaoling appeared behind those flames, and then she formed a strange seal with her hands. The flames instantly expanded rapidly, and they transformed into a huge golden flame dragon and a huge dark blue flame dragon before immediately slamming themselves against Blind Maiden. Bang! The area around Blind Maiden was instantly transformed into an ocean of flames. Emo Xiaoling revealed a cold smile at the sight of this. But it didn't take long for her smile to stiffen because the ocean of flames was actually starting to expand. Bang! A moment later, it was completely obliterated, and Blind Maiden appeared before her again. At this moment, Blind Maiden remained the same, and she hadn't suffered any injuries. How could this be possible? Emo Xiaoling stared fixedly at Blind Maiden. You were actually not injured by my Sky Inferno and Nether Ocean? Blind Maiden gazed at Emo Xiaoling and said, It's quite surprising that you possess such divine treasures. Wait, you're not from this world. You're from the outside world. The bloodline of demon beasts. No, it doesn't belong to demon beasts. It belongs to divine beasts. You have the bloodline of a divine beast, and it's blazing and capable of rendering you immune to all flames. You're from the Divine Phoenix clan. Emo Xiaoling's pupils constricted slightly. Who exactly are you? Why do you know of my clan? The Demon Empress appeared by Emo Xiaoling's side, and her gaze was on Blind Maiden as well. Besides bewilderment, there was fear in her eyes as well, because the strength of the woman before her was simply unfathomable. Blind Maiden said, Your Divine Phoenix clan didn't participate in what happened all those years ago. So, I'll let you live. As she spoke, she gazed at the demon empress. "I'll take your head if you step foot here again." As soon as she finished speaking, Blind Maiden paid no further attention to them. She just turned around and left. Meanwhile, Xiaoling suddenly asked, "Who are you?" "The Nether Pavilion." Blind Maiden didn't even look back and just continued forward. Yang Yi hurriedly followed her because he had many things to ask Blind Maiden. The Nether Pavilion? The demon empress frowned slightly. Obviously, she'd never heard of it. She turned around to gaze at Xiaoling, and she was stunned when she saw the expression on Xiaoling's face. Because Xiaoling's eyes were opened wide, and there was shock and disbelief in them. The demon empress was even more shocked than Xiaoling, because she'd never seen Xiaoling react like that. Since the very beginning, Xiaoling had always been extremely confident, and she looked down on everything on Dark Hell Continent. Yet now, Xiaoling was clearly shocked. The demon empress asked in a low voice, "What's the Nether Pavilion?" Xiaoling clenched her fists and remained silent for a long time. After that, she turned to look at the demon empress. "Don't come here again, or no one can save you." The demon empress frowned. "What exactly is the Nether Pavilion?" Xiaoling looked up at the sky, a sect that once instilled fear in all the other powers of the large world. "They have 10 halls." She gazed at the demon empress before she continued, "Do you know how terrifying they are if all 10 hall masters awaken and converge together?" Xiaoling took a short breath of air at this point, and then she said, "When the 10 halls gather." Chapter 1331 The 10 halls are invincible. Chapter 1331 The 10 halls are invincible. When the 10 halls gather, they are invincible in this universe. Xiaoling spoke solemnly. Invincible? The corners of the demon empress' eyes twitched while disbelief filled them. Xiaoling nodded. She raised her hands and drew a circle. "There are a few thousand worlds in our universe. If the hall masters of all 10 halls awaken and converge, then no power or person in thousands of worlds would be able to go against them. This is no legend, it's a fact. They have such strength." The demon empress asked, "Have they converged in the past?" Xiaoling shook her head slightly. "They almost did." The demon empress asked, "Why?" Xiaoling answered, "They threatened too many people and powers." The demon empress fell silent because she'd thought of a certain possibility. Xiaoling said, "I never expected to encounter a hall master of the Nether Pavilion here, and she should be Blind Maiden, who's ranked at the 3rd position amongst them. So Blind Maiden is actually so strong." The demon empress asked, "They are ranked based on their strength?" Xiaoling shook her head slightly. "Not really. The top 3 are ranked based on strength, and the rest are ranked based on age." The demon empress spoke solemnly. "In other words, there are 2 even more formidable hall masters?" Xiaoling nodded. The demon empress' heart shook. She is already so terrifying. "So those 2? Xiaoling said, "The hall master ranked at the 2nd position is comparatively mysterious, and I don't know who she is. But there are legends about the 1st. Supposedly, she feeds on the Eye of the Heaven Tao. The Eye of the Heaven Tao in medium and large worlds are extremely terrifying, especially the Eye of the Heaven Tao created by the Heaven Tao in the large world. It's truly capable of obliterating the world. Not to mention the large world. Even the Eye of the Heaven Tao in medium worlds aren't something that we can resist." The demon empress fell silent for a long time before she said, "Since she's from a large world, then what is she doing here?" Xiaoling spoke coldly. "The Nether Pavilion suffered a catastrophe all those years ago in the large world, and it vanished overnight. Many say that they are dead, and many say they fled to another universe. I never expected to actually see one of their hall masters in this medium world that's sealed off from the outside world. In other words, the other hall masters are in this universe because they don't split up." The demon empress asked, "Can she leave this place?" Xiaoling looked up at the sky and said, "If it was that intentionally created by that old man in Taoist robes, then even she would find it difficult to break through those restrictions and leave this world. But the restrictions were clearly not left there on purpose, so it should be absolutely easy for her to leave. She hasn't left, so it means that she has something to do here." The demon empress frowned. "What is she doing here?" Emo Xiaoling shook her head. I don't know. A long while of silence later, the demon empress looked towards the distance and said, Why does Yang Yi know her? Emo Xiaoling looked off into the distance as well. I want to know the answer to that as well. Both of them remained silent for a long time, and then Emo Xiaoling said, Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately turned around and left. The demon empress took a deep and long glance at the direction Yang Yi and Blind Maiden had left towards, and then she led the other 5 voiders away. After Blind Maiden left, she walked slowly along the seaside. Yang Yi was following behind her, and he kept around 3 m between them. She walked for a while before suddenly stopping. Don't follow me? But Yang Yi chuckled and walked over to Blind Maiden's side. Thank you for just now. This expression of gratitude wasn't forced or fake in the slightest. If it wasn't for Blind Maiden, he would have definitely been forced to risk his life against the demon empress, and the battle would definitely either end in his death or his miserable death. Even if he raised his sword intent to the quasi-returnal rank, he was absolutely incapable of killing the demon empress and Emo Xiaoling. Of course, it would be a completely different situation if the sword spirit or Qiongqi woke up. But the sword spirit and Qiongqi had shown no signs of movement until now, and that was the most depressing part, because so long as one of them woke up, he wouldn't have to fear the demon empress's group anymore. Even though Blind Maiden hadn't opened her eyes when facing him, Yang Yi could sense that she was looking at him. After a moment of silence, Blind Maiden said, Your natural talent and potential are quite good, and you're one with great karmic luck, so you'll definitely be extraordinary in the future. It isn't advisable to stay here for long, so leave as soon as possible. As soon as she finished speaking, she continued forward. Yang Yi was stunned. He hurriedly ran after her and asked, Senior, is something about to happen here? She remained silent. Yang Yi said, Senior, I came here for the stellar sword diagram. You should know where it is, so can you tell me? Lady had sent him here for it. So, how could he return empty-handed? Moreover, the only person who knew where its whereabouts was Blind Maiden, so he'd hurriedly followed her. She pondered deeply for a short while before she said, Its true strength can be brought out if it's in your hands. But don't think about it, at least not for now. Yang Yi was very puzzled. Why? She didn't speak and just continued forward. Yang Yi glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and then said, It's very important to me. If you refuse to tell me, then I'll bother you every single day. She stopped and looked at Yang Yi. Are you trying to be an annoying rascal? Yang Yi was speechless. Blind Maiden turned around and continued forward. Even though you're not a friend of mine, you are friends with Nether Maiden and the others. Since they became friends with you, I presume you're not a bad person, and I've taken you to be a junior of mine because of that. But you can't act like that with me. Otherwise, while I won't kill you, I would still beat you. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Blind Maiden continued, I do know where the stellar sword diagram is, but it isn't yours now, so telling you is meaningless. Yang Yi didn't continue asking about it because it would be quite insensible to do so. Meanwhile, Blind Maiden said, But don't worry, I'll tell you where it is when the time comes. After all, its true strength can only be revealed in your hands. Yang Yi hurriedly replied, Thank you. Blind Maiden continued forward. It didn't take long for a small house to appear not too far away from them. The house was made of wood, and it wasn't huge, but it was very well made. There was a garden and fruit trees around it as well. Seashells were even strung together and hung on the tree along with some wind chimes. When the ocean breeze blew in its direction, the sound of the wind chimes was clear and melodious. Yang Yi asked, This is where you live? Blind Maiden nodded and walked into the courtyard. Yang Yi followed her in. Even though she hadn't invited him in, she didn't stop him. Blind Maiden walked over to a wooden bench and sat there. There was a round wooden table in front of her, and there were some fruits and pastries on it. Yang Yi glanced at them, and he noticed that they were the most ordinary fruits and pastries. Meanwhile, Blind Maiden suddenly asked, Are all of them well in the radiant dimension? Yang Yi replied, They are all right. They are very domineering, so none dare to bully them. Indeed, Nether Maiden and the others were very domineering in Radiant Dimension. Not to mention the powers of the Radiant Dimension, Even those guardians of the radiant dimension were extremely fearful of them. Blind Maiden nodded slightly. That's good. Yang Yi asked, aren't you going to look for them? Blind Maiden shook her head. I haven't resolved some business here. I'll go once I'm done. Even though Yang Yi was very curious about it, he sensibly chose to not ask. He was just about to speak when Snowy suddenly emerged from Yang Ye's chest. Snowy glanced at the surroundings. When she noticed that there was no danger, she immediately emerged from the pocket of space while holding a fruit, and then she raised the fruit towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the fruit. It was the same fruit that Emo Xiaoling had given Snowy earlier. However, only half of it was left, and it was covered in bite marks. Yang Yi smiled, rubbed Snowy's head gently, and said, you eat it. Snowy shook her head and pushed the fruit forward in Yang Ye's direction. Yang Ye's heart felt warm. He didn't refuse and took a small bite from the fruit, and then he passed it back to Snowy. I'm full. You eat. Snowy blinked and seemed to be asking, you're full already? Yang Yi patted his stomach and said, I'm really full. Snowy raised the fruit to Yang Ye's mouth, and then she started waving her claw slightly. Yang Yi understood that Snowy wanted him to take another bite. So, he grinned and took one. Snowy's eyes narrowed when she saw Yang Yi take the bite, and then she revealed a brilliant smile. After that, she started biting on the fruit, and it only took a while for her to finish it. Yang Yi was rendered speechless by the scene before him. Suddenly, Blind Maiden said, that's a sprite lord. Yang Yi turned to look at Blind Maiden, and he said, that young woman who plays with flames said that same. What's a sprite lord? Blind Maiden remained silent for a long time, and then she said, treat her well. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and walked into the wooden house. Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, Blind Maiden's voice came from within the house. Go home. Yang Yi remained silent for a while, and then he said, can I take my forces to Sword God Island? The island was huge, and it had some completely intact buildings and many sword formations. Even though most of them were damaged and incomplete, they could be repaired. In any case, the Sword Alliance had the #1 sword formation master on the continent, Jinji. Moreover, there was another benefit from heading to Sword God Island, and it was that the Sword Alliance would have a buffer zone if it went to war with the demon race. That buffer zone would be Sword God Ocean. Blind Maiden's voice resounded, no? Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? A long moment of silence ensued before her voice arose once more. There's something dangerous in the ocean. Something dangerous. Yang Ye's expression instantly changed. She actually said that there's something dangerous there. Chapter 1332, It's Not Too Late to Fuck Off. Chapter 1332, It's Not Too Late to Fuck Off. How terrifying was Nether Maiden's strength. However, she said that there was something dangerous in the ocean. In other words, it was dangerous even for her. What exactly was it? Yang Yi didn't get an answer because she didn't speak another word. Yang Yi remained silent before the wooden house for quite some time, and then he took Snowy in his arms and left. Zir appeared by Yang Ye's side while he traveled back to the Sword Alliance, and she spoke softly, she's very strong. Yang Yi nodded. The strength Blind Maiden revealed earlier might just be the tip of the iceberg. He was growing even more curious about the Nether Pavilion. What sort of organization is it? Every single one of them is so strong, and they are such monstrous geniuses. How terrifying would their second sister and big sister be? The Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi took a deep breath. As time went by, he came into contact with more and more people, and only then did he notice how huge the world was. When you feel you're very strong, there's actually someone even stronger. The path of cultivation had no end. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and brought both Zir and Snowy along with him as he sped up. He didn't have the time to think about all of that. He had to make good use of every single second because it was very likely for the demon race's army to leave the Veiled region and attack the Sword Alliance. He had Blind Maiden's help this time, but what about next time? He couldn't keep looking for her when something occurred, right? Even if he decided to act completely shamelessly and look for Blind Maiden, but what about the Sword Alliance? Besides the demon race, the Nye clan's Nye Wuming was a huge threat as well. If that old geezer broke through again, he would definitely come looking for Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi had killed so many members of the Nye clan and practically annihilated the Nye clan, so Nye Wuming would absolutely not let him go. It could be said that both he and the Sword Alliance were in an extremely bad situation. An hour later, Yang Yi arrived at Doomsday City with Zier and Snowy. He was just about to fly in when he was stunned on the spot, because numerous swords were actually flying through the sky above Doomsday City. There were many of them, and there were just around 2,000 or 3,000 there. Their quality wasn't good at all, and they were just high-grade divine rank swords. When he got close to the city, the sword instantly shook violently before locking onto him. Yang Yi knew that they would definitely shoot at him if he took another step closer. Yang Yi glanced at the swords and a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Interesting. While the quality of the swords was inferior, the sword formation that covered the city wasn't bad. Even though it couldn't stop voiders, it could kill emperors with absolute ease. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he descended to the ground. Even though those swords were no threat to him at all, he would definitely alarm the residents of the city by flying through by force. It was truly unnecessary to cause such a commotion when heading home. Yang Yi held Zier's hand as he walked towards Doomsday City. Snowy was on his shoulder. Yang Yi paid 200 energy stones when he entered the city. It was an entrance fee. Yang Yi had been against it, but Yi Luyun had insisted. Because it was a rule, and if they didn't do that, then everyone could enter Doomsday City. So, it wouldn't take long for Doomsday City to be too full. Besides that, the entrance fee was a source of income for the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance needed a huge amount of funds to develop. According to Yi Luyun, Yang Yi couldn't be giving the Sword Alliance violet crystals forever. The Sword Alliance had to be able to provide for itself, and only then could it sustain itself permanently. As for why the fee was so high, it was naturally because Doomsday City had 2 divine-grade spirit veins. After all, since the Sword Alliance had 2 divine-grade spirit veins, Doomsday City was like a paradise of cultivation for the profounders of Dark Hell Continent. It really was a paradise. As soon as he entered the city, Yang Yi felt spirit energy assault his face. It was extremely abundant, and many times more abundant than it was outside the city. Something worth mentioning was that paying the fee of 200 energy stones didn't represent that one could stay forever. 200 energy stones only allowed one to remain in the city for 10 days. If one wanted to stay longer, then there were only 2 ways to accomplish that. Either continue paying energy stones or join the Sword Alliance. But the Sword Alliance didn't just accept anyone. Strength was required to join the Sword Alliance. In short, the people of Dark Hell Continent were proud to join the Sword Alliance. If the Veiled region was excluded, then the Sword Alliance was definitely the strongest power on the continent. The city was quite bustling and filled with streams of people. There were some stalls on the sides of the street, and they were naturally selling things like treasures, techniques, and other small things. Yang Yi was naturally not interested in them, but Snowy seemed to be very interested. Her eyes were spinning about on his shoulder, and she was looking here and there. Yang Yi and Zier exchanged glances and smiled when they saw Snowy react like that, and then they slowed down. Since Snowy liked it, then they naturally didn't mind indulging here. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, "Why don't they recognize me?" Since he entered the city, he noticed that they clearly didn't recognize him. He wasn't being vain, but he'd shown himself in the sky above the city. So, logically speaking, they should have an impression of him. Zier rolled her eyes at him and said, "Just think about it. Would anyone think that the master of the Sword Alliance would stroll through the streets like this? Moreover, you've always been elusive and rarely show yourself. So, even if they've seen you in the past, they might have completely forgotten you." Yang Yi smiled. "That is true." Zier puckered her lips and smiled. "If you really want to show off, you can just shout that you're the master of the Sword Alliance. In that way, many would definitely run over here to pay respects to you." Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "I'm not that free." She covered her mouth and chuckled. "Recently, you've been either killing or being chased after. It's really quite tiring. So, let's use this opportunity that Snowy created to look around and relax." The smile on Yang Ye's face gradually vanished when he heard this. Zier immediately asked softly when she noticed his smile vanish, "What's wrong?" Yang Yi held tightly to her hand and said, "You've suffered because of me." He felt rather guilty towards Zier, and Nanjing, and the others, because they'd practically never known peace after they stayed by his side. Especially Zier. Since she'd been with him until now, she'd encountered countless dangers and even almost lost her life on a few occasions. Even though Zier and the others had never complained, how could he not feel guilty? Zier glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. I like being tired with you. Snowy flew from his shoulder and arrived in front of Yang Yi. She pointed at Zier before pointing at herself, and then she started waving her claws about. After that, she wrapped her claws around Yang Ye's face and rubbed her head lightly against Yang Ye's forehead. Yang Yi understood what she was trying to say. Snowy was saying that it was the same for her, and that she liked staying with him. Yang Yi took Snowy in his arms, exchanged glances with Zier, smiled, and then continued forward. Doomsday City was much more prosperous than Yang Yi had ever imagined. Not only was it full of people, there were numerous stores as well. These stores sold techniques, treasures, herbs, and various other things. Moreover, some were even selling quite good treasure. Even though Doomsday City was mostly filled with mercenaries that strived for success and superiority, Doomsday City was very peaceful. No one caused trouble. Of course, it was mainly because of the Sword Alliance. After all, the enforcement teams of the Sword Alliance patrolled the streets every now and then. The enforcement teams were formed from the members of the Sword Alliance. They were forced to do so, and they did so willingly, because patrolling the streets allowed them to earn points. As far as the members of the Sword Alliance were concerned, violet crystals weren't the most attractive thing in the Sword Alliance, and it was the points that the Sword Alliance gave out, because they could get any techniques they wanted with sufficient points. Zier spoke softly. Lu Yun is really quite skilled. Yang Yi nodded. Needless to say, Yi Liuyun's ability in management was very good indeed. If he were the one that managed the city, then Doomsday City would definitely be a mess. Suddenly, Snowy pointed at a store on the right. After that, she didn't even wait for Yang Yi to say anything and just flew over to it. Yang Yi and Zier were slightly stunned, and then they hurriedly followed after Snowy. The store was one that specialized in treasures like spirit herbs and spirit fruits. After Yang Yi and Zier entered, they saw Snowy holding a pure white fruit and eating it. There was a young woman around the age of 17 or 18 standing in front of Snowy. At this moment, her eyes were opened wide as she gazed at Snowy. Where did this little fellow fly in front? After she saw Yang Yi and Zier walk in, the young woman hurriedly said, "That fruit is very expensive. It costs 10 violet crystals." Yang Yi flicked 10 violet crystals over to her. The young woman was stunned, and then she quickly put the violet crystals away before glancing at Yang Yi and Zier. Obviously, they weren't ordinary people. Yang Yi was quite curious and asked, "What fruit is that?" After all, Snowy was very picky, and she would absolutely not take a liking to just any fruit. The young woman spoke softly, "A honey orange. It's extremely sweet and nurtures the meridians." It's extremely sweet. Yang Yi understood now. The fruit wasn't a high-quality fruit, but it was extremely sweet. It was the type that Snowy liked. Suddenly, a young man in luxurious robes and 3 old men walked into the store. The young woman's expression changed slightly when she saw the young man, and then she hurriedly withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to the young man. "Young Master Su, this is for this month. All 30 violet crystals are in that spatial ring." The young man took the spatial ring and shook his head. "Xiao Lan, why do this? You just have to agree to spending a night with me, and you won't have to pay this security charge forever. It's just a night and not your entire life. Why not?" The young woman called Xiao Lan shook her head slightly and moved aside. The young man shrugged and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed Snowy, who was eating at the side. His eyes immediately lit up when he saw Snowy, and he said, "What a cute little fellow. Gulan would love it." As he spoke, he was about to grab Snowy, but Snowy was very alert. As soon as she noticed someone trying to grab her, she immediately took the fruit in her claws and flew over to Yang Ye's shoulder. The young man gazed at Yang Yi and Zier, and his eyes lit up again when he saw Zier. What a gorgeous young beauty. TSK, truly gorgeous. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I want both that little fellow and this young beauty." Yang Yi glanced at the young man and said, "It's not too late to fuck off. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly. No one in Doomsday City dares to not give me Su Yuntian face. Anyone who did is dead. Chapter 1333, I'll annihilate your entire family. Chapter 1333, I'll annihilate your entire family. Su Yuntian? Yang Yi frowned and was about to attack. But he suddenly thought of something and said, You spoke about Gulan just now. Do you know her? Yang Yi naturally knew Gulan. That young woman had said all sorts of bad things about him to Nan Shuang. Thinking about Nan Shuang caused Yang Ye's expression to become much gentler. After all, he'd really treated Nan Shuang as his younger sister. Su Yuntian didn't answer Yang Yi. He just walked closer to Yang Yi and said, Let me repeat myself. This little fellow and this woman by your side. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Slap. A clear and resounding slap arose, and then Su Yuntian was blasted out of the store. Xiao Lan and the old men were stunned. The old men were the first to recover from their senses, and they immediately charged at Yang Yi. Slap. 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 Slaps resounded, and the old men were blasted away. Xiao Lan's eyes opened wide, and her mouth could fit an egg. Su Yuntian was a quasi-emperor, and those old men were emperors. 3 emperors had been blasted away, just like that. Snowy blinked, and then she kissed Yang Ye's cheek and went on eating her fruit. Yang Yi paid no attention to Su Yuntian and those old men, and he just gazed at Xiao Lan, who was still shocked. The security fees which he spoke of just now, are they collected by the Sword Alliance? Xiao Lan immediately recovered from her shock upon hearing Yang Yi, and then she hesitated for a moment before she shook her head. No. Yang Yi frowned. If it isn't collected by the Sword Alliance, then why do you give it to him? Xiao Lan glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. It's a security fee. If I don't pay it, then I wouldn't be able to keep my store open. I'm not the only one. All the stores on my street pay it. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, Why haven't you reported it to the Sword Alliance? Xiao Lan spoke softly. We'll die. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Lan continued, Quickly leave. Even though you're very strong, you won't be a match for him here. Zier suddenly asked, Is he very powerful here? Xiao Lan nodded. There was once a store that refused to pay, and then the store owner's entire family vanished overnight. Yang Yi asked, Does the enforcement team not do anything? Xiao Lan hesitated for a moment and said, The enforcement team of this street seems to be on his side. Zier asked, Then what about the enforcement teams at other areas of the city? Xiao Lan replied, The other enforcement teams dare not interfere in his business. I've seen some of the leaders of the enforcement teams act very respectfully towards him. I heard he has connections with the higher-ups of the Sword Alliance. Yang Ye's face instantly fell. Zier glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Suddenly, Su Yuntian's voice resounded from outside. Get the fuck out here. Xiao Lan hesitated for a moment and said, Both of you should just flee out the back door. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I really want to see how great his background is to actually make the enforcement teams dare not do anything to him. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he took Zier's hand and walked out of the store. Presently, many people had gathered outside the store. When Yang Yi, Zier, and Snowy left the store, the gazes of all the spectators shot onto them. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and a trace of pity. They probably came from the outside. TSK, the ignorant really are fearless. They even dared to offend Su the Plunderer. They're really tired of living. I don't think so. They seem so calm and composed. They should possess sufficient backing and aren't afraid. What nonsense. They seem fearless because they are ignorant. Does anyone on our continent dare to offend the Sword Alliance? Offending that fellow in the city is equivalent to offending the Sword Alliance. No matter how strong they are, can they compare to the Sword Alliance? Just watch and see how horrifying the consequences are. Right? I heard that fellow's uncle and grandfather are higher-ups of the Sword Alliance. They are the type that possess a huge amount of support. So now that he has struck Su the Plunderer's uncle and grandfather will definitely not let the matter rest. Actually, I think that he did well. I've wanted to hit that fellow for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have the courage to do so. Fool. Your words may be your ruin. If that fellow heard you, your entire family would vanish from the city. Countless people were in animated discussion throughout the surroundings. Yang Yi paid no attention to the people in the surroundings, and his gaze descended onto Su Yuntian. At this moment, Su Yuntian had a ferocious expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with madness. His right cheek had swelled up to a huge size, and there was an extremely clear palm print there. Su Yuntian glared angrily at Yang Yi with his fists clenched, and his eyes were filled with madness and ferocity. No matter who you are, I'll annihilate your entire family. Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Slap. A clear and resounding slap swept through the surroundings, and the spectators watched as Su Yuntian's figure was blasted around 1 kilometer away before crashing to the ground. Clamorous noise resounded in the surroundings. Besides being shocked by Yang Ye's strength, they were shocked by Yang Ye's courage. After all, it was common knowledge that Su Yuntian had connections with the higher-ups of the Sword Alliance, but the man before them had actually dared to hit Su Yuntian in public. Who is he? All of them gazed at Yang Yi while questions filled their mind, and they were curious about Yang Ye's identity. The old men who were with Su Yuntian and had been blasted away by Yang Yi just now were furious, and they were about to attack. However, their expressions instantly changed when Yang Yi gazed at them, and then they retreated repeatedly. Besides fear, there was a trace of terror in their eyes. Only now did they recall that they hadn't even been able to resist a single attack from the man who stood before them. Su Yuntian crawled up from the ground, and Zier was immediately unable to contain her laughter when she saw him, because Su Yuntian's left cheek was swollen as well. At this moment, Su Yuntian's head was completely round and puffy like the head of a pig. Zier wasn't the only one. Many others in the surroundings were on the verge of laughter, but none dared to actually laugh. Su Yuntian touched his cheeks and was stunned. A moment later, he howled with fury, and he howled with all his might. It sounded like a pig being slaughtered. It was a humiliation, an extraordinary humiliation. Being hit in public was an extraordinary humiliation for Su Yuntian. When had he, Su Yuntian, ever suffered such humiliation? Su Yuntian was overwhelmed by rage and forgot the gap in strength between him and Yang Yi. He immediately charged at Yang Yi, but he'd only just arrived before Yang Yi when his figure was blasted away again. Pooh! A few mouthfuls of blood sprayed as his figure flew through the air, and he flew around 1 kilometer back before finally slamming heavily against the ground. How strong! The spectators gazed at Yang Yi with solemn expressions on their faces. They were just curious about Yang Ye's background just now, and they'd overlooked his strength. Now, when they saw Yang Yi attack, they realized that Yang Yi wasn't just very bold. He possessed extraordinarily formidable strength as well. Zier asked, "Why aren't you killing him?" "Let's wait. I want to see who's backing him and allowing him to act so arrogantly," replied Yang Yi. There would be many parasites as a power grew, and it was something unavoidable. Since it had happened before his eyes, then he had to deal with it. Zier was about to speak. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly looked up towards the distance. "They're here." Meanwhile, someone in the crowd exclaimed with shock, "The enforcement team is here." It didn't take long for the crowd to split open, and then over 20 black armored profounders who held black spears approached. All of them were emperors. At this moment, everyone looked at Yang Yi, and their pity for him was completely undisguised. As far as they were concerned, it didn't matter how strong Yang Yi was. It was the Sword Alliance's territory. So no matter how strong Yang Yi was, could he be stronger than the Sword Alliance? The enforcement team walked over. The middle-aged man who led the group looked at Su Yuntian first, and his face fell when he saw the terrible state Su Yuntian was in. Brother Lin." Su Yuntian crawled up from the ground and walked over to the middle-aged man's side. He pointed at Yang Yi and howled with fury, "Brother Lin, kill him, help me kill him." The middle-aged man, Lin, patted Su Yuntian on the shoulder and said, "You're Elder Su's grandson and a brother of mine. Moreover, Elder Su has taken good care of us, the third enforcement team. So, don't worry. No matter who he is, we brothers will help you seek justice from him." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the group of experts behind him towards Yang Yi and Zier. Su Yuntian hurriedly followed them as well. Lin Mo's group stopped around 10 m away from Yang Yi. Lin Mo hadn't even spoken when Su Yuntian pointed at Yang Yi and laughed fiercely. Weren't you very strong just now? Come on. Why don't you try and attack now? Come. His voice stopped abruptly, because Yang Yi had appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the throat. When the others recovered from their shock, Yang Yi had already returned to where he stood earlier, and he was holding Su Yuntian by the throat. Su Yuntian's eyes were filled with terror. This time, he finally realized the gap between him and Yang Yi. Yang Yi chuckled as he gazed at Su Yuntian, and then he didn't waste his breath at all. He just immediately slammed Su Yuntian's figure against the ground. Bang! The ground cracked apart and blood sprayed towards the surroundings. Su Yuntian wasn't dead, but he was on the verge of it. He'd been knocked unconscious by Yang Yi. Yang Yi paid no further attention to Su Yuntian, and he gazed at Lin Mo instead. Lin Mo clenched his fists and spoke in a low voice. Are you challenging my sword alliance? Zier couldn't contain her laughter again, and she glanced at Yang Yi, shook her head, and didn't speak another word. Challenge the sword alliance? Yang Yi shook his head. I have no intention to do that. You don't. Lin Mo's voice and face became ferocious. I think you do. As he spoke, he waved his right hand and said, he has openly attacked another, disregarded the rules of Doomsday City, and challenged our sword alliance. According to the laws of our sword alliance, he deserves death. I command all of you to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, over 20 members of the enforcement team and even Lin Mo charged at Yang Yi. Chapter 1334 Yi Lu Yuan is here. Chapter 1334 Yi Lu Yuan is here. Yang Ye's face slowly turned icy cold when he saw the enforcement team charge at him. He had some doubts about what Xiao Lan had said because he felt that the enforcement team would absolutely not act that lawlessly. After all, the enforcement team represented the Sword Alliance, and they supervised the order in Doomsday City. If those who supervised the order here didn't follow the rules and sought personal gain instead, then wasn't that equivalent to bringing shame to the Sword Alliance? But in reality, they were acting with complete disregard of the laws. If he wasn't the master of the Sword Alliance, he would think the Sword Alliance was bullying the weak. Actually, it wasn't just a feeling because that was exactly what was happening right now. They had just attacked him without finding out what had happened, and they even accused him of challenging the Sword Alliance. Obviously, they'd done the same in the past. If they didn't like someone, or someone refused to obey them, then they just accused that person of challenging the Sword Alliance before openly killing that person. They were parasites in the Sword Alliance. Yang Yi took a deep breath, took a step forward, and waved his right hand. The middle-aged man who led the group was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away and slammed against a wall. The wall crumbled and buried him beneath it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi waved his hand swiftly again. Bang, bang, bang. Countless figures were flying incessantly. In just a few breaths of time, all the members of the enforcement team had been blasted away. The spectators were flabbergasted. After all, they were all emperors. However, they'd been crushed just like that. Moreover, the spectators hadn't even been able to see how Yang Yi defeated them. Someone spoke in a low voice. The enforcement team has bitten off more than it can chew. Someone else said, so what? Don't forget that this is Doomsday City. It's the Sword Alliance's territory. Does anyone on the continent dare to go against the Sword Alliance? The others nodded with agreement. Presently, the Sword Alliance was the rightful overlord of the continent, so only death would come to those who opposed the Sword Alliance. Meanwhile, Lin Mo emerged from the rubble, and his face was extremely unsightly as he gazed at Yang Yi. He hadn't imagined that he would actually be unable to resist even a single move from this fellow before him. Even though his rage was blazing, he hadn't lost all reason. Just a single collision had allowed him to realize that he was absolutely no match for the man who stood before him. So, he crushed a transmission talisman. They're calling for backup. The enforcement team is calling for support. I wonder who will come. Will it be the Blade of the Sword Alliance? I heard they are genius sword cultivators that the master of the Sword Alliance, Yang Yi, chose himself. Every single one of them can surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle, and their equipment is at the Emperor rank as well. If they come, that's probably impossible. Blade is the strongest force in the Sword Alliance. How could they possibly pay attention to such trivial matters? This is no trivial matter. Just look at that fellow. Even emperors aren't able to fight back against him. Ordinary experts of the Sword Alliance would probably be unable to deal with him. I presume only Blade or those old fellows in the Sword Alliance can deal with him. Cut the crap and watch. The Sword Alliance's forces will be here soon. Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy suddenly rubbed her head against his cheek, and then she pointed at the store. Yang Yi glanced at Snowy, and he noticed that she'd finished the fruit. He smiled and gazed at Xiao Lan, who stood at the store's entrance. At this moment, the young woman's eyes were opened wide and filled with shock. Obviously, she had been shocked by the strength Yang Yi revealed. Yang Yi smiled. Miss Xiao Lan, do you have more of that fruit? Xiao Lan was stunned, and then she hurriedly nodded. I do. As soon as she finished speaking, Snowy flew over to her, and then she watched with astonishment as Snowy handed a pile of violet crystals to her. Xiao Lan gulped and instinctively took them. Meanwhile, Snowy immediately revealed a brilliant smile when she saw Xiao Lan accept the violet crystals. Xiao Lan counted them and noticed there were around 100 there. In other words, they were sufficient for 10 fruits. She glanced at Snowy, and then Snowy immediately cracked a smile and drew the shape of the fruit in midair. Xiao Lan grinned when she saw how cute Snowy was, and she said, "Come with me." She turned around and walked into the store. Snowy turned to look at Yang Yi, and once she saw Yang Yi nod, she immediately shot forward and followed after Xiao Lan. Meanwhile, Lin Imo spoke ferociously. How dare you try to go against my Sword Alliance? No matter who you won't be able to leave Doomsday City today. Yang Yi turned to look at Lin Imo and said, Is the Sword Alliance a big deal? The others in the surroundings had weird expressions on their faces when they heard Yang Yi. Is the Sword Alliance a big deal? It sounded like a bunch of nonsense to them. The Sword Alliance wasn't just a big deal, it was extraordinary. If the Veiled Region wasn't considered, then would anyone throughout Dark Hell Continent dare to provoke the Sword Alliance? Even the Veiled Region didn't dare it. After all, 2 Voiders from the Veiled Region had been instantly killed by the Sword Alliance's master that day. How laughable! A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. I never expected someone on this continent to actually look down upon my Sword Alliance. Do you know who stands behind us? It's Yang Yi. Do you know Yang Yi? Don't tell me you haven't heard of him. Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded and said, I have heard of him, but is he a big deal? Clamorous noise resounded. Everyone looked at Yang Yi as if they were looking at a freak. Is Yang Yi a big deal? He was, of course, the #1 genius of the continent, the #1 sword cultivator of the continent, the master of the #1 power of the continent, and the only person on the continent who'd killed Voiders at the Quasi-Emperor realm. If that wasn't a big deal, then what was? Some gazed at Yang Yi and muttered softly, was he living in a cave? Actually, Yang Yi wasn't trying to act cool. He was very clearly aware of how strong he was. There were countless experts in this world. A person should be confident, but a person should have humility, because only then can that person avoid becoming conceited. Lin Imo immediately roared with laughter when he heard Yang Yi, and it was like he'd heard an extraordinarily amusing joke. He laughed for a long time before he gazed at Yang Yi. How laughable! Truly laughable. Needless to say, you've renewed my knowledge of ignorant people. Yang Yi shook his head and didn't waste his breath on Lin Imo anymore. He just glanced at the surroundings and said, Why haven't the ones who were backing you arrived yet? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, laughter arose from afar. I never expected someone to actually dare to look down upon our Sword Alliance. I'm really quite curious now. As soon as the voice finished resounding, a middle-aged man in silver armor appeared before them, and there was a group of profounders in black armor standing behind him. Someone amongst the crowd had a solemn expression on his face as he said, It's the vice-captain of the enforcement teams, Imo Ranxiang. Big brother Imo. Meanwhile, Lin Imo hurriedly went over to greet the man, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, That fellow didn't just injure Elder Su's grandson, he even injured all of us. He paused for a moment and continued, He's extremely strong. Mo Ranxiong glanced at Su Yuntian, who was lying beneath Yang Ye's foot in an unconscious state, and his face immediately fell when he saw the miserable state Su Yuntian was in. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Such gall! You dare to provoke my sword alliance in Doomsday City?" Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he kicked Su Yuntian and said, "This fellow was committing crimes in the city and collecting so-called security fees. You should be aware of it, right?" Mo Ranxiong nodded and said, "I do." Yang Yi asked, "Then why aren't you doing anything about it?" Mo Ranxiong glanced at Yang Yi and chuckled, "So it's a busybody. Your strength isn't bad, but it doesn't seem enough to interfere in our sword alliance's business. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Release young brother Su, and I'll allow both of you to die a swifter death. Otherwise, you won't be able to die even if you beg for it." Yang Yi shook his head, and then his figure vanished on the spot. He was in front of Mo Ranxiong when his figure appeared once more. Mo Ranxiong's expression changed drastically, and he was about to retreat. But it was too late because Yang Ye's hand had clamped down on his throat. Everyone here was shocked, especially Lin Mo's group. They hadn't expected that even Mo Ranxiong couldn't resist a single move from Yang Yi. Yang Yi ignored the others in the surroundings, and he gazed at Mo Ranxiong, whose eyes were wide open right now. "I'll just ask you once. Who is backing all of you up and allowing all of you to act so arrogantly in Doomsday City?" Mo Ranxiong gazed at Yang Yi and spoke in a hoarse voice. Who exactly are you?" Meanwhile, Yang Yi slammed Mo Ranxiong against the ground. Bang! The ground cracked apart while Mo Ranxiong's head was buried into the ground, causing his body to twitch repeatedly. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Lin Mo. "Continue calling for reinforcements until the one supporting you is here." At this moment, Lin Mo truly felt quite terrifying. "You, hurry up!" Yang Yi suddenly howled, and it instantly terrified Lin Mo to the point of shivering and hurriedly withdrawing a transmission talisman. This time, the reinforcements arrived very quickly. An old man in black robes arrived here. "Elder Su." Lin Mo hurriedly walked over to the old man, bowed respectfully, and said, "We were useless and weren't able to save Brother Su." The old man waved his hand and gazed at Yang Yi. He frowned when he saw Yang Yi. "Have we met?" Yang Yi didn't answer the old man. He just pointed at Su Yuntian and said, "You are the one who allowed your grandson to do as he pleased and commit crimes in the city?" The old man replied, "He was just collecting some fees to keep them safe." "It isn't a crime, right?" Yang Yi asked. "What if they refuse?" The old man frowned. He was about to speak when Yang Yi continued, "You annihilate them if they refuse, right?" The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he said, "That's none of your business. Now, it's time to pay for your actions." As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, a voice suddenly resounded, "Counselor Yi is here." Even Counselor Yi was alarmed. That fellow is finished. He was finished from the moment he offended the Sword Alliance. But that fellow, Su Yuntian, has been collecting security fees. You fool. Would Counselor Yi believe that fellow or these fellows from the Sword Alliance? The black-robed old man was slightly stunned, and then a wisp of ridicule curled up on his mouth. "Weren't you very strong? Let's see how great you are later." Chapter 1335, I Want to See the Swordmaster. Chapter 1335, I Want to See the Swordmaster. Yang Yi paid no attention to the black-robed old man and looked towards the distance instead. It didn't take long for the crowd to split apart, and then a woman appeared before them. She wore a green dress that was dragged against the ground behind her. Her beautiful hair hung loosely down to her shoulders, and her face was calm. She had an indifferent bearing. There were 15 silver armored guards behind her. She was Yi Luyun, of course. Everyone hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw her. Even though Yang Yi was the master of the Sword Alliance, Yang Yi was an elusive figure that very few met. But Yi Luyun was different. She managed everything in the city, and every single thing she decided was related to the future of countless people. It could be said that while her prestige and influence wasn't on par with Yang Yi, it was merely inferior to Yang Yi. The black-robed old man hurriedly walked over to Yi Luyun and bowed slightly to her with an extremely respectful expression on his face. He was just about to speak, but Yi Luyun just went around him and walked towards Yang Yi. The black-robed old man was stunned when he saw this. Yi Luyun walked over to Yang Yi and was about to bow, but Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "These things really aren't necessary between us." Yi Luyun grinned and asked, "When did you get back?" Yang Yi replied, "Just now. I'd intended to go look for you, but Snowy wanted to have some fun, so we accompanied her." He'd just spoken about Snowy, and she'd emerged from the store. She was holding tin fruits in front of her. She brought them to Yang Yi, and her round and puffy face had a brilliant smile on it. Yang Yi grinned, placed them within a spatial ring, and strung it on a string. After that, he placed it around Snowy's neck. "If you want to eat, just get one yourself." Snowy hurriedly nodded, and then withdrew one and started eating. Yi Luyun asked, "She likes sweet things?" Yang Yi nodded in response. Yi Luyun nodded slightly, and then she glanced at the two people standing before Yang Yi. After that, she took a glance at the surroundings and asked, "What happened?" Yang Yi gazed at Lin Mo's group and replied, "You have to ask them that question." At this moment, everyone here was frozen on the spot, and their minds were blank. They know each other. Counselor Yi of the Sword Alliance knows him. The black-robed old man and the others' countenances had turned even paler. Yi Luyun glanced at them, but she didn't ask them anything. She turned around and gazed at Xiaolan instead. "Can you tell me what happened?" Xiaolan glanced at the black-robed old man, Lin Mo, and the others. She was quite hesitant. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun smiled. "It's fine. No one can touch you while I'm here." Xiaolan instantly heaved a sigh of relief when Yi Luyun guaranteed her safety, and then she started to describe the sequence of events. She grew more and more agitated as she spoke. In the end, she exposed all the misdeeds of the enforcement team. What nonsense! Meanwhile, the black-robed old man suddenly shouted with rage, "Our enforcement team?" Suddenly, Yi Luyun glanced at the old man, and the old man's expression instantly changed and hurriedly shut his mouth. Because the aura of the experts by Yi Luyun's side had locked onto him, he knew that if he said another word, then they wouldn't just have locked onto him, they would attack. Yi Luyun turned and gazed at Xiaolan. "Go on." Xiaolan glanced at Yi Luyun, took a deep breath, and then continued. As she recounted what had happened, the expressions of the black-robed old man and the others became extremely unsightly. A long time passed before Xiaolan took a deep breath and said, "That's all." Yi Luyun remained silent for a long time, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I never expected them to be so terrible. It was my oversight." Yang Yi shook his head. "You're so busy all day. How could you possibly have the time to manage these trivial matters? If I hadn't had the sudden impulse to stroll through the streets with Snowy, I wouldn't have seen such a scene as well." Even though he was angry, he didn't blame Yi Luyun. She had so much on her plate already, so she would probably die of exhaustion if she had to manage such trivial matters as well. Yi Luyun nodded lightly, and then she turned to look at the old man's group. "From this moment onward, all of you cease to belong to the enforcement team. Moreover, you must leave Doomsday City immediately and never take another step into the city. If you dare to enter the city, your heads will be hung outside the city gates." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. "Is that all right?" Yang Yi replied, "You make the decision." Yi Luyun nodded. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man suddenly said, "Counselor Yi, I refuse to accept this." Yi Luyun turned to look at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice, "Counselor Yi, how could you just listen to only that little girl's version of events and expel us brothers from the Sword Alliance? Such actions will bitterly disappoint all of us." Yi Luyun said, "Did she slander all of you?" The old man spoke in a low voice, "Of course. Our enforcement team has always abided by the rules of the city. Even if some have broken the rules and collected those fees she spoke of, it isn't that serious to warrant being expelled from the Sword Alliance. Moreover, you're even expelling all of us." Yi Luyun glanced at the black-robed old man's group. "Elder Su, don't tell me you didn't know what your grandson was doing. You didn't stop him and assisted him in his crimes instead by giving him protection. Elder Su, that's abuse of power to seek personal gain. Moreover, do you realize that your actions have really adversely affected the Sword Alliance? To be honest, all of you should be killed today as a warning to others. However, out of consideration for the fact that you once contributed to the Sword Alliance, I allowed all of you to live. I refuse to accept this. The black-robed old man said, I want to see the Sword Master. I want the Sword Master to uphold justice for us. Once they were expelled from the Sword Alliance and Doomsday City, everything they had would be gone. Moreover, they would have no chance to improve their cultivations further if they were forced to leave Doomsday City. Yang Yi was speechless. Zier, on the other hand, couldn't contain her laughter. Yi Luyun shook her head, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Let's go. Yang Yi nodded, and then he took Zier's hand and walked off. The black-robed old man was about to speak when one of the silver-armored guards behind Yi Luyun appeared in front of the black-robed old man, and he said, Fool, take a good look at the man who's by young Miss Ye's side. Open your eyes and look. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and followed Yi Luyun's group. The black-robed old man was stunned on the spot, and then he turned to look at Yang Yi and Yi Luyun. He noticed that while Yi Luyun seemed to be walking by Yang Ye's side, that was actually not the case. Yi Luyun was behind Yang Yi, but the gap between them was very short, and just around half a step. So, it would be impossible to notice if one didn't look carefully. It was the respect that someone of lower status gave to someone of higher status. When he thought up to this point, the old man's face instantly turned ghastly pale, and he took a few steps back. He's the Sword Master. The old man hadn't kept his voice soft, so everyone had heard him. The crowd in the surroundings instantly seethed with excitement. He's Yang Yi. He's Yang Yi. He's Yang Yi. My God, he was actually Yang Yi. No wonder he seemed quite familiar just now. So he's the Sword Master, Yang Yi. I knew it. How could someone who dared to hit Su Yuntian be ordinary? Tui, that fellow is trash. He isn't even worthy of being hit by the Sword Master. Actually, I knew he was Yang Yi. The others were at a loss for words when they heard this. Meanwhile, Xiaolan was stunned at the entrance to her store. She hadn't expected that the man who'd just been in her store was actually the owner of Doomsday City, Yang Yi. Suddenly, a man in silver armor appeared before Xiaolan. He cupped his fist to her, withdrew a command token, and passed it to her. Miss Xiaolan, this is an identity token. The Sword Master said that if you're willing to join the Sword Alliance, then take the token and you'll be a member of the Sword Alliance from now on. Right, young Missy has said that if you're willing, you can stay by her side and aid her. It's fine if you don't want to. You can rest at ease and keep your store open. No one will dare to. I agree. Xiaolan grabbed the command token and spoke in a very serious tone. I agree. How much could she earn in a month from the store? Moreover, once she joined the Sword Alliance, so long as she worked hard, then would she have to fear about lacking resources to cultivate? It could be said that it was a huge opportunity for her, so how could she let it slip by? The man smiled and said, Then please pack up your belongings and come to the Sword Alliance with me. All right, I'll do it right away. Xiaolan quickly ran into the store. The Sword Hall. Yang Yi sat at the seat of the host while some important members of the Sword Alliance were seated ahead. The experts of the 3 cities and 3 sects were there as well. The experts of the Sword Alliance heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi was like the foundation of the Sword Alliance, and they could only rest at ease when he was there. Yang Yi glanced at them and was about to speak. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he shot out of the hall and arrived in the sky. A fireball was descending like a shooting star from afar, and it shot towards Doomsday City. Chapter 1336, Charging into the Emperor Realm. Chapter 1336, Charging into the Emperor Realm. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly in midair. He stretched out his right hand, clenched it tightly, and slammed it forward. Bang! The fireball was instantly blasted into pieces, and then a huge flaming character which represented war appeared in the sky above Doomsday City. A declaration of war. The demon race had declared war against the Sword Alliance. Yang Ye's face remained indifferent, and he slowly clenched his right hand which he'd placed behind his back. A long moment of silence later, he turned around and vanished on the spot. In the Sword Hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was much heavier. The demon race, it was a name that wasn't unfamiliar to them anymore. Especially the 3 secta and 3 cities, their expressions were quite unsightly right now. After all, it was the demon race that had forced them to flee to Dark Hell Continent. They had a better understanding of the demon race's strength than the Sword Alliance's experts. Yang Yi glanced at the experts of the 3 cities and 3 sects. Do you have any thoughts? Lin Tian spoke solemnly. Join forces against the demon race, of course. The others hurriedly nodded to display their agreement. They were all the experts that the human race still had. If they still refused to unite together, then the human race would really deserve extinction. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Yi Luyun. Tell me about our current strength. She pondered deeply for a moment and replied, if the 3 sects and 3 cities of the Veiled region are included, we have a total of 12 voiders, 3,321 emperors, and countless at the quasi-emperor and saint realms. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, let me tell you what the demon race's strength is like. After the battle in the Veiled region, the 3 sects and 3 cities suffered huge losses. So, regardless of whether it's in terms of voiders or emperors, we have no advantage when compared to the demon race. Besides that, the demon empress and that young woman's strength both far surpass all other voiders. It can be said that besides me, no one else in our Sword Alliance can go against them, and even I can't fight both of them at once. As for emperors, the gap between our human emperors and the emperors of the demon race is extremely huge. Once they meet in direct combat, our emperors have no chance to win. Once he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi stood up, remained silent for a short while, and then said, the Sword Alliance is in a terrible situation right now. All of them fell silent, and the atmosphere here grew even more solemn. Yang Yi glanced at them and smiled. There's no need to be so tense. So long as we stay united and work together, then the demon race won't be that terrifying. It was true. Regardless of which stellar region it was, the united forces of the human race was extremely terrifying. However, the human race was the species with the least unity amongst all other species. The human race was fond of engaging in internal strife. It was like their nature, and it was the same in every world. Meanwhile, Lin Qian said, young brother Yang, don't worry. We aren't the Nye clan. This battle will affect us and the entire human race, so we won't play any tricks. From this moment onward, everyone from our 3 sects and 3 cities, including all of us here, will obey your orders. We'll do as you say, and we absolutely won't hesitate to carry out your orders. The others by Lin Qian's side hurriedly nodded to display their agreement. Yang Yi glanced at them. Actually, he was quite worried that these clans and sects had other intentions. But now it would seem like they were very well aware of the situation that they were in. They knew that if they were to play tricks, then they might really be annihilated. It was exactly how it was. The human race was usually only able to become truly united when facing death. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and gazed at Yi Luyun. From this moment onward, order all the members of the Sword Alliance to return. Besides that, shut the city gates from now on and prohibit anyone from leaving without authorization. Moreover, spread the news about the demon race's attack. Don't conceal anything and just describe the demon race's strength as it is. Yi Luyun spoke solemnly. It's very likely to cause mass panic in the city if we do that. Panic? Yang Yi shook his head slightly and said, it's time for the human race to panic. Yi Luyun said, if panic arises, then the city might fall into chaos. Yang Yi replied, the city won't fall into chaos while I'm here. As for how to spread the news, control it, and stir up the people in the city, I'll leave that up to you. In any case, their fear has to be transformed into resolve to fight the demon race to the death. Understood. Yi Luyun nodded. Panic would arise in the city if the strength of the demon race was made public, but just as Yang Yi had said, no chaos would arise while he was in the city. Moreover, if they deal with it well, then their fear would be transformed into resolve to fight the demon race. Because the human race had no way out, and it could only fight or die. Lin Qian asked, how long will the demon race take to get here? Yang Yi replied, it'll probably be soon. Actually, he was very well aware that the demon empress had intended to crush Dark Hell Continent as soon as possible, and it was obvious from how she pursued him. Unfortunately, She hadn't been able to kill him and had been injured by Blind Maiden instead. She was definitely recuperating right now. Once she was done, it would be the moment that the demon race's army attacked. After having a discussion on how to deal with the demon race, Yang Yi allowed them to leave. Now, he had to cultivate. Suddenly, two old men appeared within the hall. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he saw them, because it was Jin Su and Jin Ji, and they were voiders now. Yang Yi smiled. Congratulations. Jin Ji waved his hand and said, we'll just skip the expressions of gratitude. We came here to discuss something with you. You should have noticed that there's a sword formation in the sky above the city, but it isn't strong. As for the reason, there are two. Firstly, there aren't enough swords in it, and their quality is too low. Secondly, the sword intent in the formation isn't strong enough. Yang Yi asked, what do you need from me? Jin Ji replied, swords. I need a huge number of swords. Besides that, I hope you'll provide your sword intent when I'm setting up the formation later. Yang Yi waved his right hand and 10,000 quasi-emperor rank swords appeared before Jin Ji. These swords weren't very useful to him, so it was best to set up a formation with them. Jin Ji just took them right away, and then he said, I need violet crystals as well. At least 200,000. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial ring flew over to him. He glanced at it and noticed that there were exactly 200,000 in there. Jin Ji couldn't help but glance at Yang Yi. You're really rich. Yang Yi smiled. He'd killed so many voiders in the Veiled region. So Snowy had created countless violet crystals. He hadn't counted them, but he knew he had at least 1 million. Even after he gave 200,000 to Jin Ji, he still had over 1 million. So, he could really treat violet crystals like rocks now. Jin Ji said, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out of the hall with Jin Su, and then Yang Yi hurriedly followed them. Yang Yi asked, how strong will it be? With these swords, your sword intent, and the void rank sword intent from those little fellows, it would be able to kill voiders with ease. As soon as Jin Ji finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and then the quasi-emperor swords immediately transformed into rays of light that appeared in the sky above the city. After that, Jin Ji waved his hands, and the swords in the sky started to move in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Jin Ji said, release your sword intent and envelop those swords. Yang Yi nodded and took a step forward. In an instant, rebirth rank sword intent appeared in the sky. In just an instant, the swords were enveloped by his sword intent. As soon as the rebirth rank sword intent enveloped them, the swords seemed as if they'd come to life, and they shook violently while emanating resounding sword howls. The swords swiftly lined up under Jin Ji's control. Around 2 hours later, all the swords in the sky had formed a strange array. At this moment, Jin Ji wasn't controlling the swords anymore. They were moving on their own instead. As for Yang Ye's sword intent, it seemed like a spiderweb that enveloped them, causing them to seem like they were alive and frequently emanated sword howls. Yang Yi gazed at the swords in the sky, and there was a slightly solemn expression in his eyes, because his intuition told him that the formation was very strong. Meanwhile, Jin Ji said, if the demon race attacks, I'll tell those little fellows in Blade to enter the sword formation and use their sword intent to control the formation. The sword formation will become slightly stronger while controlled by their sword intent. At that time, just the sword formation would be sufficient to defend Doomsday City and keep the demon race away. Of course, the precondition is that all of us can stop the experts of the demon race. Otherwise, someone like the demon empress you spoke of wouldn't find the formation very difficult to destroy. Yang Yi nodded. We have a little more hope with this formation. However, we can't fully rely on it. Tell those fellows in Blade to be prepared for close-quarter combat at all times. Jin Ji replied, of course. Yang Yi glanced at Jin Ji and Jin Su. Seniors, prepare yourselves as well. We might have a difficult battle awaiting us. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's figure flashed back into the sword hall. After that, he withdrew some violet crystals, sat down cross-legged, and started to absorb the energy within them like a madman. He was charging into the Emperor realm. He was facing more and more experts, and the quasi-Emperor realm wasn't sufficient anymore. He had to attain the Emperor realm. Just like that, Yang Yi started cultivating like a madman. As for the matters of the Sword Alliance, he left them all to Yi Luyun. Presently, improving his strength was the most important thing to him. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Roar! At dawn one day, a furious howl suddenly resounded through dark Hell continent, and then countless howls of fury resounded incessantly. Everyone knew that the demon race was coming. Chapter 1337, Do Any Demons Dare to Fight Me? Chapter 1337, Do Any Demons Dare to Fight Me? The demon race was attacking. Around a day later, the demon race's army appeared a few dozen kilometers away. The experts of the Sword Alliance had extremely solemn expressions on their faces as they gazed at the army. Actually, they should be said to have quite unsightly expressions on their faces. After Yi Luyun shared information about the demon race throughout the city, they knew how terrifying the demon race's army was. But now that they'd seen it with their own eyes, they realized that it was even more terrifying than described in the information. Even if they were a few dozen kilometers away, the imposing aura from the army caused everyone throughout Doomsday City to feel oppressed. The human army's aura was far inferior to the demon army. However, the humans didn't fall into chaos, because Yi Luyun had already prepared them for this. So, they knew how formidable the demon race's army was. Even though it was even stronger than they'd imagined, they were mentally prepared. So none were terrified by the army of demon beasts. Yi Luyun stood at the front of the group on the city walls. The voiders of the 3 cities, 3 sects, and the Sword Alliance were standing behind her. As for her right and left, it was the emperors of Doomsday City. As for the other quasi-emperors, they were on the city walls as well, but they weren't the main forces, and they were in charge of providing backup. Quasi-emperors were clearly not qualified to participate in such a battle. At this moment, the army of demon beasts didn't attack Doomsday City, and they just stopped a few dozen kilometers outside the city and seemed to be waiting for something. Yi Luyun had a solemn expression in her eyes as she gazed at the army in the distance. The army's discipline was much better than she'd imagined. The army had stopped in the distance without moving or making any noise. Every single clan of demon beast was separated by a certain amount of distance. It didn't look special if one looked casually, but if one looked carefully, one would notice that it actually seemed like a tactical formation that humans used. Demon beasts that weren't disciples and only knew how to charge forward weren't terrifying at all. They would be terrifying if they were even more disciples than humans like the army before them. "Misty, why aren't they attacking?" asked Lin Qian. During this time that he'd stayed in Doomsday City, he'd found out about the status Yi Luyun had in Yang Ye's heart and within the city. So, while she was just a quasi-emperor, he didn't dare to be impolite. Moreover, Yi Luyun's ability made him admire her as well. Yi Luyun fell silent for a short while before she said, "There are 2 possibilities for that. The first is that they intend to deter us and crush our mental defenses. The second possibility is that they are waiting. They are waiting for a moment to strike or something else." Lin Qian asked, "What should we do?" "Just wait with them." Yi Luyun spoke in a low voice. "That's the only thing we can do." Her voice carried a trace of helplessness. Presently, the human race's strength was very inferior to the demon race. If they relied on the formations in Doomsday City, then they would be able to barely resist the demon race for some time. But if they didn't have Doomsday City to rely on, then the human race would definitely be no match for the demon race. Human voiders could manage a close-quarter battle, but the human emperors might be completely crushed. So, the demon race had the initiative. If it wanted to fight, the human race would have no choice but to fight. If it retreated, the human race would have no choice but to stop attacking. It couldn't be helped. The human race couldn't go head-on against the demon race at all. Lin Qian nodded and said, "Where's Brother Yang?" Yi Luyun replied, "Still in closed-door cultivation. Don't worry, Senior Lin. He's the master of the Sword Alliance, so he's more concerned about our fate than anyone else." "I'm not worried about him running from a battle." Lin Qian smiled. "I just feel that our morale is quite low, and he'll definitely be able to boost our morale." Yi Luyun smiled. "That's true." Yang Yi was invincible in the hearts of everyone, because none had ever seen him lose. Moreover, they'd watched him instantly annihilate voiders with ease. It could be said that Yang Yi was the main reason why all the people in Doomsday City dared to fight the demon race to the death, because they had hope while they had Yang Yi on their side. Yang Yi's influence hadn't been gained in a day, and it had been accumulated gradually over time. Presently, Yang Yi wasn't just the Sword Alliance's pillar of mental support, he was the pillar of mental support for the entire human race. Meanwhile, someone spoke abruptly. The demon race seems to be moving. Yi Luyun and the others looked up, and they saw the army of demon beasts pushing forward towards Doomsday City. Their march wasn't quick, and it should be described as quite slow, but their march was orderly and extremely disciplined. As the army of demon beasts walked slowly in the city's direction, a terrifying aura swept forward. The experts of Doomsday City instantly felt suffocated by the oppressive pressure coming from the army. Yi Luyun spoke solemnly, "Raise your defenses." As soon as she finished speaking, the experts on the city walls immediately released their auras to defend against the aura coming from the army of demon beasts. Even Lin Qian and the other voiders released their auras, because it was utterly impossible for just the auras of emperors to resist the aura of the demon race's army. So, they had to lend a hand. The auras of both armies collided in the air outside Doomsday City, causing violent waves to ripple through the area. As the army of demon beasts marched closer towards the city, the aura emanated by the human army started to fall into a disadvantaged position. Moreover, many emperors on the city walls had started to move backwards repeatedly. Yi Luyun's voice resounded through the entire city, "Everyone, fight together." It didn't take long for auras to shoot up into the air throughout the city, and then they slammed down at the aura emanated by the army of demon beasts. How many residents did Doomsday City have? Almost 100 million. Their auras were mostly very weak, but when so many auras converged together, bang, countless auras converged into one, and it instantly dispersed the aura emanated by the demon race's army. After that, it was like a monstrous wave of pressure that slammed down towards the army of demon beasts. The demon race's army stopped. Roar. A furious roar suddenly resounded from the army, and it didn't take long for countless roars to resound incessantly. In just a moment, the entire army of demon beasts was roaring with fury. The roars were like thunderclaps that shot up into the sky. At the same time, the entire army of demon beasts released their auras. Auras shot up into the air and surged towards Doomsday City. Bang! As soon as the auras collided, the space in the area rumbled and collapsed. A huge black hole was formed in the sky, and countless pillar-thick spatial rifts surrounded the black hole. The spatial rifts were spreading incessantly towards the surroundings. In just a breath of time, the entire sky was covered in cracks that seemed like a spider web. A long time later, the spatial rifts and the black hole started to be repaired slowly. Meanwhile, the armies stood in confrontation, and the battle was about to break out at any moment. The demon race didn't attack, and its army just stopped on the spot. The army of demon beasts didn't even release their auras. Since the demon beasts didn't attack, the humans couldn't be any happier. Lin Qian spoke in a low voice. "What are they doing?" Yi Luyun replied, "They are waiting." Lin Qian was puzzled. "For what?" Yi Luyun shook her head slightly. "I don't know." As she spoke, she gazed at Lin Qian and the others. "Everyone, no matter what happens, you have to stop the voiders of the demon race once the battle begins. You absolutely can't allow the emperors on our side to face their voiders. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Lin Qian and the others nodded. They naturally understood all of that. After all, the reason the human race had lost miserably in the Veiled region was because they weren't able to stop the voiders on the demon race's side. Soldiers fought soldiers, generals fought generals. If soldiers were made to fight generals, wasn't that like sending them to their deaths? After the short collision just now, there was no further action from the demon race. Even though their army had no intention to attack right now, the humans didn't dare lower their guards at all. Everyone on the city walls and within the city had vigilant expressions on their faces, and they were ready to fight at all times. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, the veil of night had arrived. However, the demon race still didn't move at all. Late at night, everyone within Doomsday City was tense. and a wave of invisible pressure was pressing down against their hearts. At dawn, on the next day, when the first glimmer of sunlight descended to the ground, the entire ground started to tremble violently. It didn't take long for the expressions of everyone throughout Doomsday City to turn grim. It was demon beasts. A dense expanse of them. A dense expanse of demon beasts had appeared all around the city. There were all sorts of demon beasts. Not only did they fill the ground, there were even many types of flying demon beasts in the air. There were at least a few million of them. At this moment, the entire city was completely surrounded by demon beasts. Moreover, an endless wave of demon beasts was surging towards the city from afar. Everyone within the city turned pale. Even Yi Luyun, who'd been extremely calm until now, couldn't help but turn slightly pale. After all, the human race didn't have even the slightest advantage right now. So they were waiting for the entire army. Lin Qian's face was extremely unsightly. If it was just the elites that attacked the city, then the humans had a chance if they remained united. Yet now, the demon race refused to do that, and they dispatched the forces of their entire race to eliminate any chance the humans had. If the human race hadn't engaged in internal strife, then the joint forces of Dark Hell Continent and the Veiled region might have a chance. Yet now, how could the strength of the human race stand a chance against the united forces of the demon race? All the humans had despair on their faces. What was despair like? It was like this current situation. Yi Luyun glanced at the surroundings, and she immediately laughed bitterly when she noticed the despair on their faces. No matter what she said or how she tried to inspire them, it was useless in such a situation. Suddenly, a huge cloud eagle appeared in the distance. There were two figures on it, the Demon Empress and Emo Shaoling. As soon as they saw the Demon Empress and Emo Shaoling, the countless demon beasts here instantly roared. How grand was such a sight! At this moment, the heavens and the earth's hook. The Demon Empress gazed at Doomsday City, remained silent for a short while, and then she raised her hand and said, "From this day onward, only the demon race will exist on Dark Hell Continent." As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to give the order to attack. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded throughout Doomsday City, and then a blood-red ray of light shot up into the sky. It flashed through the sky before descending to the ground outside the city. A voice resounded, "Do any demons dare to fight me?" Chapter 1338, I just want to annihilate the human race. Chapter 1338, I just want to annihilate the human race. It's the Sword Master. He has come out of his closed-door cultivation. He's here. Our human race still has a chance. Sword Master. Countless people in Doomsday City seethed with excitement at the sight of Yang Yi. Of course, the main reason was because of what Yang Yi had said. Does any demon dare to fight me? It was domineering. Extremely domineering. Yang Ye's words were like a booster that made the despairing hearts of the humans to once again blaze with hope. As they watched Yang Yi face the entire demon race with his blood-red sword in hand, their blood boiled. A wisp of happiness and excitement flashed through Yi Luyun's eyes, because Yang Ye's arrival had undoubtedly allowed her to see a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the Demon Empress' eyes instantly narrowed slightly when she saw Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi pointed his sword at the demon army and said, "Does any demon in the demon race dare to fight me?" Roar. Being provoked like that caused countless demon beasts to roar at Yang Yi, and then they gazed at the Demon Empress in unison. Obviously, they were seeking permission to meet Yang Yi in battle. The Demon Empress gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then she withdrew her outstretched hand. Yang Yi was challenging the entire demon race, and the demon race would treat it as a humiliation if they didn't accept the challenge. Losing the battle wasn't a problem as the demon race could accept defeat, but not daring to accept a challenge was viewed as an extraordinary humiliation by all demon beasts. While she could order them to attack right away, the demon race would definitely seem inferior if she did that. Moreover, the demon beasts would definitely feel some resentment towards her, while greatly improving the morale of the human race's forces. Because no demon throughout the demon race had dared to accept Yang Ye's challenge, they had to respond to Yang Ye's challenge. But who should be sent? She couldn't, right? She was confident in herself, but she was the Demon Empress, a voider. But Yang Yi was just a quasi-emperor of the younger generation. Even if she defeated him, it would be an undeserved victory. She pondered deeply for a short while was about to speak when a demon beast suddenly arrived before her. It was a huge demon beast that seemed like a cow, but it had 2 feet like humans. However, every other aspect of it was no different than a cow. The Demo Empress frowned slightly. Ox King? The Ox King bowed respectfully to her and said, Demon Empress, I, Ox King, seek permission to accept the challenge. The Demon Empress shook her head and said, Return to your positions. She knew Yang Ye's strength very well, and only she and Emo Shaoling could defeat Yang Yi. As for the other demon beasts, they would only be bringing humiliation upon themselves. But the battle was related to the morale of the demon race's army, so they had to win. The Ox King's face fell when he heard her, but he didn't dare to say anything and just left immediately. Once the Ox King left, the Demon Empress turned to gaze at Emo Shaoling. Little Emo, are you interested in playing with him? Emo Shaoling remained silent for a short while and said, He has that little fellow and the spatial mink. My abilities are completely countered. The Demon Empress smiled. Don't worry. This is a fair fight. He wouldn't dare to bully you like that. Good. I've been wanting to beat him up for a long time. As soon as she finished speaking, Emo Shaoling tapped her right foot lightly against the back of the Cloud Eagle, and then she transformed into a strand of flames that appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi wasn't surprised to see Emo Shaoling, because he'd guessed that the Demon Empress would send her. After all, the Demon Empress and Emo Shaoling were the only ones within the demon race that were confident in their ability to defeat him. But the Demon Empress was the Empress of the demon race and from the older generation, so it was obviously impossible for her to bully someone from the younger generation while the entire world was watching. So, she could only send Emo Shaoling. Emo Shaoling spoke coldly. Your human race is about to be annihilated. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while before he asked, Does the demon race have to do this? After all, he had no malice towards the demon race, and if it was possible, he was very willing to live in peace with the demon race. Emo Shaoling replied, Don't you think the continent just needs one species? Yang Yi glanced at her, and then his gaze descended onto the Demon Empress. Demon Empress, it's very likely for that fellow, Nia Wuming, to advance above the Voider realm. If you enter into war with my human race now, he will reap the benefits in the end. I know. The Demon Empress looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, But I just want to annihilate the human race. So long as the human race is annihilated, I don't care about anything else. You won't understand it, and there's no need to waste your breath. Let's just fight. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time, and then he said, Then bring it on. Bang. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, a golden flame instantly appeared on Emo Shaoling's right palm. As soon as the golden flame appeared, Snowy's eyes instantly lit up as she stood on Zier's shoulder. She was about to inhale, but Zier hurriedly stopped her. Yang Yi and Emo Shaoling were fighting a fair battle. If Snowy inhaled the golden flame, it would definitely infuriate the demon race. At that time, the demon race would definitely think that it wasn't a fair fight and swarm Yang Yi. Snowy blinked when Zier stopped her, and her eyes were filled with bewilderment. Zier rubbed Snowy's head gently and said, You can't take it right now, or it'll cause trouble for him. Understand? Snowy nodded while seeming to understand her, yet not completely. After that, she gazed at the flame with reluctance. Actually, Emo Shaoling had been looking at Snowy once she withdrew the flame. She was quite afraid that Snowy would try to inhale it. After all, Snowy wasn't just inhaling the flame. Snowy was taking away its quintessence as well. Fortunately, Snowy had been stopped. In other words, Snowy wouldn't be helping Yang Yi this time. Emo Shaoling chuckled again when she thought up to this point. Yang Yi shook his head when he heard her laughter. He really couldn't stand her strange laughter. So, he didn't hesitate to raise his hand and swing his sword. A ray of sword energy tore through the air and instantly arrived before Emo Shaoling. Emo Shaoling didn't waste her breath, and she immediately tossed the flame at Yang Ye's attack. Bang! Yang Ye's sword energy was instantly enveloped by flames and vanished. After that, the golden flame continued forward towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly when facing this flame. He immediately withdrew the ancient sheath and grasped it in his left hand, and then he sheathed Heaven's gravestone. After that, he activated the sword god seal to improve his sword intent before finally drawing his sword when the flame was just around 1 m away from him. Bang! The golden flame was instantly slashed into two. But Yang Ye's expression changed because the flames instantly expanded upon being slashed apart, and it transformed into an ocean of flames that enveloped him. The experts on the city walls revealed grim expressions at the sight of this. Especially Snowy. Her eyes were opened wide while rage filled them, and she was about to open her mouth and inhale. However, numerous strands of sword energy suddenly shot out from the ocean of flames, and then the ocean of flames was instantly slashed into pieces. After that, a shadow flashed out. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with afterimages of Yang Yi. The experts throughout Doomsday City heaved sighs of relief when they saw that Yang Yi was fine. As for the Demon Empress, her face was icy cold. She'd thought that it wouldn't be very difficult for Emo Shaoling to defeat Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi didn't have the Sprite Lord and Spatial Mink's help now. But now it would seem like it wasn't easy for Emo Shaoling to defeat Yang Yi. Emo Shaoling's eyes instantly narrowed when she saw Yang Yi charge out of the flames, and then another flame appeared on her right palm. At the moment Yang Yi's figure arrived before her, she immediately twisted her wrist, and the flame on her palm transformed into a wave of fire that assaulted Yang Yi. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the sky was transformed into an ocean of fire. As for Yang Yi, he was outside the ocean of fire. At this moment, Heaven's gravestone was covered in flames, and it was trembling violently. Obviously, it was in pain. Yang Ye's profound energy surged while his rebirth rank sword intent surged into Heaven's gravestone. It didn't take long for a ray of light to shoot out from Heaven's gravestone, and the flames around it were instantly dispersed. Yang Yi looked up at Emo Shaoling. At this moment, Emo Shaoling had a dark blue flame and golden flame in her palms. As soon as both flames were on her palms at the same time, the temperature here had instantly grown hot. Moreover, the space around Emo Shaoling had started to become slightly ethereal. Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face. He wasn't like Blind Maiden and couldn't just disregard the flames. Both of those flames felt extraordinarily dangerous to him. Emo Shaoling gazed at Yang Yi while a cold smile arose on the corners of her mouth. A moment later, she flipped her palms, and the flames instantly left her palms and shot towards Yang Yi. They expanded in midair and only took an instant to transform into two huge fire dragons. Once the huge fire dragons appeared in the sky, the temperature here instantly shot up. At this moment, it seemed like the space around them was on the verge of melting. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took a step forward. Rebirth rank sword intent instantly appeared before him, and then it started to become compressed. Bang! A moment of silence later, a terrifying wave of force swept out towards the huge fire dragons. Space collapsed in its wake as it shot forward and slammed against the huge fire dragons. Bang! As soon as they collided, the two huge dragons instantly exploded apart, and then countless threads of flames shot towards the surroundings and incinerated the space in their wake. The army of demon beasts quickly retreated, and the Demon Empress acted quickly as well and dispersed the threads of flames. Because if the flames were to fall into the army, then it would definitely be a calamity. Quite some time passed before the surroundings gradually returned to calm. Yang Yi and Emo Shaoling had moved around 3 kilometers back respectively. There was a trace of seriousness in Emo Shaoling's eyes. Even though she was very confident, she wasn't conceited. She was very well aware that the man who stood before her was much stronger than she'd expected. Yang Yi had a serious expression in his eyes as well. Even though Emo Shaoling was very young, her strength was extremely terrifying, especially those flames. Even his epic realm body wouldn't be able to resist them. Even though both of them feared each other, the battle still had to go on. Emo Shaoling's hands moved slightly, and then 2 balls of flames appeared on her palms. They were the dark blue and golden flames from before. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched as he slowly tightened his grip on Heaven's gravestone. He was ready to bring his sword intent to the brink at any moment. However, another flame suddenly emerged from within Emo Shaoling. Yang Yi felt speechless. Chapter 1339, Annihilate the Humans. Chapter 1339, Annihilate the Humans. A pure white flame appeared before Mo Shaoling. As soon as it did, Yang Yi noticed that the golden flame and dark blue flames had instantly floated to the side as if they were terrified of it. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. Obviously, it was even more terrifying than the golden flame and dark blue flame. Where did she get so many types of flames? Can't we just fight normally? Something worthy of mentioning was that Snowy had instantly become excited when she saw the pure white flame. Her eyes were opened very wide as she gazed at the pure white flame, and she wanted to pounce at Mo Shaoling. Zier hurriedly grabbed Snowy, but Snowy didn't give up and struggled incessantly. How could Zier allow her to cause trouble for Yang Yi? She immediately held tightly onto Snowy. After failing to struggle free for some time, Snowy started to use her cuteness instead. She turned around and pounced on Zier before ceaselessly rubbing her head against Zier. Moreover, she even withdrew numerous violet crystals and raised them towards Zier while a flattering smile covered her face. Zier's heart instantly softened. Fortunately, she was very clearly aware how important the battle was. So she didn't let Snowy leave the city, no matter what Snowy tried. In the end, Snowy gave up. She turned around to gaze at the pure white flames with her mouth wide open, and her saliva flowed and flowed. Meanwhile, Mo Shaoling's face had turned quite pale once the pure white flame emerged from within her. Obviously, it was quite strenuous for her to control 3 flames. The flames started to spin around her under her control. She looked up at Yang Yi while a cold smile hung on the corners of her mouth, and then she raised her right hand slowly. In an instant, the golden flame transformed into a pillar of flames that shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He flipped his palm, and the blood-red sword in his grasp shook violently as he pressed it against the center of his forehead. As soon as the golden pillar of flames arrived, just around 10 away from him, Yang Ye's right foot twisted slightly against the space below him, and then he stomped it down and transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Hiss! The pillar of flames was instantly slashed into 2, and then a ray of light shot straight at Mo Shaoling. Oomph! She grunted coldly as the golden flame appeared on her palm again, and then it shot forward alongside the dark blue flame. Bang! The flames expanded in midair, and then the area was instantly transformed into an ocean of fire. Break! Suddenly, Yang Ye's voice resounded from within the ocean of fire, and then a terrifying force instantly erupted from within there. In an instant, the ocean of fire was blasted open from the center, and then a ray of light flashed out from it. It didn't take long for the flames before Mo Shaoling to be sliced open before that ray of sword energy appeared before her. Mo Shaoling's face turned icy cold. She waved her hand, and the pure white flame instantly transformed into a white fire dragon that slammed down at the sword energy. Bang! A loud explosion resounded. The sword energy was dispersed while Yang Yi appeared 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi glanced at Heaven's gravestone, and he noticed that the glow it emanated had dimmed down tremendously. The white flames could harm void-rank swords. Yang Yi looked up at the huge white dragon in the distance, and his face had an extremely solemn expression on it. While the golden flame and dark blue flame were very dangerous, they were far inferior when compared to the pure white flame. He knew that if he allowed the pure white flame to burn Heaven's gravestone, then Heaven's gravestone would definitely be destroyed. Roar! Meanwhile, the pure white fire dragon roared at Yang Yi, and then a pillar of flames instantly shot out of its mouth and instantly surged towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly when facing it. His sword intent immediately surged out and enveloped Heaven's gravestone, and then he stomped his right foot down and swung Heaven's gravestone with both hands. Bang! The pillar of flames was slashed into 2. However, the white fire dragon suddenly dived down from midair and slammed its body down in Yang Ye's direction. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't choose to go head-on with it, and the wings on his back flapped before he transformed into countless afterimages and vanished on the spot. At the moment Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot, Mo Shaoling's expression had changed slightly. She tapped the tip of her foot against the space below her and was about to fly backwards. However, a sword had arrived in front of her chest. At this moment, it was too late to retreat. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she twisted her palm, and a strand of pure white flames covered her palm before she slapped it forward. Bang! The sword and flaming palm collided, and then the space around them instantly shook violently. Yang Yi and Imo Xiaoling exchanged glances for an instant. Suddenly, a cold smile arose on the corners of Imo Xiaoling's mouth, and then she grabbed Yang Ye's sword. In an instant, a strand of white flames instantly enveloped Heaven's gravestone. Moreover, it started spreading swiftly towards Yang Yi and was about to envelop him. Yang Ye's expression had changed at the exact same instant that she grabbed his sword. He swiftly clenched his left fist and slammed it at her. Physical strength at the brink. A wave of terrifying energy surged out from Yang Ye's fist. Bang! An explosion resounded as both Yang Yi and Imo Xiaoling were pushed around 3 kilometers back. The space before them had cracked open and was trembling violently. It seemed like it would collapse in a moment. Snowy was furious. She pointed her little claw at the huge white dragon while flames of rage burned in her eyes, and she would have charged over if it wasn't for Zier, who was holding tightly onto her. The reason Snowy was angry was that Yang Ye's chest was scorched right now. Moreover, his arm had swelled up completely. Yang Yi would have probably been transformed into ashes if he hadn't retreated fast enough. However, Mo Xiaoling wasn't perfectly fine as well. Blood was seeping out incessantly from the corner of her mouth. After all, she'd suffered a strike that carried Yang Ye's brink laws at close range, so it had injured her internal organs. Mo Xiaoling wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth, and her gaze gradually turned icy cold as she gazed at the blood on her hand. A short while passed before she looked up at Yang Yi. "Human, you've injured me." Yang Yi pointed at his chest. "You almost burnt me to death. You deserved that." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure soared up into the air while 3 flames appeared around her. It was the golden flame, the dark blue flame, and the pure white flame. They were spinning slowly around her, and it didn't take long for them to speed up. As they spun, the temperature here grew hotter and hotter. In next to no time, the expressions of all humans and demon beasts here had changed, because the temperature was growing so high that it almost exceeded their endurance. Because of the rise in temperature, the space around Mo Xiaoling had become ethereal and seemed to be on the verge of melting. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at Mo Xiaoling, and then he lowered his head slightly. No one knew what was running through his mind. Mo Xiaoling formed a strange seal with both hands, and then the 3 flames around her lined up in a straight line. A moment later, they expanded in midair and transformed into a massive fire dragon that was around 3 kilometers long. At the same time, the temperature in the surroundings instantly rose by at least 10 times. The profound energy within all the experts of the human race throughout Doomsday City had started to surge, and then they formed a protective barrier that enveloped themselves. As for the demon race, the demon empress pushed her palms forward lightly, and then the heat coming from the massive fire dragon was instantly dispersed. However, the demon beasts in the surroundings were still affected by the rise in temperature, but it was much better for them now. Something worthy of mentioning was that Snowy had started to become excited again when the massive fire dragon appeared. This time, Zier was almost unable to keep Snowy with her. Snowy's eyes blinked incessantly as she gazed at the fire dragon, and she drooled all over the ground. Actually, it was spirit energy that flowed all over the ground. However, Zier held tightly onto Snowy and didn't let Snowy move. This made Snowy shoot a resentful gaze at Zier, and she seemed to be asking why Zier refused to let her eat it. Zier shook her head slightly and held tightly onto Snowy as she explained, "That's a fair fight. It wouldn't be fair if you interfere. Don't cause trouble for him, all right?" However, Snowy refused to listen this time, and she ceaselessly rubbed her head against Zier's chin. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's head was still lowered, but the sword in his grasp had started to tremble. Suddenly, Mo Xiaoling raised her hand and tapped it in Yang Ye's direction. Roar! The tricolored dragon roared with fury, and then it dived down from midair towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly incinerated completely, and a huge, spatial rift appeared in the sky. A cold smile curled up on Emo Xiaoling's lips as she watched the fire dragon dive down at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly moved. He held tightly onto his sword as he pressed it against his forehead, and then an invisible aura seeped out from within him. When the tricolored dragon was around 30 m away from him, Yang Yi suddenly raised his head, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The sword energy slashed against the head of the massive fire dragon. Hiss! All the spectators were stunned on the spot, because the sword energy had instantly slashed that terrifying fire dragon into two. Moreover, the sword energy didn't slow down at all and instantly arrived before Emo Xiaoling. At this moment, Emo Xiaoling's eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief. Obviously, she hadn't expected her attack to be destroyed with such ease. At the moment the sword energy arrived before her, a female hand suddenly appeared behind her and took her away. The sword energy hit nothing but air. Yang Yi turned to look towards the distance. He was looking at the demon empress, and Emo Xiaoling was standing by her side while still in a slightly stunned state. It was the demon empress who'd saved Emo Xiaoling just now. The demon empress gazed at Yang Yi and spoke solemnly, "You've attained the emperor realm." Yang Yi waved his sword and replied, "You've lost. Is that so?" A cold smile curled up on the corners of her mouth, and then she raised her hand and said, "Army of the demon race, hear me. Crush Doomsday City. We take no captives. Annihilate the humans." Roar. Countless demon beasts roared in unison, and then they swarmed Doomsday City. Yang Ye's figure flashed back to Doomsday City. He gazed at the army of demon beasts that was swarming towards the city and remained silent for a moment, and then he suddenly turned around to gaze at everyone within the city. "We don't fight for the human race. We only fight for the sake of survival." So, Yang Yi pointed his sword at the army of demon beasts and continued, "Kill. For survival." Countless people howled with fury throughout Doomsday City. Chapter 1340 Fighting is the only option. Chapter 1340 Fighting is the only option. Doomsday City was a massive city, but it seemed extremely tiny before the army of countless demon beasts. After all, there were millions of demon beasts around the city, and they were mostly huge like hills. Even though not all humans were within Doomsday City, it could be said that practically all the experts throughout the continent were here. So, once Doomsday City was destroyed, the entire continent would belong to the demon beasts. Of course, the residents of Doomsday City didn't think about the human race's future right now. They were just thinking about how to survive. The demon race was attacking from all sides, so Yi Luyan arranged for their forces to be divided into 4 groups. Every group was led by voiders. Yi Luyan had ordered them to defend the city no matter what, because once they failed and allowed the demon beasts to enter the city, then Doomsday City would fall into chaos in an instant. After she arranged all of that, Yi Luyan went over to Yang Ye's side and pointed at Emo Xiaoling. "That young woman's flames are very strong. We can't allow her flames to get close to Doomsday City." Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Snowy, who was in Zier's arms. "If she releases those flames again, then suck them all away. All right?" Snowy nodded forcefully because she'd been wanting to do that for a long time. Yang Yi walked over to Zier and Snowy. He gazed at Zier, smiled as he rubbed her head, and then rubbed Snowy's head before he said, "Don't leave the city later. Protect yourselves well, and Luyun too." Zier remained silent. As he watched her remain silent, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. He knew that she would definitely act if he was in danger. So, he didn't say anything. He just hugged both Zier and Snowy lightly, and then he turned to look at Yi Luyun. "You're in charge of everything from now." Yi Luyun nodded and remained silent. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at an empty area by his side. It didn't take long for the space there to ripple, and then Shui Linlang and Qian Longkong appeared there. Yang Yi ordered, "Divide the Slayer Pavilion's forces into 4 and tell them to support our armies at each of the city gates. As for the 2 of you, assist our voiders in their battles with the Voider Realm demon beasts." Qian Longkong asked, "What are you going to do?" Yang Yi glanced at the army of demon beasts in the surroundings and smiled. "I'm going to cheer everyone on." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot on the ground and shot up into the sky. The ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp, and then he sheathed his sword before looking up at the demon empress who stood on the cloud eagle in the distance. Demon Empress, you're the #1 expert of the demon race. Come, do you dare to fight me? At the moment they heard Yang Yi leave the city and challenge the demon empress, the blood of everyone throughout Doomsday City seethed. Hope. Even though Doomsday City was at a disadvantage, the human race was still filled with hope. Why? Because of Yang Yi. The demon race was very strong. But so what? Doesn't Yang Yi show no fear to it at all? No matter how strong the demon race was, the human race dared to fight them. The human race's morale instantly surged up when Yang Yi left the city and issued his challenge, and their aura was on par with the demon race. Emo Xiaoling was about to attack, but the demon empress stopped her and said, "Let me do it." As soon as she finished speaking, the demon empress figure appeared before Yang Yi. She gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she said, "I never expected you to attain the Emperor realm in such a short while. What a surprise." Yang Yi glanced at the dense expanse of demon beasts that were charging at Doomsday City and said, "Demon Empress, I don't understand something. You seem to really detest the human race." The demon empress placed her hands behind her back and smiled. "How did you discern that?" Yang Yi replied, "Intuition." He hadn't thought about it carefully, but now that he had, he noticed that the demon race actually showed signs of wanting to attack the human race from a long time ago. It was obvious from the training that the demon beasts were going through and the equipment that they wore. Moreover, the demon race was clearly prepared to deal with the defensive formations on Heaven Pillar Peak. All the signs pointed to the fact that the demon race had been planning to attack Heaven Pillar Peak for a long time. Intuition? The demon empress chuckled and said, "I remember I told you that I was ignorant and entered the demon race when I was young, and then I was saved by my husband. There was something I didn't tell you, and I'll add it in now. Do you know what happened to my family after I married into the demon race?" She chuckled before Yang Yi could answer here, but her smile was quite cold. "Once I married into the demon race, my family was annihilated. Do you know what was the reason that they used? They said that I brought shame to the human race." Haha. Marrying into the demon race is a humiliation for the human race? How truly laughable. As she finished speaking, her eyes were filled with coldness. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "Those people who killed your family are probably dead by now." She nodded. "They're dead. All of them are dead?" Yang Yi frowned. "Since you've taken revenge, then why try to annihilate the human race?" She looked up at the humans throughout Doomsday City, and then a smile arose on the corners of her mouth. Someone said that he hoped for only the demon race to exist in this world. So, the human race can vanish. Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while, and then his profound energy surged. The demon empress clearly hated the human race to the bone. As far as she was concerned, every other human besides herself had to die. Such a thought was ingrained deep within her mind. So no matter what he said now, it would make no difference. Fight. Fighting was the only option. The demon empress flipped her palm and a fine whip appeared in her grasp. Both of them exchanged glances in midair, and then a moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. 600 overlapped heaven rings. After he attained the Emperor realm, he was able to overlap heaven rings 600 times. As soon as he swung his sword, a beam of sword energy shot towards the demon empress at a speed that wasn't visible to the eye. The demon empress' eyes narrowed slightly when she sensed how terrifying Yang Ye's attack was, and there was a trace of seriousness in the depths of her eyes. She didn't dare act carelessly, and she waved her hand, causing the fine whip to leave numerous afterimages behind as it swept forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then the demon empress was pushed around 1 kilometer back. She looked down at the whip in her grasp. At this moment, the void rank whip of hers had cracked apart. There was even a crack on her palm, and blood was slowly seeping out from it. The demon empress remained silent for an instant before she waved her right hand and put the whip away. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I never expected your strength to reach such heights upon attaining the Emperor realm." Yang Yi didn't speak and just sheathed Heaven's gravestone within the ancient sheath. In an instant, profound energy flowed out from him, and then the space around him instantly rippled. Yang Yi walked slowly towards the demon empress while holding the hilt of his sword. At the same time, the wings behind his back started to tremble. The demon empress clenched her fists slowly. When Yang Yi arrived 300 m away from her, she suddenly raised her hands, and then an ice crystal appeared in her grasp. After that, a ray of dazzling light erupted from the ice crystal. In an instant, the scene around her started transforming, and it didn't take long for the surroundings to become a world of snow. As for the demon empress, she'd vanished, and only Yang Yi remained here. Yang Yi stopped, glanced at the surroundings, and then closed his eyes slowly. A short while passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Because everything before him wasn't an illusion, it was real. Even though illusions could seem real to others, everything before him really wasn't an illusion and was real instead. He was sure of it. After all, he possessed the enlightened sword heart and had comprehended the sword domain. So no matter how great the illusion was, it was impossible for it to deceive him. Suddenly, the mountains of ice around him moved. Countless mountains of ice collapsed abruptly, and then transformed into blades of ice that shot at him. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and took a step forward. In an instant, a wave of light surged out from within him and collided with those blades of ice. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly. Yang Ye's sword energy was much sharper than those blades of ice, so they were instantly dispersed upon coming into contact with his sword energy. However, Yang Ye's expression grew more and more solemn, because the blades of ice simply seemed endless. As soon as he destroyed some, even more appeared, and they were growing stronger. Yang Yi was ceaselessly sizing up the surroundings. He remained silent for a moment before he sheathed his sword in the ancient sheath, and then he drew it and swung it forward. Since it wasn't an illusion, then he had no choice but to use force. A beam of sword energy immediately shot forward. The blades of ice in its path were instantly obliterated, and the surroundings grew slightly ethereal. A cold smile arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. He sheathed his sword again, and then drew it once more. Another beam of sword energy shot out from the ancient sheath and shot deep into the depths of the sky. Bang! It didn't take long for a loud explosion to resound in the sky. At this moment, Yang Yi felt the entire world tremble slightly. At the same time, everything around him grew even more ethereal. Yang Yi sheathed heaven's gravestone in the ancient sheath, and then a moment of silence ensued before he drew it and swung it. Bang! A loud explosion resounded again, and it sounded like something here had shattered. It didn't take long for a wave of white light to flash. When Yang Yi opened his eyes again after a few breaths of time passed, everything had returned to normal. However, his expression instantly changed drastically. Because the demon empress was above Doomsday City, and her whip was descending towards Zir. However, everyone throughout Doomsday City, and even Zir, seemed to be frozen on the spot. They couldn't move at all, and they could only watch as the whip descended towards Zir. Yang Ye's eyes instantly seemed like they were filled with an ocean of blood. Demon Empress. I, Yang Yi, will definitely slaughter the entire demon race if you dare to harm even a hair on her. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a blood-red ray of light that vanished on the spot. Chapter 1341 The Only Way to Survive. Chapter 1341 The Only Way to Survive. As soon as she fought Yang Yi, the demon empress understood that her current strength wasn't capable of doing anything to Yang Yi. There was only one way to restrain Yang Yi, and it was to capture Zir and Snowy. She'd investigated him, and she knew that Yang Yi really cared for Zir and Snowy. So long as she captured them, she would definitely be able to restrain Yang Yi. When she saw the demon empress attack, Zir was prepared to take Snowy with her and flee. However, she couldn't move. She knew that it was the laws of time. The laws of time were something that she couldn't resist at all. She could only watch helplessly as the demon empress whip descended towards her and Snowy. Snowy's eyes had instantly opened wide when she saw the whip descend. and then she transformed into a ray of white light that went into the folds of Zier's clothes before her chest. But it didn't take long for Snowy's head to emerge again, and then she scratched Zier's face as if she was telling Zier to run. However, Zier didn't react at all. At this moment, Snowy became anxious, because the whip was less than 30 m away from her and Zier. Snowy's delicate figure trembled violently without end while her head shivered slightly. Obviously, she was extremely afraid. She wanted to hide, but she didn't want to leave Zier behind. So afraid, so conflicted, so hesitant, and so angry. It didn't take long for the whip to arrive just around 10 m away from Zier's head. The powerful force it carried caused the walls of Doomsday City to start cracking apart. As for the target of the whip, Zier's face had turned ghastly pale. Suddenly, Snowy raised her head and looked at the Demon Empress. At this moment, her hairs were standing on end. It was partially from her fear, but also because of her rage. Snowy gnashed her teeth and glared angrily at the Demon Empress. When the whip was less than 3 m away from them, Snowy suddenly placed her claws on her stomach and took a deep breath. A moment later, her figure shuddered before she opened her mouth and spat. Bang! A pure white pillar of spirit energy shot out from her mouth. It wasn't very large and just around 3 m thick. However, it was extremely pure. The spirit energy within it was completely solid, and it wasn't exaggerated to call it a crystal pillar. The pillar of spirit energy shot up into the air and slammed against the Demon Empress whip. The Demon Empress hadn't expected Snowy to do that, so she was caught off guard and struck by the pillar of spirit energy. Bang! An explosion resounded while the Demon Empress was pushed around 300 m back. Snowy blinked when she saw that she pushed the Demon Empress back, and then she shook her head. After that, she pressed her claws against her stomach again, and it didn't take long for her mouth to swell up again. The Demon Empress glanced at her whip and then glanced at Snowy. Disbelief filled her eyes as she said, "How could this be possible? You actually disregarded the laws of time." Bang! Meanwhile, Snowy spat out another pillar of spirit energy. But this time, it had only just been spat out when the Demon Empress whip shattered it. After that, the whip didn't slow down at all as it descended towards Zier and Snowy. Snowy blinked, and then she covered her eyes. Right when the whip was about to strike them, a ray of blood-red light tore through the air and instantly slammed against the whip. Bang! The fine void rank whip was instantly blasted into pieces, and the powerful force of the collision pushed the Demon Empress back repeatedly. She was pushed around 300 m back. The Demon Empress face fell when she saw Yang Yi arrive. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy, who had closed her eyes while trembling incessantly, and his heart hurt. He rubbed her head gently and spoke in a gentle tone. "It's fine. It's fine now. Don't be afraid. It's fine now." Snowy moved her claws away when she heard Yang Yi, and then she looked up at him. As soon as she saw Yang Yi, she immediately pounced into his arms and her tears surged out incessantly like torrents. In less than a breath of time, Yang Ye's entire body was covered in a layer of white mist. It was Snowy's tears, of course. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head, and then he gazed at Zier and the others. At this moment, the laws of time had been suppressed by his sword domain and had vanished. So, everyone in the surroundings had returned to normal. Zier spoke softly, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded. He was about to pass Snowy to Zier, but Snowy was holding tightly onto him and refused to let go. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Snowy, let go now. I'll go avenge you, all right?" Snowy looked up at Yang Yi, and then her eyes that were filled with tears of spirit energy blinked and blinked. A short while passed before she nodded, and then she let go of Yang Yi. After he passed Snowy back to Zier, Yang Yi turned around and looked towards the distance. The Demon Empress had returned to the army of demon beasts. Yang Ye's eyes instantly turned icy cold when he gazed at her. If Snowy hadn't attacked at the critical moment, Snowy and Zier would probably be gone. As soon as he thought about that, Yang Ye's face gradually became ferocious. Zier and Snowy were his reverse scale, and anyone who touched them had to die. This time, he didn't waste his breath at all. He stomped his foot against the ground, and his figure transformed into a ray of light shot off from the walls of Doomsday City. The ray of light shot through the sky and went straight for the Demon Empress. The Demon Empress' eyes narrowed slightly on the Cloud Eagle's back, and she had an extremely solemn expression on her face. Yang Ye's strength at the Emperor realm had completely surpassed her imagination, especially when he possessed the sword domain. Her laws of time were utterly useless before him. So, she didn't dare act carelessly. Of course, it was impossible for her to flee, and she had no choice but to fight. Because if she fled or avoided fighting Yang Yi, then the demon race's morale would plummet. Bang! A terrifying aura suddenly surged out from within her. At the same time, she tapped her right foot down slightly, and then her figure transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the air and collided with Yang Yi. Bang! As soon as they collided, the sky shook violently, and then a wave of deafening rumbling resounded through the sky. Countless waves of energy and sword energy shot out incessantly in all directions. Wave after wave swept out in all directions and covered the entire sky. However, the battle didn't just stop there. Loud explosions were resounding incessantly from amidst the waves of energy in the sky. While Yang Yi and the Demon Empress fought, the army of humans and demon beasts didn't stand by idly. Countless demon beasts covered the sky and the ground as they surged towards Doomsday City. As for the army of humans, they were naturally fighting with all their might. At this moment, it was the final battle between the human race and demon race. It was especially so for the human race. They could only win this battle, because if they lost, they wouldn't even have a chance to change their fate. Survival. The only way to survive was to win. As for the demon race, they just had to win this battle, and then only the demon race would be left on Dark Hell Continent. The demon race would become the sole owner of Dark Hell Continent. Regardless of whether it was the human race or demon race, this battle was of the utmost importance to them. On the city walls of Doomsday City, Zier, who stood by Yi Luyun's side, spoke in a low voice. "Should we activate the sword formation?" Yi Luyun shook her head and said, "It isn't time yet." As she spoke, she pointed at one of the groups of demon beasts. "See those demon beasts?" Zier looked down towards the group Yi Luyun was pointing at. It was a group of pythons that were huge like mountains. There were around 200 of them, and all of them were at the Emperor realm. After that, Yi Luyun pointed at the sky on both sides of Doomsday City. "See that? Those flying troops haven't even attacked yet. They are waiting for an opportunity. Once the opportune moment arrives, they'll strike a lethal blow to us. Our sword formation has to be used at that moment. Otherwise, we'll definitely suffer a blow that we can't endure." Zier nodded. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun suddenly looked up at the sky and said, "If the outcome of their battle is decided in advance, then the outcome of the battle between the human race and demon race will be decided as well." Zier looked up at the sky. Yang Yi was at the Emperor realm, so she wasn't afraid of his safety, and she was worried about Doomsday City instead. If the demon race's army destroyed the city before Yang Yi could defeat the demon empress, then the human race would be truly finished. No matter how strong Yang Yi was, it was impossible for him to stop the entire army of demon beasts. After all, even the army of millions of demon beasts just stood there for Yang Yi to kill them. He would probably take a few years to annihilate them. The human race's desperate resistance allowed their army to stop the attack of the demon race's army over and over again. However, the human race suffered heavy losses as well. Corpses were piling up outside the city walls and on the city walls as well. Similarly, the demon race had lost many demon beasts, but they were quite few when compared to the human race's losses. Bang! Suddenly, rumbling resounded in the sky. Everywhere watched as the space in the sky cracked apart, and then two figures appeared before them. It was Yang Yi and the Demon Empress. The Demon Empress looked at Yang Yi with a cold and indifferent gaze. She seemed to be completely fine on the surface, but she'd lost half of her palms that were concealed within her sleeves. Yang Yi was holding Heaven's gravestone. There were no injuries on him as well, and there was just a trace of scarlet red on the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the battle below, and then his heart sank. At this moment, the human race was in quite a worrying situation. He wanted to deal with the Demon Empress as soon as possible, because so long as he killed her, the army of demon beasts would naturally retreat in defeat. However, the Demon Empress refused to risk her life against him, and she was just keeping him busy and avoiding direct collisions. The Demon Empress was buying time. Meanwhile, the Demon Empress suddenly spoke in a low voice. I should have done whatever it took to kill you that day. That day, she'd let Yang Yi leave because she wanted to use him against the Nye clan, and she'd gotten her wish. Yang Yi had crippled the entire Nye clan. Yet now, Yang Yi had advanced to the Emperor realm, and she was facing an even stronger Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Ye's strength wasn't inferior to her at all, and it might have even surpassed her. Yang Yi didn't speak, and the profound energy within him surged. It was meaningless no matter what they said right now. Now, only fighting could resolve things. Meanwhile, the Demon Empress suddenly said, Fortunately, I kept a trump card. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand. Chapter 1342 Prosper. Chapter 1342 Prosper. Roar. The enraged howl of a demon beast suddenly resounded through the sky, and then a black shadow appeared in the air. The black shadow was extremely swift, and it instantly arrived before Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi saw its appearance clearly. It was a demon beast, a completely pitch-black demon beast that was shaped like a panther and had a horn on its head. The Black Panther didn't stop and just slammed its body towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he drew his sword and swung it. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the Black Panther was blasted around 1 kilometer away, while Yang Yi moved around 300 m back. Yang Yi had quite a solemn expression on his face. While this demon beast wasn't as strong as the Demon Empress, it wasn't much weaker. He hadn't expected the demon race to actually possess such an expert. Roar! The Black Panther gazed ferociously at Yang Yi, while strands of terrifying aura surged out incessantly from within it. It was about to charge at Yang Yi but was stopped by the Demon Empress. Grand Elder, I'll keep him busy. You help our forces breach the city. The Black Panther glanced at her and said, His strength is extraordinary. Be careful. The Demon Empress nodded. The Black Panther glanced at Yang Yi, and then it transformed into a black shadow that shot towards Doomsday City. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was about to attack. However, the Demon Empress obstructed his path and smiled. Surprised? Yang Yi nodded. I'm quite surprised indeed. She gazed at him and said, Do you know why the human race lost? Because it isn't united. The overall strength of the human race, and especially its peak forces, far surpass the demon race. Just like before. If all of you were able to stay united with the Nye clan, then my demon race wouldn't have a chance to win. Unfortunately, all of you weren't united. As for my demon race, I just have to give the order, and no one will refuse to obey. Yang Yi glanced at her, turned around to gaze at Doomsday City, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Liuyun's expression changed when she saw the Black Panther attack, and she hurriedly said, Activate the sword formation. OM. As soon as she gave the order, an ear-piercing sword howl erupted in the sky above the city, and then over 10,000 swords appeared there. At the same time, the over 40 sword cultivators in blade appeared in the sky, and then their sword intent surged out into those swords. Attack! A voice resounded in the sky above the city. As soon as the order was given, the swords in the sky suddenly emanated countless rays of light. All of those rays of light converged together to form a huge sword of light that shot towards the Black Panther. The Black Panther didn't retreat, and even sped up instead. Just like that, the sword and panther slammed against each other outside the city. Bang! The huge sword of light was instantly shattered, and it transformed into countless rays of light that swept towards the surroundings. As for the Black Panther, it was blasted over 3 kilometers away. The Demon Empress' face fell when she witnessed this scene, but Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief instead. Even though he knew the sword formation was extraordinary, he didn't know exactly how strong it was. Now, he was quite surprised when he witnessed its strength. After all, the Black Panther was extremely strong, and it could be said to be even stronger than Yetian. However, the Black Panther had been blasted back by a single attack from the sword formation. Even though it hadn't killed the Black Panther, it was extremely formidable. That sword formation isn't bad. The demon empress suddenly said, however, I wonder how long it can last. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand. In an instant, the over 200 pythons that remained stationary outside Doomsday City had charged at the city. At the same time, the flying demon beasts swarmed the city from above. The entire demon race was attacking now. This time, it hadn't held back at all. Yang Yi glanced at the corpses of humans and demon beasts on the ground below, and then he gazed at the demon empress. He'd intended to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. At such a point in time, it was pointless to say anything. Yang Yi rubbed his forehead, and then the sword god seal instantly lit up. The demon empress' eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of this, and a solemn expression appeared on her face. Actually, she was quite afraid that Yang Yi would activate the sword god's seal. Based on Yang Ye's current strength, she would be absolutely incapable of stopping him once he utilized the sword god's seal. However, Yang Yi would naturally not activate it and forcefully improve his sword intent. Even though he would be able to defeat the demon empress by doing that, the consequences of the backlash from it were something that he couldn't bear. He hadn't forgotten how besides the demon race, he still had to face the Nye clan's Nye Wuming. What if Nye Wuming made an appearance while he was suffering from the backlash? At that time, would anyone in the human race be able to stop him? Moreover, what if he wasn't able to kill the demon empress right away? Once she was able to keep him busy until he suffered from the backlash, then the human race would be finished. Once the sword god seal lit up, Yang Ye's rebirth rank sword intent instantly grew even sharper. Yang Yi held the ancient sheath in hand as he sheathed heaven's gravestone within it, and then he immediately drew it and swung it. The sword left its sheath, and a ray of blood-red sword energy flashed through the sky towards the demon empress. At the moment Yang Yi drew his sword, the demon empress had raised her palms slightly. In an instant, the space around her warped. A moment later, she pressed her palms together and swiftly slammed them in Yang Ye's direction. Bang! An invisible wave of energy instantly appeared here. An energy palm emerged from the space before the demon empress, and it slammed against Yang Ye's sword energy. Their attacks had just come into contact when a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the point of collision. But it didn't take long for Yang Yi to suddenly vanish on the spot, and then a ray of light flashed through the air. Everywhere it passed, the wave of energy was instantly sliced apart. Actually, the wave of energy wasn't the only thing that had been sliced apart. The space before it was sliced apart as well. At the same time that Yang Ye's figure vanished, the demon empress revealed a ferocious expression on her face, and then she transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Yang Yi. Rumble. Because Yang Yi and the demon empress were fighting there, the space in the sky was trembling violently. But it didn't take long for a change to occur in the situation. The demon empress was in a disadvantaged position. Yang Ye's frenzied attacks caused her to be pushed back repeatedly, and after around 15 minutes passed, she was completely suppressed. Emo Xiaoling's face turned icy cold at the sight of this. 2 balls of flames immediately appeared on her palms, but she seemed to have thought of something when she was about to lend the demon empress a hand, causing her to swiftly turn to look at Doomsday City. At this moment, Snowy had opened her mouth. Emo Xiaoling's expression changed at the sight of this, and she hurriedly kept the flames back. After all, Snowy didn't just absorb the flames, she absorbed their quintessence as well. If even that was sucked away, then these natural treasures would truly be leaving her. Snowy blinked when she saw Emo Xiaoling put the flames away, and then her eyes opened wide. She glared at Emo Xiaoling and was even prepared to charge at Emo Xiaoling. However, Zier held tightly onto her. Those flames weren't the sole source of Emo Xiaoling's strength. It could be said that if Snowy and her didn't counter Emo Xiaoling's abilities, no one on the human race's side would stand a chance against the joint forces of Emo Xiaoling and the Demon Empress. Even Yang Yi, who'd attained the Emperor realm, wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand in a battle with the Demon Empress and Emo Xiaoling. The Black Panther outside the city had clearly noticed the situation that the Demon Empress faced, and it was about to lend the Demon Empress a hand. However, the Demon Empress voice suddenly came from the sky. "Ignore me. Attack the city at full force and breach it as soon as possible." The Black Panther hesitated for a moment before ferocity covered its face. Roar. It roared with fury, and then its figure instantly started to grow. In just a breath of time, it was almost 100 times larger, and it was the largest demon beast here. At this moment, its height was practically comparable to Doomsday City. As soon as they saw this scene, Yi Lu Yun and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces. Roar. Along with a furious howl, the demon beast before it moved aside and opened up a path for the Black Panther. In next to no time, the Black Panther started dashing. At the moment it started dashing, the entire ground and even the entire city started trembling. Yi Lu Yun clenched her hands. How could she dare to let the enlarged Black Panther collide with Doomsday City? She immediately raised her right hand, and then the swords in the sky above the city instantly started to spin madly. As for Dugu Jian and the other members of Blade, they madly released their sword intent into those swords, causing the swords to ceaselessly emanate ear-piercing sword howls. When the Black Panther was around 30 m away from Doomsday City, Yi Lu Yun suddenly waved her palm down. Attack! As soon as she gave the order, the swords in the sky immediately transformed into rays of light that surged at the Black Panther. How grand was a scene of 10,000 swords descending from the sky. They were like a meteor shower descending upon the Black Panther. But the Black Panther showed no intent to retreat or stop the swords. It just did one thing, and that was speech up. It was growing faster and faster. When it was around 15 m away from Doomsday City, the swords in the sky had finally arrived before it. However, it still didn't dodge or try to stop them. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sword shot into the Black Panther's body, and then around 10,000 pillars of blood sprayed up into the air. It was magnificent and bloody. The experts on the city walls immediately heaved sighs of relief at the sight of this. If that huge fellow were to slam itself against the city, then Doomsday City would definitely collapse. However, it didn't take long for their expressions to change and turn quite ghastly pale, because that Black Panther that was bleeding from all over its body hadn't stopped, and it was still dashing forward. Its eyes were filled with ferocity and resolve. Even though 10,000 swords had pierced it, it hadn't slowed down at all. It didn't take long for the Black Panther to arrive around 5 m away from the city. An instant later, only 3 m remained. At this moment, despair covered the faces of everyone throughout the city. When the Black Panther arrived around 1 m away from the city walls, while the color in its eyes had started to fade, there was a savage smile on the corners of its mouth. My demon race shall prosper. The Black Panther's slightly hoarse howl resounded through the surroundings, and then its body leaped forward and slammed against the city. Bang! A loud explosion resounded before the city walls collapsed. Chapter 1343, Fight to the Death. The walls around the entire city rumbled and collapsed after the Black Panther collided against it. As for the experts on the city walls, they flew up into the air to avoid being affected by it. It wasn't just the humans who moved away. The demon beasts outside the city retreated quickly as well. Even though their bodies were sturdy, they didn't dare to allow the crumbling wall to slam against them. After it collapsed the city walls, the final trace of color in the Black Panther's eyes vanished before it fell slowly to the ground. As soon as it fell to the ground, its huge body was instantly buried beneath the collapsing rubble. Roar! A furious howl resounded abruptly, and it didn't take long for countless demon beasts to charge at Doomsday City. The experts of Doomsday City were utterly stunned when they saw the dense expanse of demon beasts charging at them. The eyes of many started to show terror. They naturally felt terror because countless huge demon beasts that were like hills were charging at them. All of the demon beasts had ferocious glows in their eyes and seemed intent on eating them. It didn't take long for some overly terrified cultivators to start fleeing. Suddenly, Yi Lu Yun shot down into the city and shouted with fury, "Blade! OM!" Sword howls resounded incessantly in the city, and it didn't take long for over 40 sword cultivators to appear before her. Yi Lu Yun didn't waste her breath and just pointed at the demon beasts that were surging forward like tidewater. Stop them! Dugu Jian and the others didn't hesitate to transform into rays of light that charged towards the demon beasts. Dugu Jian, and the others were emperors now. Coupled with the fact that they were sword cultivators who'd comprehended sword intent and were utilizing emperor rank equipment, it was absolutely easy for them to pierce the defenses of those demon beasts. So, once Dugujian and the others charged over, the all-powerful army of demon beasts had been stopped around 30 m away from the city. But anyone could discern that Blade wouldn't be able to hold on for long, because the army of demon beasts was still charging over from afar, so as soon as one was killed, there was always one more to replace it. Yi Luyan pointed at Dugujian's group and said, "They want retreat, but they'll die. They may not die now, but it won't take long. What will happen once they're dead?" She pointed at the people here in the city and continued, "Once they're dead, it'll be your turn. Look around you. The entire city has been surrounded. Only death will be awaiting you if you retreat, but you'll have a chance to survive if you fight. Do you want to die or live?" Everyone felt fear, so she didn't blame them for that. What she had to do was make them understand the situation that they were in. Just as Shed said, she had to make them realize that only death would come from fleeing, and they would have a chance to live if they fought. Live, of course. Someone in the surroundings howled furiously. Yi Luyun nodded, and then she pointed at the demon beasts. "If you want to live, then attack with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she paid no further attention to them. She just charged towards the demon beasts in the distance. Meanwhile, Zir patted Snowy's head lightly and said, "Hide yourself." Snowy turned to glance at the demon beasts, blinked, and then quickly nodded. She immediately transformed into a ray of light that vanished between the folds of Zir's clothes at her chest. Once Snowy hid herself, Zir's figure shot towards the demon beasts. Even though she was a demon beast, she stood on Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi and her didn't differentiate between species. If the human race wanted to kill her, then Yang Yi would definitely kill them. Similarly, if the demon race wasted to kill Yang Yi, then she would definitely kill them. They only cared about each other, and they disregarded right and wrong. The human race and demon race entered into close-quarter combat. Even though the human race was inferior to the demon race, they had to win or die, so their combat strength was extraordinarily formidable. After all, they were in a hopeless situation with no way out, so they naturally didn't hold any hope of being lucky. As far as the humans were concerned, they had a small chance to survive if they fought, and if they died, they would drag some demons down with them. The humans were being suppressed in battle on the ground. As for the battle in the air, the demon empress was being suppressed by Yang Yi. At this moment, she was trying to hold on with all her might. There were a few dozen injuries all over her body. Besides that, one of her ears had been sliced off. It could be said that she was in an extremely terrible state, but she was still holding on until the demon race completely destroyed the city. So long as the army of demon beasts crushed the city, the demon race would have won. She intended to keep Yang Yi busy, but Yang Yi couldn't afford to let that happen. He was very well aware that the human race would definitely lose in close-quarter combat with the demon race. It couldn't be helped. The current strength of the human race was much weaker than the demon race. Even if they had the numbers, the humans wouldn't be able to gain an advantage over the abnormal defenses of the demon race, let alone now that their numbers were inferior to the demon race. So, he had to kill the demon empress before the demon race's army fully invaded the city. Only by killing her could the human race turn the situation around. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't hold back at all. The boost from the Sword God Seal enhanced Yang Ye's sword intent to an extremely terrifying level. Coupled with the fact that he was an emperor, his strength in all aspects had risen tremendously. So, even an expert at the Demon Empress level could only dodge and avoid direct combat while facing him. At this moment, Head defeated her, and he was trying to kill her. Every second counted. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or the Demon Empress, the army of humans, or the army of demon beasts, all of them were seizing every second they had. It was a battle that would end in the annihilation of a species, so both the human race and demon race couldn't afford to lose. The most carefree person here was Emo Xiaoling. She hadn't participated in the battle, and she was just standing in the sky and watching coldly. She naturally wanted to join the battle, but so long as she released her flames, Snowy would emerge and target her. This made her feel extremely aggrieved, because she didn't even dare to get close to Snowy. So long as she did, Snowy could drag the flames out of her even if she didn't withdraw them herself. It could be said that if it wasn't for Snowy, the human race would have been defeated a long time ago. Because besides Yang Yi, no other human expert here could stop her flames. Unfortunately, Snowy was here, and Snowy was the reason why she didn't even dare to get close to Doomsday City. Emo's Xiaoling was sizing up the surroundings without end, and she seemed to be looking for an opportunity to act. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she looked up into the sky. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy suddenly erupted in the sky. In an instant, the space in the sky shook violently, and then the entire expanse of space there collapsed and formed a huge black hole. It didn't take long for a figure to be tossed out of the black hole. Emo Xiaoling's pupils constricted when she saw that figure. Because it was the Demon Empress. Emo Xiaoling was about to lend the Demon Empress a hand. Suddenly, the Demon Empress' falling figure stopped in midair, and then a blue beam of light swiftly surged out from within her and shot towards the black hole. When the beam of blue light was just halfway to the black hole, a ray of sword energy shot out from within the black hole. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, the blue beam of light instantly dispersed, and the ray of light didn't slow down at all as it shot towards the Demon Empress. However, Emo Xiaoling was stunned when she saw that the Demon Empress actually wasn't trying to dodge the attack. What's she doing? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw that the Demon Empress wasn't trying to evade his attack, and he felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't withdraw his attack now, nor did he want to. At the instant Yang Ye's sword arrived before her chest, a wisp of ferocity arose on the corners of the Demon Empress' mouth. Her palms had suddenly been covered in a layer of ice crystals. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword was right before her chest. Hiss! The sword pierced straight through her chest, but her figure moved slightly to the side at the critical moment and made the sword miss her vital organs. Right when Yang Yi was about to swing his sword horizontally, the Demon Empress grabbed Heaven's gravestone with one of her palms that were covered in ice crystals while the other slammed against Yang Ye's chest. Bang! A wave of terrifying coldness instantly swept through the surroundings while Yang Ye's figure and Heaven's gravestone were sealed in ice. However, it only took an instant for a strand of sword intent to surge out from within the ice. Bang! The ice shattered, but Yang Ye's figure was blasted away, and he flew over 3 kilometers before finally managing to stop himself. Yang Yi looked down at his chest. At this moment, the skin there had actually cracked apart, while the blood-red glow Heaven's gravestone emanated had dimmed down tremendously. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before he looked up at the Demon Empress. At this moment, there was a blood hole in her chest and blood was surging out incessantly from it. That injury had been created by rebirth rank sword intent, so even the Demon Empress couldn't repair it in a short while. I never expected that even that wouldn't be able to kill you. The Demon Empress stared fixedly at Yang Yi. That attack could be considered her final attack. She had suffered a heavy injury in order to take Yang Ye's life, but the results disappointed her. Yang Ye's body had forcefully endured her attack. I've been absolutely careful, but I never expected that you would still be able to almost turn the situation around. Yang Yi walked towards her with Heaven's gravestone in hand. Come, let me see what other trump cards you have. The Demon Empress looked at the ground below. At this moment, the frenzied attacks of the demon army were ceaselessly pushing the human army back, and it was obvious that the battle would end soon. The Demon Empress took a deep breath when she thought about that, and then she gazed at Yang Yi with eyes that were filled with madness. Yang Yi, no one will be able to save the human race today. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged out madly from within her, and the space around her instantly started to ripple. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. His profound energy surged while sword intent swept out from him, and he was about to attack. However, his expression suddenly changed drastically. A moment later, he stomped his right foot down, and then space below him shook violently as he relied on the counterforce to push himself around 3 kilometers back. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaoling's horrified voice resounded from below, Demon Empress, watch out. The Demon Empress was slightly stunned, and then her pupils constricted to the size of needles. Hiss! Suddenly, A hand pierced through the demon empress' stomach, and her eyes instantly opened wide. Chapter 1344 Above the Voider Realm. An old man had suddenly appeared behind the demon empress. Yang Yi, the demon empress, and Imo Shaoling recognized the old man. It was the ancestor of the Nye clan, who had vanished for half a month, Nye Wuming. At this moment, Nye Wuming's hand had pierced through the demon empress' stomach, and blood was spraying incessantly from there. Aunt Xiao. Imo Xiaoling's shocked and furious voice resounded from below, and then two balls of flames transformed into pillars of flame that shot towards Nye Wuming. Nye Wuming moved close to the demon empress' ear, and a cold smile arose on the corners of his mouth as he said, "Demon Empress, after 1,000 years of fighting, you've lost." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shook his right hand. Bang! The demon empress was blasted away. After that, Nye Wuming gazed at the flames that had arrived before him. There was a wisp of ridicule on the corners of his mouth as he gazed at them, and then he stretched his right hand forward and shook it slightly. Bang! The pillars of flames instantly exploded in midair. The flames that shot towards the surroundings suddenly started to tremble, and then they were instantly obliterated in midair. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. Has that fellow's strength advanced above the Voider Realm? Meanwhile, Imo Xiaoling's face was covered in shock. Obviously, she hadn't expected Nye Wuming's strength to arrive at such a level. Besides Snowy, even Yang Yi and the demon empress couldn't destroy them with ease. Yet now, Nye Wuming had actually destroyed her flames with absolute ease. Imo Shaoling gazed coldly at Nye Wuming and said, "You've surpassed the Voider Realm." Exactly. Nye Wuming glanced at the surroundings while a smile arose on the corners of his mouth. The smile on his face gradually grew wider. In the end, he started roaring madly with laughter. "After thousands of years of planning, I've finally surpassed the Voider Realm. Ha ha ha." After laughing for a while, he glanced at everyone here before finally looking at the demon empress who was on the verge of death. "Demon Empress, isn't it terribly aggrieving? Because you should have surpassed the Voider Realm. Unfortunately, you were a step behind." At this moment, both the human race and demon race had stopped fighting. Of course, it was the demon race that had stopped first. The demon empress was on the verge of death, so how could they continue the attack? As for the human race, they were naturally happy to see the demon race halt the attack on them. After the previous battle, the human race had suffered heavy losses, and the survivors were practically exhausted, so they needed to rest. As for counterattacking, Yi Luyun and the others wanted to, but the human race didn't have the strength to do that. The demon empress was on the verge of death, but the demon race's army wasn't. When the demon empress crashed down from the sky, the army of demon beasts immediately charged over and surrounded her. At the center of the demon beasts, the demon empress' countenance was pale while blood ceaselessly flowed out her chest. Yang Yi glanced at her and knew that she was beyond saving, because her internal organs had been shattered, and the only reason she was alive was her formidable strength. She had utilized her cultivation to forcefully seal up her fading vitality. Of course, it was only temporary. Cough. The demon empress coughed lightly, and then a wisp of scarlet red instantly seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She looked up at Nye Wuming while a smile curled up on the corners of her mouth, but her smile was quite bleak. "Indeed, I was a step behind and lost everything. Nye Wuming, you've won after 1,000 years." Nye Wuming gazed at the demon empress as he said, "Demon Empress, even though we're mortal enemies who fought both openly and secretly throughout these years, I have to say that your existence prevented me from feeling bored and lonely. Now, I'm going to break through the restrictions and head out to the outside world to seek the Supreme Grand Tao, but you're about to die. Isn't that very normal?" The demon empress grinned. "The winner lives and the loser dies. It's a truth that has never changed for eternity. It's just such a pity." Nye Wuming asked, "What's a pity?" The demon empress turned to glance at Doomsday City. "It's a pity that the human race of this world was about to vanish. Just a moment longer and my husband's dream would be fulfilled. Just a little longer, and his lifelong dream would be realized. Just a little longer." As she finished speaking, her voice grew weaker, and the color in her eyes faded. Roar! Countless demon beasts howled in unison. Right when the color in her eyes had almost faded completely, she suddenly raised her hand and spoke in a weak voice. My demon race, hear me! Retreat immediately to the veiled region and seal it. The demon race is prohibited from stepping foot into Dark Hell continent in the next 1,000 years, and it will continue until a new king appears. When she spoke up to this point, she stared blankly at the sky while her hand dropped down slowly. I've been waiting thousands of years for this moment. As soon as she finished speaking, the demon empress' hand hit the ground, and the color in her eyes had completely faded. However, there was a smile hanging on the corners of her mouth, and she seemed to have gained her release. Roar! Countless demon beasts knelt on the ground in unison, and then howls of sorrow resounded incessantly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi remained silent, and so did Nie Wuming. The demon empress was their enemy, but there was no right or wrong between them. They just had different standpoints. A short while passed before the cloud eagle took the demon empress' corpse and flew up into the air. Meanwhile, the demon beasts on the ground started to retreat. It was her final order before her death, so no demon beast would disobey it. The army of demon beasts had arrived like a storm and left swiftly like one as well. In next to no time, they'd vanished from everyone's fields of vision. However, their sorrowful howls could still be heard clearly. Even though the demon race had retreated, Yang Yi's expression was still extremely solemn. Because while the demon race had left, Nie Wuming was still here. At this moment, the threat Nie Wuming posed to them wasn't inferior to the demon race's army. At this moment, Nie Wuming paid no attention to Yang Yi, and he gazed at Emo Shaoling instead. The demon race's army had retreated, but she hadn't left, and she was still staring at him. Yang Yi gazed at Emo Shaoling as well. His intuition told him that there was something off about her. Even though Nie Wuming was strong, she was no ordinary person, especially because she was from the large world, so who knew what sort of trump card she had? Suddenly, Emo Shaoling looked up at Yang Yi and said, "How about we join forces to kill him?" Nie Wuming's eyes instantly narrowed when he heard her. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he heard her. He hadn't expected her to say that, but it didn't take long for him to come to a slight understanding. He remembered that the demon empress had once told him how Emo Shaoling had descended from the sky and was saved by her. Moreover, Emo Shaoling had always had a very good relationship with the demon empress. Now that the demon empress had been killed by Nie Wuming, Emo Shaoling probably wanted to avenge her. As soon as he thought up to this point, Yang Yi nodded decisively. Nie Wuming's current strength was clearly much stronger than the demon empress. So, his strength wasn't sufficient to resist Nie Wuming at all. Now that Emo Shaoling wanted to join forces with him and kill Nie Wuming, it was exactly what he wanted. Attack! As soon as Emo Shaoling spoke, 3 flames appeared around her. It didn't take long for them to form a huge tricolored dragon. The temperature here instantly skyrocketed when the dragon appeared, and it didn't take long for the space in the surroundings to start becoming ethereal. The huge dragon shot up into the air under Emo Xiaoling's command and charged at Nie Wuming. Yang Yi didn't stand by idly. His rebirth rank sword intent surged madly into heaven's gravestone, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky towards Nie Wuming. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or Emo Shaoling, they hadn't held back at all, nor did they dare to hold back. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Nie Wuming's mouth when he saw Yang Yi and Emo Xiaoling's attacks charge at him. Ants? As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and then both Yang Yi and the huge tricolored fire dragon were frozen on the spot. The laws of time. Quickly activate your domain. Emo Xiaoling's voice resounded from below. As soon as she finished speaking, a mysterious force appeared here, and then everything instantly returned to normal. The fire dragon and Yang Yi instantly arrived before Nie Wuming and enveloped him. Bang! A moment of silence ensued before a wave of terrifying force appeared in the sky. It didn't take long for both the tricolored fire dragon and the glow on Yang Yi's sword dispersed. At the same time, Yang Yi's figure was instantly blasted 3 kilometers away. Yi Lu-yun and the others' expressions instantly fell at the sight of this. Yang Yi and Mo Xiling's faces turned gloomy as well, because Nie Wuming was much stronger than they'd expected. Ants. Meanwhile, Nie Wuming laughed coldly. Can anyone on this continent even fight me? Yang Yi clenched tightly onto Heaven's gravestone. He was very well aware that Mo Xiaoling and his strengths were utterly incapable of competing with Nie Wuming, who'd surpassed the Voider realm. The only way was to draw him over to Blind Maiden and let her deal with him. Even though he didn't know how strong she really was, her strength was definitely much more terrifying than Nie Wuming. However, had given up on such a thought. Why? Because he didn't want her to look down on him. He was friends with Nether Maiden, true friends. However, Blind Maiden couldn't be considered as his friend. Blind Maiden had helped him earlier out of consideration for Nether Maiden. Once was fine, but if he did it over and over again, it was really too humiliating. It wasn't just humiliating for him. It would be humiliating for Nether Maiden as well. He had to deal with Nie Wuming on his own. Yang Yi took a deep breath while his profound energy surged madly within him. At the same time, Rebirth rank sword intent surged madly into Heaven's gravestone, causing it to tremble violently while rays of light shot out incessantly from it. Chapter 1345 transcended the five elements. Mo Xiaoling glanced at Nie Wuming, glanced at Yang Yi, and then she glanced at Zier and Snowy, who was on Zier's shoulder. Her gaze lingered on Zier and Snowy for a long time. In the end, she took a deep breath and seemed to have decided on something. It didn't take long for a fine dark red flame to appear on her palm, and then it slowly merged into space. Space trembled slightly but quickly returned to normal. However, at a spot above the sky that no one could see, a dark red flame suddenly emerged from space and continued upwards. It didn't take long for an expanse of grayish-white energy to appear not too far away from the flame. The flame suddenly sped up when it arrived before the grayish-white energy. Swish! The flame instantly passed through the grayish-white energy, and then it shot up like a shooting star towards the depths of the starry sky. In just a moment, it had vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Meanwhile, Nie Wuming's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you annihilated my entire Nie clan. How can I not take revenge for that? I don't know if you've experienced how it feels to lose your loved ones. If you haven't, then don't worry. You'll experience it in a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Doomsday City, and then he raised his hand and slapped his palm down towards the city. Bang! A huge palm tore through space and slapped down towards the city. The countenances of everyone throughout the city had instantly turned ghastly pale. Not to mention that huge palm, just the aura it emanated made them shudder. Suddenly, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that slammed against the palm. Bang! The huge palm shattered, but Yang Yi was blasted almost 10 kilometers away. This time, his body had cracked apart while blood ceaselessly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Zier and the others' expressions changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Zier wanted to charge to Yang Yi, but Yi Lu-yun stopped her. If Zier went to Yang Yi now, then she would only be a burden for him. As for Snowy, she clenched her claws tightly while anxiousness filled her eyes. "Aunt!" Nie Wuming shook his head, flipped his palm, and then slapped it down at Doomsday City again. This time, it wasn't a huge palm that appeared. It was 10 overlapped energy palms instead. The terrifying pressure they emanated caused countless experts throughout Doomsday City to be pressed flat on the ground while shuddering incessantly. Even emperors were no exception. Yang Yi's pupils constricted while the sword god's seal lit up on his forehead. His sword intense strength multiplied under the enhancing effects of the sword god's seal. A moment later, he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. This time, his speed was swift to the extreme and even impossible to catch with the eye. Even the glow of his attack couldn't be seen. Bang! The overlapped energy palm in the distance was struck by a ray of light, and it instantly shook violently before cracking apart. A moment later, Yang Yi's voice resounded, "Break?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly lit up in front of the huge palm, and then the ray of light pierced through it. Bang! The overlapped energy palm shattered into bits, and it transformed into fragments of energy that rained down from the sky. The experts throughout Doomsday City heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene, but their expressions changed when they saw Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi had been blasted 3 kilometers away by the impact of the collision. His clothes had vanished, and his body was densely covered in cracks that seemed like spiderwebs stretching throughout his body. Besides that, blood was seeping out incessantly from the cracks, and it was quite terrifying. Snowy was stunned when she saw Yang Yi in such a state, and then she instantly started crying. She wanted to fly to Yang Yi, but Zier held tightly to her. Even though Zier wanted to charge to Yang Yi as well, she was very well aware that not only would Snowy and her be of no help to Yang Yi, they would be burdens instead. Emo Xiaoling watched coldly as all of this happened, but she didn't do anything and just watched. Nia Wuming's gaze descended onto Yang Yi for a short while before he said, Yang Yi, while you annihilated my Nia clan and almost spoiled my plans, I have to admit that you really are an extraordinary genius. The most monstrous genius on the continent after Jian Wuji. If you were given a little more time, even I wouldn't be a match for you. Unfortunately, you don't have more time. As soon as he finished speaking, Nia Wuming stretched his right hand forward and clenched it into a fist. A moment later, he slammed that fist forward. Bang! An energy fist flashed out from Nia Wuming's fist. It was quite strange. It was very calm, extremely calm. Everywhere it passed, there was no movement in space, and it didn't even emanate any aura. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of this. The profound energy within him surged before he sheathed Heaven's gravestone and immediately drew it. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and then a beam of blood-red sword energy shot into the sky. Everyone watched as the blood-red sword energy collided with the energy fist. However, everyone including Yang Yi was stunned by what happened next. Because the energy fist just passed through Yang Ye's sword energy, and at the exact moment it passed through the sword energy, Yang Ye's sword energy had vanished without making a sound. Meanwhile, the energy fist didn't slow down at all and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Ye's pupils constricted. He didn't have the time to think about anything else, and he just immediately issued a command in his heart, and the phantom shield appeared before him. However, the energy fist just passed through the phantom shield and slammed against Yang Ye's chest. Bang! An explosion resounded before Yang Yi was blasted flying. No! Zier couldn't restrain herself any longer, and she immediately shot over to Yang Yi while holding Snowy in her arms. She attempted to stop his flying figure, but the energy from the fist hadn't vanished, and it pushed both her and Yang Yi around 1 kilometer back before they were finally able to stop themselves. Pooh! Yang Ye's figure had just stopped when a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. He looked down at his chest. At this moment, there was a fist imprint on his chest. It wasn't just his chest, there was one on his back as well. At this moment, the injuries he sustained weren't just limited to his outer body, and even his internal organs had been cracked open. It's the strength of a semi-deity. Suddenly, Emo Xiaoling explained. Semi-deities completely transcend the world, space, and the 5 elements. They can make their attacks disregard space, the 5 elements. The reason your sword energy couldn't stop his attack was because your sword energy is still within this world, space, and the 5 elements. It's a qualitative gap. Unless your strength is strong to the point of transcending the limits of space, the 5 elements, and the world. Otherwise, it's just as he has said, you're an ant before him. A semi-deity. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. So the realm above the Voider realm is the semi-deity realm? Nia Wuming, who was about to attack, had suddenly gazed at Emo Xiaoling, and he said, Little girl, I have to say that I'm really curious about your background. I've investigated you. Just like Yang Yi, your background is a mystery. I'm really curious about it, and I'm curious about Yang Ye's background as well. You're curious about my background? Emo Xiaoling had a cold smile on the corners of her mouth. It's fine. You'll find out soon. Is that so? Nia Wuming took a deep and long glance at her, and then he said, Then I'll deal with you later. As he spoke, he turned to look at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you killed over a dozen Voiders and over 1,000 emperors of my Nia clan. It isn't exaggerated to say that you've annihilated my Nia clan. I like to take an eye for an eye. So, it'll make you watch as I kill everyone related to you, and it'll make you experience what it's like to lose your loved ones. He was about to attack while he spoke, but he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and he frowned. I almost forgot that you still have the sword god seal, which can improve your sword intent. Come, let me see how strong it is. Yang Yi glanced at Nie Wuming, and then he turned to look at Zier and Snowy. Zier shook her head. When Snowy saw Zier shaking her head, Snowy hurriedly shook her own head as well. Yang Yi understood what Zier meant when she shook her head. She meant that she wouldn't leave. As for Snowy, Head just treated it as meaning the same thing as Zier. Yang Yi didn't say anything, because he was very well aware that it was impossible to change Zier's mind, no matter what he said. Just as Zier had said in the past, she would absolutely not allow him to face danger on his own. Yang Yi hugged Zier and Snowy, and then he turned around to gaze at Nie Wuming. You want to kill everyone related to me? Yes. Nie Wuming chuckled, and then he pointed at Zier and Snowy, who stood behind Yang Yi. Especially the two of them. You seem to really care about them. I believe that your expression would definitely be very interesting if they were to die before your eyes. I can't wait to see how you'd look. Yang Yi gazed at Nie Wuming for a short while before he chuckled, but his smile was quite ferocious. This time, he didn't waste his breath. It didn't take long for the sword god's seal to light up on his forehead. At the same time, the aura of the sword intent around him started to rise madly. At this moment, he had no other choice. He could only choose to forcefully improve his sword intent, because only by improving his sword intent to the quasi-returnal rank would it be possible for him to fight Nie Wuming. Right when he was about to activate the sword god seal and fully increase his sword intent to the quasi-returnal rank, a ray of light flashed. A figure appeared before Yang Yi, and then a palm pressed down on his forehead. As soon as that palm pressed down on the sword god's seal, it instantly fell silent. In next to no time, the sword god's seal vanished. Yang Yi's face was covered in shock. You? Chapter 1346 What a Long Nap. Chapter 1346 What a Long Nap. A woman was standing before Yang Yi. She wore a white dress, and she had a cold and aloof expression. She was like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice and emanated ghastly coldness. Her figure was ethereal and indistinct like smoke, and it was like she would be blown away with the wind at any moment. After she appeared here, the sword intent in the surroundings surged towards her and were completely absorbed by her. The sword spirit. She was the sword spirit who had been in deep sleep for so long. Yang Yi visibly relaxed when he saw her, and then he smiled. You really took a long nap. The sword spirit replied, Isn't it all your fault? Yang Yi chuckled while a trace of guilt could be seen in his eyes. Don't worry, I'm an emperor now. My body is at the epic realm, and my sword intent is at the rebirth rank. I think I can control your strength now. From now on, you won't fall into a deep sleep because of me. She glanced at him and nodded slightly. I never expected you to have grown to such a level. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky. A sword that transcends the ranking system. Yang Yi and the sword spirit looked up. At this moment, Nie Wuming's gaze was on the sword spirit, and there was a trace of surprise and shock in his eyes. Nie Wuming wasn't the only one. Even Emo Xiaoling had surprise and shock in her eyes. Nie Wuming stared fixedly at Yang Yi, as if he wanted to see through Yang Yi. How precious was a treasure that transcended the ordinary ranks of treasures. After all, Dark Hell Continent only had a single treasure like that throughout its history, and it was the Stellar Sword diagram. Even the heaven-defying sword god seal on Yang Yi's forehead had a rank. Yet now, Yang Yi actually possessed a sword that transcended such ranks. A moment of silence ensued before Nie Wuming suddenly chuckled. I just stepped into the semi-deity realm and lack a suitable treasure. I never expected it to immediately show itself. Yang Yi, I really have to thank you. Fool. Emo Xiaoling glanced at Nie Wuming while ridicule was clearly visible in her gaze. Nie Wuming was an utter bumpkin and didn't know how terrifying such a treasure was, but as someone from the large world of this universe, she naturally knew how terrifying such a treasure was. After all, she'd witnessed it with her own eyes. What did it mean to transcend the ranking system? It represented that no ranking could describe a treasure's potential and might. If it was any other type of treasure, then it might be quite difficult for Yang Yi to defeat Nie Wuming. After all, Nie Wuming was a semi-deity and was 2 realms of cultivation above Yang Yi. However, it was a sword that stood before Yang Yi. A sword. Its might would be absolutely terrifying when Yang Yi merged into one with that sword. So, Emo Xiaoling couldn't help but ridicule him when she saw him look down upon his enemy. The sword spirit and Yang Yi exchanged glances. They didn't waste a single breath, and the sword spirit just shook and transformed into a sword that floated before Yang Yi. He took a deep breath as he gazed at the sword before him, and then he stretched out his hand and held it. As soon as he held onto it, it instantly trembled, and then Yang Yi felt like he'd merged with the sword. No, it wasn't just a feeling. He was the sword, and the sword was him. The sword spirit had acknowledged him as her master from a very long time ago. So, their hearts and minds had long since become joint as one. Thus, the moment he held onto the sword was the moment he merged into one with it. Yang Yi sheathed it. Oem! A sword howl suddenly shot up into the sky, and then the space around Yang Yi started to ripple violently and crack apart. It seemed to be unable to endure Yang Yi's strength, and it was extremely shocking. Emo Xiaoling stared fixedly and soundlessly at Yang Yi with her hands clenched tight. Nie Wuming's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yang Yi grab the sword, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. Because he'd sensed danger, he didn't dare act carelessly. He waved his hands, and the spirit energy in the surroundings instantly surged into him. After that, he clenched his fists. As soon as his fists were fully clenched, the space around him cracked apart. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly looked up at Nie Wuming. There was a wisp of ferocity on the corners of his mouth. A moment later, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground. The ground collapsed while Yang Yi's figure relied on the counterforce to instantly shoot up towards Nie Wuming, while assisted by the wings on his back. Blink. Nie Wuming's eyes narrowed even further, and there was ferocity in his eyes as well. He didn't hesitate to pull his arms back when Yang Yi's figure charged up into the sky, and then he swiftly slammed his fists forward. Bang! 2 energy fists flashed forward, and then shot at Yang Yi in succession. When Yang Yi was around 1 m away from them, he swiftly drew his sword. Oem! A sword howl resounded through the sky. At this moment, space in an area of tens of thousands of kilometers cracked apart in an instant, and the energy fist was instantly obliterated at the moment Yang Yi drew his sword. Nie Wuming's pupils constricted at the sight of this, and he was astounded. He hadn't expected Yang Yi's attack to actually be so terrifying, and then a terrifying aura surged out from within him. At the same time, he swiftly twisted his right hand and slapped his palm forward. It seemed like just a single attack, but he'd actually overlapped over 1,000 attacks. A huge palm that was around 30 m thick flashed forward, and it slammed down at Yang Yi, who was less than 30 m away from him. Yang Yi's sword struck the huge palm, and then it shook violently. Hiss! A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi, and his sword pierced through the center of the palm. The palm shattered in an instant, and it transformed into fragments of energy that enveloped both Yang Yi and Nie Wuming. Everyone in the surroundings stared fixedly at the sky, especially Zier and Snowy. Zier's hands were clenched tightly and were trembling. As for Snowy, she kept alternating between covering her eyes and peeking at the sky. Her eyes were filled with anxiousness. At this moment, Emo Xiaoling was staring fixedly at the sky as well, but there was no anxiety in her eyes. There was only coldness and indifference there. Around 10 breaths of time later, the fragments of energy in the sky vanished. Yang Yi and Nie Wuming appeared within everyone's vision. At this moment, Yang Yi was 300 m behind Nie Wuming. Who won? A few moments of silence ensued before Nie Wuming suddenly said, "That attack? What's its name?" Yang Yi replied, "Heavenrend." Nie Wuming was stunned, and then he muttered softly, "Heavenrend? Amazing." As soon as he finished speaking, his body started to become ethereal. A few moments later, his entire body was translucent before vanishing completely. The experts throughout Doomsday City started to cheer and seethe with excitement when they witnessed this scene. Numerous cheers resounded throughout the city, and even Yi Luyun, Dugu Jian, and the others couldn't help but smile. At the moment Nie Wuming vanished on the spot, Zier's tightly clenched fists had instantly relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face. Snowy's face was covered in excitement and happiness. She ceaselessly rubbed her head against Zier's cheek and seemed extremely happy. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaoling lowered her head slightly and spoke softly. "Aunt Xiao, you've been avenged?" Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief as well. Actually, he hadn't been confident in his ability to kill Nie Wuming. After all, Nie Wuming was a semi-deity that was 2 realms higher than him in cultivation. Fortunately, his current strength was far greater than before. Not only had his cultivation improved, his physical strength had improved tremendously as well. Moreover, even his sword intent had arrived at the rebirth rank. The heaven rend he executed with his current strength was countless times stronger than before. However, it still wasn't easy for him. Even though its might had risen tremendously, the consumption it required was extremely terrifying as well. Just that attack had instantly consumed half of his profound energy. Moreover, his entire body felt sore right now, and it felt like he'd overused his strength. Fortunately, it was much better than how it had been before this. In the past, he would be practically reduced into a heavily injured and unconscious state upon executing the true form of Heaven Rend, and he was sometimes even reduced to a crippled state and put on the verge of death. So, the current consequences were very good. However, there was one unfortunate aspect, and it was that it truly exhausted too much profound energy. Based on his current strength, he could execute it around twice when he was at a peak state. Twice was the limits of his body and profound energy. After that, it wouldn't just be his profound energy that was exhausted completely, even his body would be in a similar state. Yang Yi took a deep breath while a slight smile appeared on his face. The demon race had retreated while Nie Wuming was gone. Now, he could finally rest. But it didn't take long for him to laugh bitterly and shake his head. Rest? He didn't have the time to rest. The time limit of 3 years was almost up. He didn't just have to go look for Lady. He had to return to the radiant dimension. A life of constant work. Yang Yi shook his head. Suddenly he frowned and gazed at Emo Xiaoling because he felt like there was something off about her. Emo Xiaoling glanced at Yang Yi, and then she looked up at the sky and spoke softly. "It should be here." Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then the sky was transformed into an ocean of fire. Everyone, including Yang Yi, was stunned by this scene. Meanwhile, a smile had curled up on the corners of Emo Xiaoling's mouth. A few moments later, a huge fiery claw emerged from above the sky, and then Emo Xiaoling suddenly said, "Yang Yi, you're not worthy of having them by your side." As soon as she finished speaking, a strand of terrifying flames suddenly erupted from within her. After that, Emo Xiaoling transformed into a fiery phoenix. At the same time, that huge claw suddenly entered the expanse of space in front of it. A moment later, the huge claw appeared above Zier and Snowy, and then it enveloped them before they could even react. In an instant, the huge claw vanished once more. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaoling, who transformed into a phoenix, had appeared high above in the sky. "Emo Xiaoling, I'll kill you." Yang Ye's eyes had instantly turned completely blood red when he saw Zier and Snowy being captured by the huge fiery claw, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot up towards the ocean of fire in the sky. Chapter 1347A Power on par with the Nether Pavilion. At this moment, Yang Ye's killing intent seemed as if it had solidified. Had never expected Emo Xiaoling to actually target Zier and Snowy, and had never expected her to actually get an expert from outside this world to help her. At the moment Yang Yi shot up into the sky, Missouri Xiaoling and the huge fiery claw had vanished within the ocean of fire. Yang Ye's speed didn't slow down at all, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the ocean of fire. It didn't take long for it to be slashed open by Yang Yi, and he continued upwards. Zier, Snowy. Yang Yi raised his speed to its limits. All the remaining profound energy he had was utilized without restraint. Far away at the end of his vision, He could see Emo showling, and the huge claw had arrived before an expanse of gray energy. Right when Emo showling and the huge claw that held Zir and Snowy were about to enter the gray energy, the wings on Yang Yi's back flapped, and then Yang Yi transformed into a fine ray of light that arrived behind the huge claw. "You're courting death." A voice that carried boundless pressure suddenly resounded from far beyond the gray energy, and then a ball of fire flashed out from the gray energy and shot towards Yang Yi. Bang! The sword energy Yang Yi emanated was shattered, and his figure crashed down from the sky. In an instant, he crashed deep into the ground. But it only took a moment for a ray of light to charge up into the sky again. In next to no time, Yang Yi arrived before the gray energy. But both the huge claw and Emo Shaoling were gone. Yang Yi were instantly filled with ferocity. He stomped his right foot down and swung the sword precursor at the gray energy. Bang! The gray energy shook violently, and then it bounced back the energy within Yang Yi's attack. Yang Yi was instantly slammed down from the sky. After he descended around 3 kilometers downwards, Yang Yi slammed his right foot down and stopped himself. After that, he transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. "You can't be allowed to live." Suddenly, a voice resounded from behind the gray energy. After that, a huge fireball suddenly emerged from behind the gray energy. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. It was extremely dangerous because the tiny vortex within him had started to warn him. The tiny vortex usually only gave him warnings when he couldn't resist something. In other words, the fireball wasn't something he could resist right now. Even then, Yang Yi refused to stand by idly and wait for death to arrive. He immediately sheathed the sword precursor and was about to draw it. However, a woman suddenly appeared in front of him just before he drew his sword. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he saw her because it was Blind Maiden. Blind Maiden didn't speak. She just tapped her finger forward. Just that caused the huge fireball to shatter, and countless threads of flames rained down towards the surroundings. Everywhere they passed, space seemed to be incinerated and huge spatial rifts appeared in their wake. Suddenly, Blind Maiden stretched her hand upwards and waved it slightly. Just that caused all the flames in the sky to vanish, and the damages in space were instantly repaired as well. A moment of silence ensued before a voice resounded from behind the gray energy, the Nether Pavilion. The voice was filled with seriousness and a trace of fear. Blind Maiden looked up at the sky, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "Fuck off. After so many years, all of you are still so overbearing and arrogant. I hope you'll be able to be like that forever." The voice resounded once more from behind the gray energy. But the voice had become very soft by the time the last word was spoken. Obviously, that expert was gone. A wisp of ferocity arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and he was about to charge up into the air. However, Blind Maiden stopped him. She shook her head slightly. "They've gone very far away. You won't be able to catch up." Yang Yi's entire body shuddered while slaughter intent ceaselessly surged out from him. At the same time, his hair and eyes gradually turned red. Suddenly, Blind Maiden tapped a finger against the center of his forehead. Yang Yi's killing intent completely vanished in an instant. Yang Yi glanced at her, took a deep breath and said, "I lost my composure." She withdrew her hand and said, "You were almost controlled by your slaughter intent." Yang Yi nodded. "I know." Blind Maiden suddenly said, "Actually, their departure isn't a bad thing for you." Yang Yi gazed at her and asked, "What do you mean?" Blind Maiden answered, "That little fellow of yours, Snowy. Her background is extraordinary. It wouldn't be a problem for her to be by your side in the lower dimensions, because there are very few in these worlds that can recognize her background. But if it's in the higher dimensions like those medium-sized worlds that are completely intact, it'll be extremely dangerous for you, because many would want to obtain her. Or I should say, many would want to become friends with her. Even I once had the thought to take her from you." Yang Yi frowned. "What exactly is she? Why would you want to take her from me as well?" "She's a sprite lord." Blind Maiden continued. "When experts like us arrive at a certain level, we need an extremely huge amount of spirit energy to advance further. It isn't something that just ordinary spirit veins can satisfy. We need the spirit energy of an entire world. For example, If I wanted to advance a step further, I would need the spirit energy of around an entire medium-sized world. However, we're utterly incapable of converging the spirit energy throughout a world within a short while. Yang Yi said, Snowy can do that, right? Blind Maiden nodded slightly. While she can't accomplish that right now, she'll be able to in the future. So, if she stays by your side, it'll be very dangerous for both you and her. If you didn't know Nether Maiden and the others, I would have acted against you by now, because she's equivalent to a shortcut for me to improve my cultivation. A wisp of bitterness arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I never expected that I would still be unable to protect them. She shook her head and said, Don't compare yourself with those who are too much stronger than you. Just like that fellow just now. He has been alive for at least a few tens of thousands of years, so you'll only be looking for trouble by comparing yourself to him. You have to realize that your strength is really good for your age, and you just need time. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he said, Would those fellows hurt them? Blind Maiden replied, They wouldn't dare to. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She pondered deeply for a few moments before she said, There's a power in the large world. It's called the Sprite Palace. It's a power formed by sprites. Yang Yi frowned. A power formed by sprites. Blind Maiden nodded lightly. Everything in the world has a spirit of its own. Once a consciousness is born within such things, their minds and intelligence aren't inferior to us humans. At one point in time, one of them created the Sprite Palace, and then it started to recruit all the sprites in the world. As more and more joined, the Sprite Palace grew stronger and stronger. She paused for a moment at this point and continued, The Sprite Palace isn't inferior to our Nether Palace. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He knew how strong the Nether Pavilion was. But Blind Maiden had actually said that the Sprite Palace wasn't inferior to the Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, There's a connection between them and Snowy? Of course. Blind Maiden continued, Even though sprites are rare, there are many of them in this universe of ours. However, there's only a single Sprite Lord in a universe. Because Sprite Lords are too terrifying. They are so terrifying that even the Supreme Heaven Tao fears them and doesn't dare give birth to more. Now that Snowy has appeared here, it means that the last Sprite Lord of the Sprite Palace has either fallen or left this universe. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. You're saying that Snowy will become the master of Sprite Palace? Blind Maiden nodded. Only she is qualified to become the master of Sprite Palace, because she's innately immune to all laws and the attacks of all sprites. Moreover, she can suppress all sprites. Now you understand why she exists? There's a natural counter to everything in the world. Some sprites are too powerful to the point that even the Supreme Heaven Tao fears them. So, a Sprite Lord was born, a Sprite Lord that can suppress and counter all other sprites. It's the Supreme Heaven Tao's way of balancing to world. The Supreme Heaven Tao? Yang Yi frowned. Suddenly, he felt that he was very ignorant. You'll find out in the future, she continued. You just have to know that the Divine Phoenix clan would definitely not dare to harm her. Of course, they've definitely captured her with the intention of using her. She hasn't matured completely, so she's very easy to trick. Yang Yi spoke firmly. They'll go get her back. Blind Maiden remained silent for a long time before she spoke again. Before this, I really didn't understand why they would have become friends with you. Recently, I understood a little. I can sense that your feelings for her are real, and it has no motives behind it. That's very rare and precious. I also believe that you would still go get her back even if she wasn't a Sprite Lord, right? Yang Yi shook his head and said, At this moment, I really wish that she was just ordinary and not that Sprite Lord you spoke of. Blind Maiden remained silent for a short while, and then she patted him lightly on the shoulder and left. A short while later, her voice came slowly from afar. If nothing unexpected happens, the stellar sword diagram will be yours soon. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he turned around to look at the source of the voice. But Blind Maiden was gone. The stellar sword diagram. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he looked up at the sky. An expanse of gray energy covered the sky above him, and it stretched out until the ends of his vision. Obviously, it covered the entire continent. because it was that restriction around Dark Hell continent. Outer space was right beyond it. Yang Yi gazed at the gray energy for a long time, and then he tightened his grip on the sword precursor and said, Zir, Snowy, wait for me. It won't take long, not long at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and vanished on the spot. Chapter 1348, Damnable Woman. Chapter 1348, Damnable Woman. In the war between the human race and demon race, the war had ended with the demon race's retreat. In other words, the human race was victorious. The entire city was filled with cheers. Only those who came in close proximity to death would know how lucky they were to be alive. In the Sword Hall, besides the elites and core members of the Sword Alliance, the experts of the 3 cities and 3 sects were here as well. We lost over 2,300 emperors during the battle, and we only have around 1,000 left. As for voiders, we lost 3, and we have 11 left. We lost countless below the emperor realm. Yi Luyun paused for a moment and continued. Blade lost 12 of its members during the battle. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes when he heard her. A long time passed before he took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Yi Luyun and said, Try your best to determine who died, and then look for any living relatives. If there are, then take care of them. Yi Luyun replied, I'll make the arrangements. Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at the people here. Even though there were much fewer here now, he was very well aware that these experts who'd survived the war would definitely undergo a transformation. It wasn't just a transformation in their cultivation, it included their mental states. It wouldn't take long for the Sword Alliance to recover its overall strength and even rise a level higher. A short while passed before Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the experts of the 3 cities and 3 sects. Everyone, the war has come to an end. Do all of you have any plans? They exchanged glances. In the end, Lin Xian stepped forward and said, Young brother Yang, the demon race has occupied the Veiled region, so we definitely can't return. So, we want to stay in Dark Hell continent and rebuild our clans and sections. Lin Xian couldn't help but glance at Yang Yi when he spoke up to this point. At this moment, Dark Hell continent belonged to the Sword Alliance. As they say, how can anyone allow an outsider to sleep by their bed? So, would Yang Yi allow them to rebuild their clans and sects on Dark Hell continent? Lin Xian wasn't the only one who was worried about that. The others were the same. Yi Luyun couldn't help but glance at them when she heard Lin Xian, but she didn't say a word and just gazed at Yang Yi. It could be said that Yang Yi just had to shake his head, and then the 3 sects and 3 cities would vanish from the world. Of course, they wouldn't be destroyed but absorbed into the Sword Alliance. The 3 sects and 3 cities didn't have the right to refuse the Sword Alliance, nor did they dare to. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he smiled. Of course, he understood their thoughts well. They didn't want to become subordinates of someone else. Actually, it was very normal. They once possessed supreme status, so they were naturally unwilling to bow before him. Moreover, once they submitted to him, it represented that their clans and sects would vanish completely from the world. That was absolutely not something they were willing to allow. After all, they were clans and sects that had been passed down for countless years. Especially the clans, they had very strong conviction towards their clans. Of course, he could force them to join the Sword Alliance. Based on his current strength, they would definitely not dare to refuse if he were to force them. But if he did that, it would make them feel resentful towards him. Perhaps nothing would happen in the short term, but as time passed, and once they had a chance, the Sword Alliance would definitely fall into chaos. Moreover, he didn't want them to join the Sword Alliance, because if they did, then there would be many small groups within the Sword Alliance. The sects and clans would definitely scheme against each other, and that wasn't something he wanted to see. Lin Xian and the others heaved sighs of relief when they heard Yang Yi. They were filled with gratitude and simultaneously bowed to Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Have all of you thought about leaving this world? Lin Xian and the others were stunned, and then Lin Xian replied, Young brother Yang, what are you trying to say? Yang Yi pointed up at the sky and said, I've come into contact with the restriction. Even though I can't destroy it with my current strength, it's still possible for me to cut a gap open in it. If all of you want to leave, I can take you with me. Really? Lin Xian's eyes were opened wide, and his voice was even slightly shaky. He would naturally not believe it if anyone else said that, but if Yang Yi said it, he believed it, because Yang Yi had even been able to kill a semi-deity. Yang Yi nodded, however. I have a condition. Lin Xian and the others exchanged glances. In the end, Lin Xian said, as far as old fellows like us are concerned, it doesn't matter what the conditions are, so long as we can leave this world. Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry, they aren't very difficult conditions. All of you just have to stay by my side for some time. Not long, just 3 years, all right? I don't want to deceive all of you. The reason I want you to stay with me for 3 years is because I have some enemies outside this world. I hope I can obtain your help against them. That's my condition. The 3 cities and 3 sects had 9 voiders right now. 9 voiders would be a huge help. Lin Xian remained silent for a short while before he said, Only 3 years? Yang Yi nodded and smiled. Just 3 years. Lin Xian and the others exchanged glances, and then they nodded in the end. Lin Xian said, All right, we're willing to follow you for 3 years. Yang Yi replied, Let me warn you in advance. It's slightly dangerous. Lin Xian smiled. Young brother Yang, you must be kidding. We understand that there's nothing free in this world. Since we gain something, we'll naturally have to pay a price. So, danger is naturally very normal. If there's no danger, then you wouldn't even seek our assistance, right? Yang Yi smiled and said, Since you have no objections, then it's decided, right? You can choose some emperors from your respective clans and sects to leave with us. Of course, it's up to you whether you decide to bring them along. In any case, I'll be bringing the emperors of my Sword Alliance with me, so that they can take a look at the experts and geniuses in the world outside. What about the others? Lin Xian couldn't help but ask, Will they all be staying on the continent? Yi Luyuan and the others gazed at Yang Yi, because it was exactly what they wanted to find out. Yang Yi replied, Those who haven't attained the emperor would be courting death by leaving the continent. So, staying here is the best choice for them. Of course, I'm not saying that we're going to abandon them. I'm prepared to make Dark Hell Continent our base of operations. But this world is sealed off from the outside world. Yi Luyun continued, The spirit energy here is scarce, and it isn't suitable to develop a power here. Yang Yi replied, I understand that, of course. Do you know why the spirit energy in this world is so scarce? Because that restriction is there. So long as it's destroyed, I believe that this world will slowly recover into a normal medium-sized world. Even though my current strength is insufficient to completely destroy it, I believe that it won't take long for me to possess such strength. If the Sword Alliance was to develop and grow stronger, it had to have a world of its own. Dark Hell Continent just happened to be suitable, because the Sword Alliance was the owner of Dark Hell Continent. As for the demon race, it was no threat to the Sword Alliance now. Moreover, no powers from the outside world were targeting this medium world, and it just happened to give the Sword Alliance time to recuperate and grow. The eyes of everyone here lit up when they heard him. If Yang Yi could really destroy the restrictions, then it would be absolutely good news for the entire continent. Even though Dark Hell Continent was still a medium world now, it was even inferior to a small world, because it was sealed off from the outside world, and the spirit energy here was scarce to the point it practically didn't exist. Once the restrictions were destroyed, Dark Hell Continent would definitely recover and become a true medium world again. A medium world. It wasn't a small world, but a medium world. After all, a true medium world was comparable to over 100 small worlds. Once Dark Hell Continent recovered and the spirit energy here was sufficient, then its inhabitants would definitely grow stronger in a short amount of time. Because there was no Heaven Dao here. Since there was no Heaven Dao here, there were practically no restrictions for someone before they attained the Voider realm. Not to mention them, even Yang Yi was quite excited. If Dark Hell Continent returned to normal, then the Sword Alliance's strength would definitely rise tremendously. Because the humans of Dark Hell Continent took pride in being able to join the Sword Alliance. In other words, practically every expert had chosen to join the Sword Alliance. If Dark Hell Continent returned to normal, then the Sword Alliance would gain the most benefit. Of course, it wasn't something that could be rushed. Just as he'd said, his current strength wasn't sufficient to destroy the restrictions. Even if he had the sword spirit's help, it was still impossible. At the very most, he would be able to make a hole in it with the sword spirit's help. A short while passed before Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Go make the necessary preparations and await my order." They cupped their fists to Yang Yi and left. Once all of them left, Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "The radiant dimension." He naturally hadn't forgotten that in Nanjing, Lu Jianyao, Yu Wushuang, and the others were still there. Yang Yi stood silent on the spot for a long time, and then he sat down cross-legged and started to refine sword servants. He was about to return to the radiant dimension, so he naturally had to bring more experts with him. Otherwise, he might not be able to save anyone by returning there, and he might even lose his life in the process. The Alliance of Guardians probably controlled a medium world, so it was definitely not weak. Thus, he had to bring even more experts back with him. It was much easier for him to refine sword servants now, because he had the sword spirit to help him. Just like that, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye and 5 Voider Realm sword servants appeared before Yang Yi. 5 Voider Realm sword servants. That was the limit he could endure right now. Once he was done, Yang Yi started cultivating. Of course, he wasn't trying to charge into the Voider Realm. He'd only just advanced into the Emperor Realm, so it was utterly impossible for him to charge into the Voider Realm in such a short period. Even if he could, he wouldn't. It wasn't good to advance too quickly. The important matter at hand was to return to his peak. Around 2 days later, bang! A deafening explosion resounded through the entire continent. At this moment, the entire continent was trembling. After that, an ancient voice that carried boundless spite resounded abruptly throughout the continent. "Damnable woman! It has been thousands of years. You've trapped me for thousands of years, and today's the day we put an end to everything." Chapter 1349. Someone from the Yang clan. As soon as that voice resounded, a wave of invisible pressure smashed down from the sky above Doomsday City, and then many comparatively weaker cultivators throughout the city were pressed flat on the ground. Pressure. The voice carried a strand of terrifying pressure, and it struck straight at the soul, causing others to have the impulse to kneel down and prostrate themselves before its owner. The most terrifying part was that the voice wasn't even targeted at Doomsday City, and it was just like a breeze that blew past it. Everyone here was astounded. Who is that? At the moment the voice had resounded, Yang Yi had immediately flashed out of the hall before his rebirth rank sword in tint appeared out of thin air. In the end, it swept up and dispersed the terrifying pressure in the air. Once it was dispersed, he looked up towards the distant sky, and there was a solemn and shocked expression in his eyes. There's actually such a peerless expert on the continent? Even though Head merely heard that person's voice, just that person's voice was enough for him to sense how strong that person was. The owner of the voice was much stronger than Ye Wuming. Yang Ye's eyes were filled with a solemn expression. A short while passed before he seemed to have thought of something, and then his pupils constricted slightly. That place? It's in the direction of Sword God Island, and it's where Blind Maiden is. Is the woman that voice spoke of Blind Maiden? Yang Yi remained silent for a short while, and then he decided to go have a look. Suddenly, Yi Luyun appeared before him. "You're heading there?" Yang Yi nodded. "I'm going to have a look." Even though that expert wasn't targeting the Sword Alliance, it might be related to Blind Maiden. Yi Luyun remained silent for a short while, and then she said, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded. "I will." "Right. How are the preparations going?" Yi Luyun replied, "All the experts are prepared. You just have to give the order and we can set out at any moment." She paused for a moment and continued solemnly, "There's something I forgot to tell you." Yang Yi gazed at her and asked, "What?" Yi Luyun spoke in a low voice. "Senior Jin Zus' whereabouts have been unknown since the battle came to an end." Yang Yi frowned. "He left?" She replied, "I don't know. Should I send someone to look for him?" Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short while before he shook his head. "It's fine. He should have had something personal to deal with. Don't disturb him. He should come back once he's done." Yi Luyun nodded, and then she glanced at Yang Yi. "Should I go with you to the world outside?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, "Of course." She asked, Then what about the Sword Alliance on Dark Hell Continent? Yang Yi was stunned again. He hadn't really thought about that. Presently, Yi Luyuan was dealing with everything on the continent. If she left for the outside world, then who would manage Doomsday City? The main problem was that he couldn't rest at ease if he handed management over to anyone else. He'll stay. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the side. Yang Yi and Yi Luyuan turned around, and they noticed that it was Yun Banqing. Yang Yi asked, "You aren't going anymore?" Yun Banqing shook her head slightly. "The world outside isn't so tempting to me. Moreover, I want to stay with my mother." "So, you go with Luyuan, and he'll manage Doomsday City. Don't worry, you won't return to a city that's in chaos." Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time, and once he confirmed that she wasn't putting on an act, he nodded immediately and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you." He gazed at Yi Luyuan and continued, "Both of you deal with the transfer of authority between the two of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the sky. Yun Banqing watched Yang Yi leave, and then she lowered her head slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Luyuan walked over to her side and said, "Actually, you want to go with him as well, right?" Yun Banqing smiled. "You're more useful by his side than I am." Even though she was skilled in management, it was more towards the business and management of a business. But Yi Luyuan's ability was far greater than that. Yi Luyuan's ability could be said to cover all aspects. Yun Banqing was able to think for the future, and she knew how to let go and find a balance in things. So, even if she was in Doomsday City, she merely assisted Yi Luyuan. Besides Yang Yi, Yi Luyuan's status was irreplaceable in Doomsday City. Yi Luyuan glanced at Yun Banqing, and then she spoke softly. "He's a loyal person who always keeps old friendships in mind, and he's smart as well. Your sacrifice won't be for nothing." Yun Banqing shook her head slightly and replied, "I never thought about all of that. If it wasn't for him, my mother, my younger brother, and I would have probably ceased to exist in this world. Even if we remained alive, life would definitely be worse than death for us. So, I'm very happy to be able to do something for him. As for everything else, I never gave it any thought, nor do I hold any extravagant hopes." Yi Luyuan sighed in her head, and then she took Yun Banqing's hand. "Let's go make the arrangements." Yun Banqing glanced up into the sky, and then she turned around and left with Yi Luyuan. Yang Yi shot towards Sword God Island on his sword. Around 10 minutes later, Yang Yi suddenly frowned and stopped. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Show yourself." "After just a short while of being away, I never expected your strength to have already risen to such a level." A surprised voice came from the space before Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for a black-robed man to appear near Yang Yi. "It's you." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. He naturally had an impression of the black-robed man because it was the same black-robed man that had been following him in the past. But for some unknown reason, the black-robed man had vanished. Yang Yi hadn't expected the black-robed man to be here right now. "Your name is Yang Yi. You're from the Radiant Dimension. Your mother was an inner court disciple of the Flower Palace, and you have a younger sister." The black-robed man spoke slowly, and it didn't take long for him to recount everything that had occurred from the moment Yang Yi had been born. There were practically no errors as well, because the reason Head vanished before was that Head headed to the Radiant Dimension to investigate Yang Yi's identity. Once he finished investigating Yang Yi, he was certain that Yang Yi belonged to the Yang clan. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Who are you?" The black-robed man replied, "The Yang clan." "The Yang clan." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally knew what the Yang clan represented, because Lu Yin had told him about it. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he said, "Why have you come looking for me?" The black-robed man replied, "To tell you that you're qualified to compete for the position of successor in the Yang clan." "The successor?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm not interested. You can leave now. Besides that, I have nothing to do with the Yang clan." "You intend to give up on the opportunity?" The black-robed man frowned. "Do you realize that if you become the successor, it's equivalent to taking control over 5,000 small worlds, 1,000 medium worlds, and 25 large worlds?" "I'm not interested." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked away. He only believed in one thing, and it was that he had to rely on himself for everything. If he wasn't strong, then not to mention becoming the successor of the Yang clan, He would be killed even if he was the patriarch of the Yang clan. Moreover, if his strength was formidable, then even a clan like the Yang clan would dare no bully him. He had to rely on himself. Meanwhile, the black-robed man suddenly obstructed Yang Ye's path. You don't want to acknowledge your ancestry and return to the clan? Acknowledge my ancestry? Yang Yi chuckled and replied, would I be able to immediately become the successor upon returning, and then take control of the Yang clan? If that's how it is, then I'll go back right now. The black-robed man was slightly stunned, and then he said, of course not. Becoming the successor represents that you'll be the next patriarch of our Yang clan. So, only the strong can assume such a position. All members of the Yang clan will be sent to a certain plane to temper themselves once they are of age. Once the time comes, my Yang clan will summon them back to the clan and make them compete for the position of successor. Yang Yi shrugged and said, I thought I would get it for free. The black-robed man was at a loss for words. Yang Yi added, I understand everything now. Go back and tell that patriarch of the Yang clan that I forfeit. I refuse to participate. He wasn't interested in the battle to become the Yang clan's successor because Head never liked to manage a power, nor did he like to scheme against others. Moreover, there would definitely be many who were fighting for the position of successor in the Yang clan. If he were to go back, he would really be unable to have any peace forever. Moreover, he didn't have any sense of belonging to the Yang clan. Had the Yang clan had anything to do with his life since the moment of his birth? He would be alive and well even without the Yang clan. Meanwhile, the black-robed man suddenly said, no. Yang Yi was slightly stunned and said, your clan is even forcing me to participate? The black-robed man spoke in a low voice. According to the rules of the clan, all members of the Yang clan must participate. Because the Yang clan has no cowards. Yang Yi spoke with astonishment. Forfeiting makes me a coward? The black-robed man replied, yes. Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, the black-robed man added, you'll die if you refuse to participate. Because according to the ancestral teachings of our Yang clan, members of the Yang clan can lose in battle, but they can't be cowards. Cowards aren't qualified to be members of the Yang clan. If you forfeit, the Yang clan will extract the bloodline within you, and then expel you. Of course, that's the best outcome. You'll usually be killed. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The black-robed man continued, actually, you didn't have the right to participate because your father was expelled. So, you are considered as someone who has been expelled as well. Expelled? Yang Yi frowned. Then why am I qualified now? The black-robed man fell silent for a short while before he said, it was your aunt. She got the opportunity for you. Yang Yi frowned. My aunt? The black-robed man shook his head and said, in short, my mission is complete. After I confirmed you are a member of the Yang clan, I've sent news back to the clan. It won't take long before a steward will come to get you. He glanced at Yang Yi and continued, if you really don't want to return, then kill the steward. Of course, the precondition is that you possess the strength to do so. Yang Yi nodded. I'll give that suggestion serious consideration. The black-robed man was at a loss for words. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and added, I remember Senior Liu said that the Yang clan only possessed a few thousand worlds. Why? The black-robed man interrupted Yang Yi. How many years ago was that? Right. Yang Yi nodded. You're returning now? The black-robed man replied, right away. Yang Yi nodded. Tell your patriarch to consider it carefully. Tell him that I have quite a bad temper, and I might bring chaos to the Yang clan if I return. The black-robed man glanced at Yang Yi and replied, don't worry. All the members of our Yang clan have bad tempers while they are in the outside world, but they become obedient once they return. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, wait. The black-robed man turned to look at Yang Yi. What? Yang Yi replied, nothing much. I just wanted to remind you that it's best to send a stronger steward to get me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and vanished on the spot. The black-robed man was at an utter loss for words. Chapter 1350 I'll repay you today. The Yang clan? Yang Yi felt nothing towards that name. As for acknowledging his ancestry, had never thought of that. He was living fine and well now, so why return to the Yang clan? For others to look down on him? He wasn't an idiot. As for the power and authority he would gain, it had nothing to do with him as well. Because no matter how great it was something the Yang clan gave. And if the Yang clan didn't like him one day, then they could take back all of it at will. Only his own strength was the most reliable and the best choice. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and sped up towards Sword God Island. As he grew closer to it, the pressure grew stronger. In the end, Yang Yi had no choice but to utilize Rebirth rank Sword Intent to resist it, and it made his expression grow even more serious. A long time passed before Yang Yi arrived at Sword God Ocean, and he immediately headed for Blind Maiden's wooden house. At this moment, it had been transformed into bits of wood. Yang Yi's face fell at the sight of this, and then he glanced at the surroundings. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he looked up at the sky. He didn't hesitate to shoot up into the sky. As he went higher, the pressure he experienced grew heavier, and it even came to the point that his Rebirth rank Sword Intent could only barely resist it. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive high above in the sky, and he saw Blind Maiden. Besides her, he saw a dragon. A black dragon. A huge black dragon was above her. Only its head could be seen, and its body was hidden within the black layer of clouds in the sky. Even then, just the head it revealed shocked Yang Yi. How huge was it? It was indescribable. Or to put it in simpler terms, just a single whisker on its head was larger than him. Blind Maiden was tiny like an ant before the black dragon. Needless to say, it was quite an amusing scene. Blind Maiden looked up at the black dragon and said, "You're finally willing to show yourself after hiding for so long? Woman!" The black dragon glared angrily at Blind Maiden. "You trapped me for thousands of years, and I'll repay you 100-fold for that humiliation." As soon as it finished speaking, the black dragon's head dived down in Blind Maiden's direction. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while a trace of worry appeared in them. Even though Blind Maiden was extremely strong, the strength that the black dragon revealed was extremely terrifying as well. So, could she resist it? Blind Maiden's expression remained unchanged as she slowly stretched her right hand forward, and then pushed it lightly in the black dragon's direction. An invisible wave of force surged out from her palm. In an instant, the space before her rippled like a pool that had been struck by water, and the ripples overlapped with each other as they surged towards the black dragon. It didn't take long for the ripples to collide with the black dragon. Bang! The entire expanse of space there shook violently while a rumbling explosion that sounded like a thunderclap resounded in Yang Yi's ears, causing sharp pain to come from his eardrums. Yang Yi was shocked, and he hurriedly utilized his Sword Intent to protect himself. Roar! Suddenly, the black dragon's furious roar resounded. Yang Yi looked up and saw that the black dragon had returned to where it was just a moment ago, and the scales on its head had even cracked open. Blind Maiden clenched her fist slowly. A terrifying aura swept out from her, and even space trembled violently before it. Yang Yi was shocked and hurriedly moved far away. He had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the black dragon and Blind Maiden. Their strength had absolutely surpassed the semi-deity realm, and it could be said that Nya Wuming who had attained the semi-deity realm wasn't on the same level as them at all. The black dragon stared fixedly at Blind Maiden. Besides viciousness, there was seriousness in its eyes as well. It remained silent for an instant before its figure suddenly shook, and a dragon claw emerged from the black clouds in the sky. The claw was huge like a mountain, and it slammed down towards Blind Maiden. Blind Maiden seemed extremely tiny before the huge dragon claw. If one didn't look carefully, it would be utterly impossible to notice her, because the black dragon's claw was truly too huge. However, she had an extremely calm expression on her face when facing that enormous black dragon. When it arrived around 300 m away from the top of her head, Blind Maiden stretched out her hand again, and her palm was facing upwards. In an instant, the space before her palm started to warp strangely, and then a translucent white hand made out of energy flashed out from there. The hand shot straight up into the air and slammed against the huge dragon claw. Yang Yi frowned because the energy hand was quite strange. Space seemed to undergo a change wherever it passed, and it was slightly similar to Nie Woming's attack from before, but it was slightly different at the same time. But he couldn't put a finger on exactly what the difference was. Meanwhile, the white energy hand slammed against the huge dragon claw. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the sky shook violently as if it would collapse at any moment. As for the huge dragon claw, it had shrunk back into the black clouds. But the energy hand hadn't vanished, and it shot up into the clouds without slowing down at all. Bang! Another loud explosion resounded in the clouds, and then the black dragon's figure trembled violently. Yang Yi noticed that there was a trace of pain in the black dragon's enormous eyes. However, it only took an instant for that pain to be transformed into ferocity. After that, a huge dragon tail emerged from the clouds. Yang Yi's expression changed when he saw the dragon tail. It was covered in ink-black scales, and even space warped before it. At the same time, a wave of terrifying pressure and aura assaulted his face, causing him to feel suffocated. He hurriedly moved around 3 kilometers back, while Rebirth rank sword in tint surged out madly. Meanwhile, Blind Maiden frowned slightly when the dragon tail appeared. At the same time, the black dragon suddenly roared with fury, and the tail swept down towards Blind Maiden. Bang! Everywhere it passed, space collapsed inch by inch, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. Blind Maiden frowned slightly at the sight of this. She twisted her right hand slightly and tapped her finger towards the tip of the tail. A beam of energy surged out from her finger, and it instantly collided against the black dragon's tail. Bang! The beam of energy shattered while the dragon's tail trembled intensely, and even the scales on it had cracked apart, causing blood to seep out from between the cracks and rain down to the ground. However, the tail didn't stop and swept towards Blind Maiden without even slowing down. Meanwhile, a ray of light suddenly surged out from Blind Maiden's body. After that, she transformed into a ray of light that shot up towards the black dragon. Bang! Roar! An explosion and a howl of pain resounded high above in the sky. Yang Yi watched as the black dragon's tail seemed as if it had been electrocuted and instantly shrunk back into the black clouds. As for Blind Maiden, she was falling towards the ground. Yang Yi's expression changed at the sight of this, and he was about to lend her a hand. However, the ray of falling light suddenly stopped, and it didn't take long for it to disperse and reveal Nether Maiden's figure. At this moment, besides a slightly pale countenance, there was nothing wrong with her at all. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and he got ready to lend her a hand. He hadn't done anything just now because he didn't know the black dragon's strength. So, attacking rashly may not even help Blind Maiden, and it would cause trouble for her instead. Now that Head gained a certain level of understanding towards the black dragon's strength, he knew that while the black dragon was formidable, he could still fight it with the assistance of the sword spirit. Right when Yang Yi was about to attack, Blind Maiden's voice suddenly arose in his mind. "This is my own business. I'll deal with it myself." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly shot up into the air. After that, countless rays of light appeared here. These rays of light transformed into pillars of light that shot towards the black dragon in the sky. Roar! The black dragon's furious howls resounded from within the clouds, and then the clouds started to tremble. It didn't take long for the clouds to be obliterated, and then the black dragon dived down towards Blind Maiden. Yang Yi couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Blind Maiden when he saw the black dragon's entire body. It was too huge. He knew no words that could describe how enormous it was. How old is that fellow? Meanwhile, explosions resounded incessantly in the distance. Countless beams of light were being shattered, and even space was being shattered into pieces. Blind Maiden and the black dragon were fighting within a black hole. Ordinary cultivators would be utterly incapable of remaining in a black hole for too long, because it possessed a devouring force that ordinary experts found difficult to resist. But Blind Maiden and the black dragon were no ordinary experts. Because their battle was too intense, Yang Yi couldn't help but retreat over and over again. At this moment, Head moved around 30 kilometers back. Yang Yi stared fixedly into the distance. The ancient sheath was in his left grasp, and the sword precursor was sheathed within it. At the same time, his profound energy was circulating madly. He was accumulating strength and waiting to attack. So long as Blind Maiden was in danger, he would act immediately. Even though that would offend the Black Dragon, he would still do it even if there were 10 Black Dragons there. Blind Maiden wasn't just Nether Maiden's third sister, he owed her as well. It could be said that if she hadn't helped him during those 2 prior incidents, he would probably be dead right now. So, how could he stand by idly if she was in danger? Yang Yi stared fixedly at the distant battle while the ancient sheath trembled violently in his grasp. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A huge finger suddenly emerged from below, and it was extremely swift to the point that Yang Yi hadn't even been able to react before it slammed against the flowing ray of light that Blind Maiden had transformed into. Bang! The ray of light was instantly obliterated, and then Blind Maiden was blasted far away. It didn't take long for her to stop herself, and a wisp of scarlet red could be seen on the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, a voice slowly resounded here. It has been thousands of years. Blind Maiden, I destroyed the Sword God's palace all those years ago. Yet you took advantage of the situation and took the stellar sword diagram in the end. Now, it's time to hand it over. Chapter 1351. Just run if you really can't. The one who destroyed Sword God's palace was here. Moreover, Yang Yi felt that had even met that person, because the voice he heard was truly too familiar. Yang Yi turned around and looked towards the distance. The space there suddenly cracked open, and then a gray-robed old man walked out from within it. Yang Yi's pupils constricted at the sight of the old man. It was Jiansu. The old man before him was Jiansu. How could this be possible? Yang Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Jiansu was the mysterious expert who destroyed Sword God's palace? Meanwhile, Blind Maiden gazed at Jiansu and said, after hiding for thousands of years, you're finally willing to show yourself? Jiansu spoke indifferently. Didn't you seize the stellar sword diagram all those years ago to make me show myself? Blind Maiden nodded and said, both of you are here now, so let's resolve everything today. As soon as she finished speaking, the space around her suddenly started to tremble. There's something I don't understand. Meanwhile, Jiansu suddenly said, Blind Maiden, according to my knowledge, there's no connection between you and the Sword God's palace, and there's no relationship between you and Jian Wuji as well. So, why are you taking revenge for the Sword God's palace? I've thought about it throughout these years but have never figured it out. Could it be that you're really doing this for that insignificant outer court disciple? As soon as Jiansu finished speaking, Yang Yi noticed Blind Maiden's expression instantly turn cold, or it should be called quite ferocious. At the same time, monstrous killing intent appeared out of nowhere. This seemingly solid killing intent was extremely terrifying, and even someone like Yang Yi who'd comprehended void rank slaughter intent was almost affected by it. Looks like it's the truth. Jiansu chuckled and waved his right hand slightly. A translucent circle of light swept out from him, and then the killing intent around him instantly vanished without a trace. After that, he gazed at Blind Maiden and said, I never expected an expert at your level to actually trap yourself here for so long, just for the sake of an insignificant outer court disciple of Sword God's palace. You really were love-struck. Blind Maiden clenched her fists tightly. It has been so long. It's time you have your release, and I should have mine as well. Let's put an end to it today. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Jian Zu's mouth. We really should. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying strand of sword intent surged out explosively from within him, and then Yang Yi's expression instantly changed drastically. The quasi-returnal rank. Jian Zu's sword intent was actually at the quasi-returnal rank. Blind Maiden frowned slightly, but it didn't take long for her brows to relax. No wonder you dared to show yourself. So you attained quasi-returnal rank sword intent. The quasi-returnal rank? Jiansu chuckled. For now, it'll be at the true returnal rank soon. Blind Maiden didn't say anything, and she was about to attack instead. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared by her side, and she frowned when she noticed his arrival. You're no match for them. Yang Yi replied, it's too unfair if they fight you 2-on-1. Even though her strength was heaven-defying, Head realized that while she would definitely win in single combat against the dragon or Jinsu, she would definitely have no chance to win in a 2-on-1 battle. So, he had to step forward. Don't be anxious, you won't be able to escape as well. Meanwhile, Jinzu's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he said, Actually, you've truly surprised me. I'm extremely surprised. I have to admit that since my senior brother, Jin Wuji, your natural talent really is the best in the history of Dark Hell Continent. No, I should say that your natural talent has surpassed my senior brother. Your senior brother? Yang Yi glanced at Jinsu. Jin Wuji was your senior brother? Are you that surprised? Jinsu smiled. Yang Yi, I actually really admire you, especially the way you do things. I think that a person like you is what a true sword cultivator is like. As for my senior brother, he stubbornly adhered to outworn ideas. Righteousness? Justice? I hate all that nonsense of his. Yang Yi said, So you destroyed his sword god's palace? Of course I did. Jinsu had a ferocious expression on his face. He was always there to push me down while he lived. Everything good in the sword god's palace was his to use first. Everyone knew about him, Jin Wuji, yet no one knew about me, Jinsu. Fine. My strength was inferior to his, so it's normal for all the good treasures like the sword god's seal to be his. Yang Yi was quite puzzled. Since you understand, then why did you destroy sword god's palace? Jin Zu's face grew even more vicious. Everything within the sword god's palace was his while he lived, and I accepted that because I was weaker. However, sword god's palace should have been under my control once he died, and the sword god's seal should have been mine. However, do you know what his will was? He willed that I, Jinsu, shouldn't be allowed to control sword god's palace, and the sword god's seal and stellar sword diagram shouldn't fall into my hands. He didn't want me to find out the secrets of the sword domain, and he didn't want me to surpass him one day. Ha ha ha. Jinsu gradually grew insane as he finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at Jinsu, touched the sword god seal on his forehead, and said, You made me head to sword god's palace to make me get the sword god seal? Because you'll be able to attain true returnal rank sword intent once you have it, right? You're very smart. Jinsu smiled. Actually, I just wanted to give it a try. Because that woman by your side hates sword cultivators to the bone. But I never expected you to actually go there and bring the sword god seal back. You truly surprised me. Of course, I felt even more pleasantly surprised. However, the greatest pleasant surprise I got was that the sword god seal had actually destroyed its own consciousness. Ha ha ha. Even the heavens were helping me. After all, it would be very troublesome to subdue it if its consciousness was still intact. Yang Yi glanced at Jinsu and said, I still don't understand something. I got the sword god seal a long time ago, and your strength far surpasses mine. So why didn't you seize it? He didn't dare to. It was Blind Maiden who spoke. Your strength isn't weak. He would have to expose his true strength in order to take it from you. So long as he did, I would find out immediately. The only reason he has dared to show himself now is because that demonic dragon has recovered from its injuries and grown much stronger. Jinsu laughed coldly. It's not too late to take it now. Yang Yi gazed at Blind Maiden and laughed bitterly. Would I be putting you in deep trouble if he gains the sword god seal? Blind Maiden was frank, yes? The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. He looked up at the dragon in the sky and said, Both of them were no match for you all those years ago. So why didn't you kill that big fellow? Blind Maiden pondered deeply for a moment before she said, It hid deep down at the bottom of the ocean. I wouldn't be able to kill it if I fought it within the ocean. Moreover, if we did fight there, the ocean water here would flood the continent. Besides that, the core of the earth would explode apart as well. At that time, Dark Hell Continent would vanish completely. This is his home, and I don't want it destroyed. Yang Yi nodded. Indeed, if Blind Maiden and the dragon didn't fight high above in the sky, their strength was entirely capable of obliterating the entire continent. Suddenly, Jinsu looked up at the dragon and said, Keep that woman busy. Just around 10 minutes will be enough. All right. As soon as the dragon finished speaking, its claws shot down from above and clawed at Yang Yi and Blind Maiden. Blind Maiden gazed at Yang Yi and said, "How long can you hold on for?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't know." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Blind Maiden and asked, "How long do you need to deal with that big fellow?" Blind Maiden replied, "I don't know as well." Yang Yi was speechless. Blind Maiden patted him lightly on the shoulder and said, "If you really can't hold on, then run. I won't blame you for doing that." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. "Run?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Would Jian Su let him run? Definitely not. Of course, Jian Su might let him run away if he handed the Sword God seal over obediently. But if he did that, wouldn't it be equivalent to coming here and causing trouble for Blind Maiden? Moreover, the Sword God seal belonged to him now. So, give it away? Impossible. Based on my understanding of you, you will definitely not just hand it over to me. So, I'll get it myself. Jian Su walked slowly in Yang Ye's direction. Every single step he took was accompanied by a strand of sword intent that surged out from within him. The sword intent didn't attack Yang Yi and just surged around Yang Yi, and they surrounded him. Obviously, Jian Su was worried that Yang Yi would flee. Even though he could catch up to Yang Yi, it would be a waste of time. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Once the quasi-returnal rank sword intent arrived around him, his own sword intent retreated and stopped right in front of him. However, his sword intent hadn't shrunk back into his body. Sword intent had a consciousness as well, and it was very well aware of Yang Ye's temper. If it didn't even dare to face Jian Zu's sword intent, then Yang Yi might ignite his sword intent and burn it away again. After all, Yang Yi had done that on Sword God Mountain. It was fine to be no match for something, but it was an embarrassment to not even dare to try and fight. That was something that Yang Yi refused to tolerate as well. So, even if Jian Zu's sword intent was stronger than Yang Ye's sword intent, it still didn't shrink back into his body. It didn't take long for Jian Su to arrive around 30 m away from Yang Yi, and he said, "The Sword God seal can improve one's sword intent. Aren't you going to improve yours? If you don't, then the suppressive effects of my sword intent will cause you to be unable to fight back against me, right?" Yang Yi looked up at the sky. At this moment, Blind Maiden was clearly not holding back, and the entire sky was covered in flowing rays of light. At this moment, the Black Dragon's enormous figure had become a living punching bag, and it was completely suppressed before Blind Maiden's frenzied attacks. The Black Dragon's defeat was only a matter of time. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant before he looked up at Jian Su. Everyone says that I'm the #1 sword cultivator of the continent. Actually, you are the best. Come, let me see how strong Jian Wuji's former junior brother is. Jian Su glanced at the ancient sheath in Yang Ye's grasp and nodded. Then bring it on. Bring it on. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he grabbed the hilt of his sword and drew it. Chapter 1352 Because of his sword. Chapter 1352 Because of his sword. How could Yang Yi dare to act carelessly when facing quasi-returnal rank sword intent? He'd immediately executed the true form of Heaven Rend. Oem! A sword howl suddenly resounded through the air, and then a dazzling beam of sword energy shot out from the ancient sheath. Space was instantly torn open like paper, and the space in an area of thousands of kilometers around the sword energy started to crack apart at this moment. Jian Su had a solemn expression on his face when Yang Yi drew the sword precursor from the ancient sheath. Actually, Yang Yi wasn't qualified to fight him. Even if he didn't possess quasi-returnal rank sword intent, Yang Yi was still no match for him. However, he didn't underestimate Yang Yi. Why? Because of the sword in Yang Ye's grasp. The combination of sword and sheath had transcended all ranks of quality. It was an existence on the level of the stellar sword diagram. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi was a sword cultivator and possessed the Sword God seal, how could Jian Su dare to underestimate Yang Yi? Simply speaking, while Yang Ye's cultivation and strength were inferior to him, Yang Ye's equipment were great. Yang Ye's equipment was almost heaven-defying. Jian Su didn't dare act carelessly. In an instant, a strand of terrifying sword intent appeared out of thin air before him, and then the space around him suddenly started to tremble violently. A moment later, countless golden swords of light shot out from the space around him, and they formed a dense rain of swords that rained down at Yang Ye's attack. Even though all of these golden swords of light were formed from energy, they were practically solid as they were enhanced by quasi-returnal rank sword intent. Every single one of them contained extremely terrifying destructive energy. Bang, bang, bang. It didn't take long for numerous deafening explosions to resound, and then the space around Yang Yi and Jian Su cracked apart. In an instant, the space in an area of 5,000 kilometers around them had shattered into bits. An expanse of pitch black surrounded them. That wasn't the end of it. Countless rays of sword energy were shooting incessantly through the pitch black expanse of space, causing even the black hole to tremble. Just like that, around 20-plus breaths of time passed, and then everything slowly returned to normal. Even space returned to normal. Yang Yi and Jian Su were standing facing each other, and there was around 3 kilometers between them. After a few moments of silence, Jian Su's chest suddenly cracked open, and countless strands of blood sprayed out from there. But it didn't take long for the injury on his chest to be covered by a strand of mysterious energy, and then it started to heal slowly. Jian Su looked up at Yang Yi and said, "A very strong sword technique. It's much stronger than any sword technique of the Sword God's Palace. Of course, the stellar sword diagram isn't included in that." Cough. Yang Yi coughed lightly, and then a trace of blood instantly seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his body turned red in an instant. If one looked carefully, one would notice that his entire body was covered in holes. His body was at the epic realm, so it was extremely strong. However, Jian Su was stronger. Could the man capable of destroying the Sword God's Palace be weak? It could be said that if Yang Yi didn't possess the sword precursor, he wouldn't even have the right to fight Jian Su. Even though it was quite embarrassing, it was the truth. Based on my estimations, you should only be able to execute that technique once more. Jian Su started walking towards Yang Yi and said, "Come, execute your final attack." As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of sword intent appeared out of thin air before him. At the same time, countless golden energy swords appeared in front of him. They formed a golden shield of energy swords. After that, rays of golden light flashed out from the shield and formed layers of barriers on top of the shield. At the same time, a strand of fierce sword intent pressed down upon Yang Yi. Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist and glanced up into the sky. At this moment, Blind Maiden was still in fierce combat with the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon was still in a disadvantaged position, and it was practically being beaten up. However, it was obviously impossible for Blind Maiden to kill it in a short period. Yang Yi took a deep breath. He was very well aware that he couldn't place his hopes on her killing the Black Dragon and coming to his aid. So, Yang Yi stopped hesitating, and the Sword God's seal on his forehead lit up. It didn't take long for it to grow brighter and brighter. At the same time, his sword intent grew stronger and stronger. Bang! A few moments later, a strand of terrifying aura and sword intent erupted from within Yang Yi, and then the sword intent Jian Su had used to surround Yang Yi was instantly blasted away by Yang Ye's sword intent. Quasi-returnal rank sword intent. After he realized that Blind Maiden wouldn't be able to deal with the Black Dragon quickly, Yang Yi had decisively chosen to improve his sword intent to the quasi-returnal rank, because only by attaining quasi-returnal rank sword intent would he be able to fight Jian Su. The quasi-returnal rank. Jian Su's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he tapped a finger forward. A golden energy sword instantly shot forward, and it was so swift that Yang Yi wasn't even able to see it clearly. Yang Yi was shocked and hurriedly issued a command for the phantom shield to emerge before him. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed around 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi gazed at the phantom shield before him. At this moment, it actually had cracks on it. So swift and strong. Yang Yi looked up at Jian Su. He didn't hesitate to stomp his right foot down, and his figure transformed into a flash of light that shot at Jian Su. Yang Yi clenched his sword's hilt tightly in midair, while the profound energy within him surged madly. His profound energy surged into the ancient sheath while his physical strength converged completely. Yang Yi hadn't even drawn his sword, but just his speed and physical strength caused the space before him to be torn apart. Jian-Su's expression grew gradually colder, and he raised his right hand slowly. In an instant, the shield before him that was formed from golden energy swords started to spin swiftly. As soon as it started revolving rapidly, strands of golden sword energy shot out from it, and it only took an instant for countless strands of golden sword energy to envelope Yang Yi. OM. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from within the dense ocean of golden sword energy, and then the strands of golden sword energy were instantly dispersed. After that, a ray of light slammed against the golden shield. Bang! An explosion resounded as the golden shield instantly shattered. At the same time, Jian-Su suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Another loud explosion resounded, and then the space here collapsed once more. An expanse of pitch black covered the area. It didn't take long for space to return to normal, but it only took an instant for the space there to collapse once more. This occurred over and over again in a cycle for over 10 times before the space here finally stabilized. Yang Yi and Jian-Su stood 3 kilometers away from each other, and both of them stood there without moving. Yang Ye's body was densely covered in holes, and it simply seemed like a myriad of arrows had pierced through him. It was extremely shocking. As for Jian-Su, his left arm was gone. Amazing indeed. Meanwhile, Jian-Su suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Amongst the sword techniques I've seen in my life, besides the sword formation created by the stellar sword diagram, there is no other sword technique that can compare to that sword technique of yours." He was naturally shocked. After all, he was around 3 realms above Yang Yi in cultivation. Even though Yang Yi had relied on external sources of strength to injure him, it was impossible to deny how terrifying Yang Yi was. "Unfortunately, I still wasn't able to kill you." Yang Yi looked up at Jian-Su. He'd thought that once his sword intent rose to the quasi-returnal rank, he could rely on the true form of Heavenren to kill Jian-Su with a single attack. But he was disappointed. Jian-Su's strength was absolutely not inferior to Lady, and it might even be stronger. But it made sense. After all, Jian-Su had lived for countless years. "Kill me?" Jian-Su chuckled. "Yang Yi, if you can execute that sword technique without limits." "No, there's no need for it to be executed without limit. Even if you can execute it 5 times in a row, I would immediately turn around and leave. Unfortunately, your current strength is sufficient to execute it twice at most, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jian-Su suddenly glanced at the sky. At this moment, the demonic dragon was completely suppressed and was practically being beaten up. Needless to say, it was really amusing to watch the enormous demonic dragon being beaten up by Blind Maiden who was countless times smaller than it. She really is good at restraining herself. Jian-Su laughed coldly, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "Do you have other trump cards?" "You're buying time." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Jian-Su could have attacked right away. Even after he executed Heavenren for the very first time, Jian-Su could have seized the opportunity to attack. Based on Jian-Su's strength and speed, it was entirely possible for Jian-Su to kill him before he even had the chance to execute Heavenren again. However, Jian-Su hadn't done that. So, there was only one explanation, and it was that Jian-Su was buying time. Why was Jian-Su buying time? Yang Yi glanced up at the black dragon. Does he want to rely on Blind Maiden to kill that black dragon? That doesn't make sense. If that black dragon is killed, his strength alone would be utterly insufficient to fight Blind Maiden. Roar. Right when Yang Yi was feeling puzzled, the black dragon in the sky suddenly roared with fury. Both Yang Yi and Jian-Su looked up simultaneously, and they saw a layer of thin black light appear around the black dragon. Once the black light appeared, not only were Blind Maiden's attacks unable to cause any harm to the black dragon, her attacks were even dispersed instead. Yang Ye's expression changed at the sight of this because the black dragon had grown stronger. The demonic dragon clan's shield of darkness. Practically all the clans of dragons have such a shield. Meanwhile, Jian-Su suddenly smiled. Every time it's activated, their defenses and strength would be improved tremendously. However, it has a time limit. For example, he can only execute it once every 10 years. Now, I don't have to worry about anything, and the battle should come to an end. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Su stretched his hand forward. In an instant, countless golden swords of light flashed out from the space around him, and then they formed a dense wave of golden swords that shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the dense expanse of golden swords of light. He'd thought of utilizing the sword domain to suppress Jian Su, but the problem was Jian Su's attainments in the sword Dao weren't the only thing that surpassed him. Even Jian Su's overall strength was much superior. The gap between him and Jian Su wasn't merely reflected in their attainments in the sword Dao, it was reflected in their cultivations as well. The sword domain could suppress Jian Su's sword intent, but it couldn't suppress his cultivation and strength. Jian Su's cultivation was way beyond him, so the consequences of utilizing the sword domain was having his lifespan exhausted. As expected of Jian Wuji's junior brother, as expected of the man who destroyed Sword God's palace, Yang Yi took a deep breath as he stretched his right hand forward, and he was about to bring his sword intent to the brink. However, ha ha ha, roaring laughter suddenly resounded through the entire sky. As soon as the laughter resounded, the expressions of the Black Dragon, Blind Maiden, and Jian Su had changed. Yang Ye's expression had changed as well. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.